I'm muted. Good morning. This is a mic check. Just give me a thumbs up if you guys could hear me. Good morning, and welcome to our Fundraising Stream-A-Thon. I see some people already in here. Thank you all. I know it's very early, but thank you all. Make sure you grab your coffee or your tea, your breakfast, anything, because it's going to be a long day of just giving, a long day of purpose, a long day of great interviews, a long day of just making things happen for our community. So again, welcome. This is a mic check. Just give me a thumbs up in the comments or something to let me know that you guys can hear me. And again, this is opening hour. This is our slow opening hour, our morning hour. So nothing too crazy for the first hour for our stream-a-thon. But again, I'd just like to thank everyone who's already on here, who's already just locked into the purpose and locked into what we're doing. So I will be back shortly. And again, just thank you. Make sure you got your coffee, your tea, whatever you like in the morning. And we will chat very soon. Thank you all again. I'd also just like to say a good morning to everyone who is streaming from the different platforms, whether you're streaming from YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram. I'd like to say a warm good morning. And again, thank you for being here. I know that it is very early, but I'm so happy that I have a few people already on here and I'm not just trotting this path alone. So thank you all for being here. And again, this is our open hour, just very low key, very slow, just winding up things. But I do like to talk a bit about, just an introduction on why something like this is important, why this fundraiser is even a thing. And it's important because, one, I think we need to start doing things for ourselves. We need to start tapping into our own abilities, start tapping into our own strengths, whatever that is, whatever that looks like, and start creating the change that we want to see in our world. I'm a firm believer that you create the change you want to see in the world, that it starts with you, that it starts in the mirror. And so this is what this is about. This is me seeing a need, seeing a change in the world and saying, I wonder if I could meet that need. And not if I could meet that need, but I wonder if other people will rally with me, will come together, would join our collective abilities, and for us all to meet this need together. And one thing I will say about just the Southern Gem on the whole, one thing I will say about what we are doing is that it's really focused on community. So it's not Kelly is doing this. It's not my show, right? It's an opportunity for us to collectively come together and create the change and rally behind these initiatives. And so that's why things like these are important, so that we create that collective moment, that collective space where everyone joins together and say, I'm going to make this happen. I'm putting energy behind this. I want to see this happen. All I am is really the person that's kind of like the bridge between persons who maybe always wanted to do something like this, always wanted to support something like this, always wanted to be part of, a nonprofit that gives back, but maybe they don't have the time. Maybe they don't have the bandwidth, to allocate separate time to this. So I'm literally your manager. I am your person. Well, not your manager, your assistant, I would say. I am your person that's bridging the gap of what you know that you support, what you know that you want to see in the world, and I'm making it happen for you. So again, when this is happening, this is not just Kelly's show. This is the collective Southern Gem community show, all right? And we are tied towards making the change together as a community. So thank you all for being part of the community, for being gems, and for being in that space. And again, those of you just coming in, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is our morning hour. This is our opening hour. So it's just very low key. Just gonna talk about what today will be about, what we're planning to do, and all that great stuff. We have 12 hours ahead of us. We are 7 minutes in. We are 7 minutes in, folks. But just welcome into that space. Those of you who are just joining in, feel free to pop in and out throughout the day, for that 12 hours, I know it's very long. But yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I thought it was important to do a stream-a-thon, is to just show the dedication and show that there are people who are willing to support something like this, who are willing to be part of something like this, and to just create that moment, really. And the other thing is, this holiday season, it really just, in my heart, I felt like it was time to do something a little more intentional and a little more tailored towards a specific group, right? So this fundraiser is part of our holiday pledge season. In our holiday pledge, we're raising funds to create gift baskets for disabled youth in St. Lucia. And inside of those gift baskets, we're going to have a bunch of different sensory items and everyday essential items for those families. And we're trying to create 20 baskets. And so this is what all the funds are going into, is into creating those baskets for those kids and for those families. And it's important because often we overlook the kids with disabilities. We overlook kids who need a little extra support. We overlook kids who do not fit into the mold of what we think a normal kid should look like. I remember growing up, and then now that I'm older, I could see that those kids, my peers, they probably needed extra support. But growing up, that kids who need extra support, they're kind of just pushed to the side or labeled as, problematic or things of those sort. So this holiday season, we're really being intentional about gifting those kids, creating baskets that have sensory items that are going to help them. So whether those are fidget toys, whether those are squishy toys, nice soft rugs, things that could just calm them, make them feel good, and just make the holidays a little sweeter. That's all we want to do this holiday season. And of course, provide everyday essentials for the families. So whether that's toiletries and just personal hygiene products, stuff like that. So that's what this is all about. It's raising $1,200 in the next 12 hours for our holiday pledge season. And if anyone is interested in giving and in pledging, please see the ticker at the bottom, and we have our information right there on how you are able to do that. And again, that is sgf.donate@gmail.com. That is our Zelle. And if anyone is interested in making a donation, making a pledge, that is where you do so. And then I'm just going to have that show up over here for just a little. So this is where you could donate via Zelle if you'd like to make that contribution. And in the, just put a note that it's for the SGF Stream-A-Thon. And I will be shouting out everyone who pledges throughout the day. I will be keeping track of the pledges. So again, welcome. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm going to be putting myself on mute as I just kind of, grab my breakfast, do my thing, and, just settle in for the morning. Thank you all again for being here. Again, welcome, folks. Just popping in again. Welcome to our fundraising stream-a-thon. Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is our opening hour. Having some tea, having some coffee. Please feel free to do so yourself. We have a long 12 hours ahead of us, 12 hours of giving. And I'm just so thankful for everyone who's already here. Honestly, I was expecting it to just be me and like a lone soldier, just the two of us for like the first couple of hours. I'm not gonna lie, that's what I was expecting, but I'm so happy that there's a few people on here. So thank you all for bending together and just being part of the movement. And again, welcome to the Fundraising Stream-A-Thon to support our holiday pledge drive here at the Southern Gem Foundation. And again, if you'd like to be part of the pledge, if you would like to make a Zelle pledge to the Southern Gem, please feel free to do so at sgf.donate@gmail.com. I will be keeping an eye out for everyone who makes their donation so that I give everyone a special shout out. And guess what? I'm going to say right now, anytime that we get a gem, I will say a gem. I'm going big, all right? Anytime we get a gem pledge, I'm going to do a special dance. A very special dance. Never before seen. So just welcome all of you. And again, thank you for being here. Even your presence just means a lot because it shows that there's collective energy in supporting the work that we are doing. And that goes a long way and that matters. So again, welcome. Listen, folks, listen. It is a great morning indeed. I am currently looking at our tracker for our pledge. And again, good morning to everyone who just popped in. If you've been popping in and out, good morning. If you just came in, good morning. Our opening hour, very slow hour, just getting things settled in. But like I was saying, it is a good morning indeed because I just opened our tracker for our streamathon. And from last night, which I went to bed, I believe at 11. Don't judge me. I went to bed at 11 last night. But coming back on here and seeing, I do see that we have a pledge. We have a star pledge of $100 from Petula Eltes. And this is one of the members of the Brazilian Education Project, I believe. So this is someone within our community, our St. Lucian diaspora here in New York. So thank you, Petula, and thank you for the Brazilian. I think that's how you say it. Because they're from Brazil, so I think it's Brazilian. And if it's not how you say it, then I just invented something. But thank you for your pledge of $100. $100. So thank you for that. And yes, folks, if you'd like to be part of the pledge, simply Zelle your pledge to sgf.donate@gmail.com. Shout out to Petula and the Grozile Education Project on being our first pledgers. Hey, I'm going to give a little show evidence for that. Hey, 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 hey. Okay. Thank you all. And again, welcome. And yeah, we're off to a good start, folks. I don't know if some of you were here when we shared our screen for our tracker. But basically, if we get $100 each hour, we are able to easily crush our 12-hour goal. So for the first hour, 6 a.m., we should be at about $100. Should be, but it is what it is. We are here for the experience. We're here for the community. We're here for just making it happen. But we should be, if we're going through with this $100 per hour kind of matrix, then we are off to a great and amazing start. And I just like to again thank you, Petula, and thank you to the Brazilian Education Project for that. And again, if you could take a look at our tracker, this is what our hour to this is the wrong one I'm looking at. This is saying this is the first hour. And I'd like to show you guys. It's this one right here. I'd like to show you guys this one right here. Which again, if we look at it as far as, okay, each hour we're making do with $100, by the 12th hour, we should be at $1,200. So we have officially crushed the first hour with $100. Oh yeah. Thank you. Hi folks, just testing that you guys can hear me. I think I ran into some internal audio issues, but just please let me know if you can still hear me so that I'm not miming to all of you. Let me know that you can hear me. And again, thank you all for being here. Welcome and good morning to everyone who just joined. Thank you for everyone who's here. Again, this is our opening hour. Very slow, just winding things up. The goal was for our opening hour to listen to some worship music and just get the morning, started on the right note. I am unable to play music, I think, and I'm still going to try it. Hopefully, the live doesn't get shut down. But as far as copyright stuff, I think I'm allowed to play music. But I will still take the chance and play music. So just welcome all of you, and just like I said, it's just our opening hour, really slow. Enjoy your coffee, enjoy your breakfast, and thank you all for listening.
Couldn't dare imagine the depths of your devotion, wilder than oceans. Oh, insatiable. all. You can have it all. My heart and soul. You'll never stop until you have it all. So you can have it all. You can have it all. Ooh. You can have my attention. You can have my affection. 'Cause you are my beloved. You are my friend. I'll never stop pursuing, craving for communion. 'Cause you are my beloved, my closest friend. Jesus, I surrender. Become my one obsession till nothing else matters. Oh, insatiable. You'll never stop until you have it all. You can have it all. My heart and soul. You'll never stop until you have it all. So you can have it all. Oh, your love is an all-consuming fire. Your love is an all-consuming fire. And all that you ask for is surrender. Your love is an all-consuming fire. Insatiable. You will never stop until you have it all. You can have it all. My heart and soul. You will never stop until you have it all. So you can have it all. Your love is an all-consuming fire. Your love is an all-consuming fire. And all that you ask for is surrender. Your love is an all-consuming fire. Insatiable.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. I tried it with a little worship. Hopefully, we don't get flagged. But welcome, everyone, to the Southern Gem Foundation's Fundraising Stream-A-Thon. As we start to kind of open up things and get things started, just want to give a quick run through of the day. Like I said, it's going to be a long. It's going to be 12 hours worth of purpose, giving, interviews, you name it. But our first guest that's going to be on is Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, and he will be on at 8 a.m. Daylight Saving Times. Wait, am I saying that right? Yes, 8 a.m. Daylight Saving Times, which is anywhere in New York area. And then that's the same as 9 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 9 a.m. for my folks in St. Lucia and in the Caribbean. So stay tuned for that. He will be our very, very first guest. And I'm just looking forward to that dialogue, that live-alog. that conversation, conversation with him on just, the work that he is doing. And I'm really, really looking forward to that. Just for folks to hear from people on the ground who are already doing it, people who understand what it means, understands and understands what it takes to really be leaders in the community. So I'm looking forward to having him on here. At a little after that, we will be doing I call it like a little holiday makeup look, right? And then for this holiday makeup look, just very simple, how to make up, right? Because at the end of this all, I wanna look the part, So I figured, hey, this would be a great opportunity to actually do like a quick tutorial. So anyone who's interested in learning how to do simple holiday looks as far as makeup goes, stay tuned. That is coming up in the morning, and that's not going to be anything crazy. That should be about 30 minutes long, because it really does take that little amount of time to get your holiday look going. We will also have some interviews with some other persons, particularly the contestants of the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence Pageant for 2026, as well as the Reigning Queen for 2025, Miss Taylor St. Rose. As you all know, this is where I got my big break, I would say. But no, shout out to the pageant committee, the Forest organization, because that pageant really gave me a platform, and I think it really gave people an opportunity to see me in a different light, see me as a leader, which has allowed me to create the Southern Jet Foundation and allowed us to be successful in what we're doing. So we'll have those ladies on, learn about their platforms, learn about what they're doing, where they're from. So if you're from home, if you're from St. Lucia, please stay tuned for that. And you're going to see, if your parish, if your community is being wrecked, and if it's not being Yes, okay. I just got scared for a second that we lost the live. And again, folks, if we do lose the live, we'll simply exit the stream and come back in. Simple. We lose the live, simply exit the stream and come back in. This show will keep going for the next 12 hours. So help me God. Amen. But yeah, we'll have those contestants, and like I said, we will have the reigning Miss St. Lucia USA Independence, Miss Taylor St. Rose, and what she's doing. She has an announcement that she'd like to make, so we'll be talking to her, chatting with her, and seeing just how her reign has been. And then we have a teacher from St. Lucia, a special education teacher who will come through. We have an author who is going to come through. We also have the creators of Sisters for Harmony, as well as the web series that I am also a part of. My web series is called KI, and she's a fighter. She's a fighter. So yeah, so they'll be coming through, and I'll also be showing some of the work I'm doing with them and the clip, and they'll talk a little about it. And fun fact, to the zoo, okay? So that's what we have going on, folks. It's gonna be a packed day, but again, just thank you all for being here, and shout out to my girl Petula on being our very first pledge for the morning of $100, and we are about 12 minutes to the hour. So just thank you all for being here, and yes, we are getting this show on the road slowly but surely. We are getting this show on the road.
Maman de beauté était moi. J'aimerais lever tous les jours à sous genou moi. Mettez famille moi tous les soirs après moi. Yo ça parle mais yo pas ça péché moi. Mettez la main sous pays moi. Ou que jeunesse la violence pas nécessaire. La vie coûte nous tout cas espérer à souhaner. Si vous sortez ça n'a divine ni point de avec moi. Ransomware do bagay la ka chanje. Corona di la pou weste. La ni moun ki pa sa travay pa sa manje. Aso tout sa violence la ka moute. An nou travay ensemble mek mouche yo ki yes nou ye. Ek le ouwe amoun tobe leve ede. Amage bon Dieu ede mwen. Le mwen leve tous les jours à sous genou mwen. Mettez famille moi tous les soirs après moi. Yo ça parle mais yo pas ça péché moi. Mettez la main sous pays moi. Ou que jeunesse la violence pas nécessaire. La vie coûte nous tout cas espérer à souhaner. Si vous sortez ça n'a divine ni point de avec moi. Through the storm, he will get me through it all. And I'm going prison for the rest of my life. And I'm going prison for the rest of my life. When the morning comes, you'll see all I have is God in me. And I'm going prison for the rest of my life. And I'm going prison for the rest of my life. Toutes les mains tombées, ils cachent, Oye nama de usupe. Toutes les mains tombées, ils cachent, Oye nama de usupe. Amage bon Dieu aide moi. J'aimerais lever tous les jours à sous genou moi. Mettez famille moi tous les soirs après moi. Yo ça parle mais yo pas ça péché moi. Mettez la main sous pays moi. Ou que jeunesse la violence pas nécessaire. La vie coûte nous tout cas espérer à souhaner. Si vous sortez ça n'a divine ni point de avec moi.
Again, thank you everyone for being here. This is our opening hour. We have about 6 minutes. 6 minutes less than our opening hour. We're just seven, and then doing our first test before the brand AM, and that is the Jonathan Bro. Thank you for that. And thank you all for being here. Streaming, if you have any questions, stm.com or access as well. So please go ahead and any company is welcome. We do have the content. Things that the $55 sparkle tier. That tier includes a digital sticker and also recognition on our platform, including recognition of what you donated throughout the Stream-A-Thon today. If you decide to do the Star, which is the $100, which is what, shout out to Petula, which is what Petula pledged, you're able to get everything from the Sparkle, in addition to 10% off any Southern Gem Foundation merchandise. We have t-shirts, we have tote bags, and we have pens. So 10% off those, or 10% off any future activity or event that we have. And then again, if you'd like to do the gem, which is the $300 donation, our ultimate donation, which is really, this one is really transformative because it helps us not only gift more than one basket, but it also helps cover shipping and handling costs to get the items to St. Lucia. So that is $300. And like I mentioned, everything from the star and the sparkle is also included. In addition, persons will learn about the kid that they are supporting, learn about what their disability is, and also receive a special token. All right, anyone who pledges from the from the gem the gem tier will receive a special curated and um crafted token of appreciation straight from St. Lucia. And it is very sweet. It is a piece of paradise that you will always have with you. And that's just our way of saying thank you. So again, thank you all for being here. And if you are ready to make your pledge, simply pledge to Bye.
I can bear. Sometimes the road get dark and it feels like no one cares. Friends and family, they are gone. But I will overcome, cause I am a champion, my brother. I am a champion, my friend. So I am hungry and edge I teeth. I stand up on my own 2 feet. Me nah make no trouble, come and get rid of me. I fight it like a champion, Muhammad Ali. But that no mean I'm an I go do no folly. Rasta man and a Satan little puppet dolly. Push on pon the straight and narrow like a chally. Her goodness and mercy I follow back on me. That I never give up. Oh, I never give up. Sometimes the broken oh, yeah, come on. Friends and family, they are go, but I will overcome. I am a champion, champion, my friend. That I never give to all my people out there, for all the faith. Now listen what the pagan say. What old Satan say, go all the faith, go all the faith. Church I never give I more than what I can be. Sometimes the road get dark and it feels like no one cares. Friends and family, they are gone, but I will overcome. Cause I am a champion, my brother. I am a champion.
And continue saying welcome, even if you've been here and you're like, why is she saying welcome? It's because people are popping in and out. So I just want to greet everyone as they do so. I will also want to just take a moment, honestly though, and I can't not acknowledge that I know it's only me in the room, but that the room is heavy. I can't not acknowledge that the persons close to me, as far as just people I know, whether it's, mutual people, persons in the community who have just passed away. There has been a lot of death this holiday season. There has been a lot of death this holiday season, and I'm sure if you're tuning into this stream, you could think of a few. And I just want to send warm, warm, warm condolences. I just want to send warm thoughts, hugs, kisses, and cheers to anyone who is currently facing a loss. I am so sorry for anyone who is currently facing a loss, especially during this holiday season. And they always say, the holiday season it's not as great as we all think it is. Some people actually dealing with a lot during the holiday season. And firsthand, I am seeing it. I am seeing the loss in the community. So just want to say, I'm here with anyone who is experiencing loss right now, and that we're here with anyone experiencing loss, and just warm condolences, and just praying and hoping for healing, hoping for comfort, hoping for community during this time. So again, thank you all for being here. And again, check on your loved ones. Check on your loved ones, people. If you know someone and you haven't heard from them in a minute, don't be like, well, ipakuye mwe makuye. Pachakale mwe machakale. No, we're not doing that. This holiday season, let's check on our loved ones. Let's love on others. Let's be a friend instead of needing a friend. Okay? And again, welcome everyone for being here. Thank you for being here. And yeah, we are just a little after 2 minutes after 7 a.m. So we are slowly but surely beginning our journey, our 12-hour journey into the Stream-A-Thon. And again, our first guest will be Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, who will be talking to us about the work he's doing currently in St. Lucia. He is an entrepreneur, he is a youth advocate, and he's also a creative, which that's the side a lot of people know Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan, we know him as the creative. But he'll be talking to us about all the amazing things he's doing. This man, I mean, when I first asked him if he'd be willing to be part of the live and just, join in what he's doing as far as the fundraiser, come on and just let us know what he's doing so that he inspires the movement for people to feel that it's important to give. He said, "What do you know about me?" And honestly, what I knew about him was what a lot of people know about, Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan. What I knew about him was his music. And that's what drew me first. And I was aware of some of the things he did as far as, currently being present in the community, but I was not aware of the depths of what this man is doing in St. Lucia. So he will be on and he'll be chatting with us about that. So please stay tuned for that. And again, we are just streaming for purpose, people. That is what we're doing. We are streaming for purpose. And we'll be here until 6 p.m. this evening. So make yourself comfortable. Make yourself comfortable.
I've been here all day of my life. Works good and queer, I behold with my sight. Some will share, others do as they like. Some you flesh them want here with them fork and knife. Some don't care, their heart is like ice. After killing under every type, but I'm holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. Jaja come a plant with success, holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. You won't think I'm the mess. You say I'm rude, it's an attitude, yeah. I don't choose, I don't lose, so go on your way. Money is the order of your day. Choosing your wealth, that won't stay. Want to come to prove I don't choose, and then it's me and I love me include. Every obstacle I am move, yeah, I put all on a reproof, holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. Jaja crown of plans with success, holding firm. Every man has his turn. You won't think I'm the mess. I see your brother make a call and you turn and get vexed. Oh, here you know here, but I neglect you and neglect and too bad. Tell me how you treat, I've been watching you with your words of deceit. In your heart, do you feel complete? All the cake, all I to go eat, holding firm. man has its turn. Judge come no plant with success. I'm holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. Judge come no plans with success. Holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. Judge come no plans with success. Holding firm. Every man has his turn. You won't sink us in the nest. I've been there all day of my life. What's good and queer I behold with my sight. Some will share, others do as they like. Some you bless them one yam with them fork and knife. Some don't care, their heart is like ice. After kill another, them rejoice, but I'm holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. Judge come my plans with success. Holding firm. Every man deserves his turn. You won't think I even missed. Yes, whoa, whoa. Hey, Jah, always island. Whoa, whoa. Hey, Jah, hey, hey. Pass them corner and them damn face twist. No about them, so them their face I go fit. Hey, embrace the twist, a smile and the princess will kiss. Tell me if I diss me and this when I'm holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. Judge count our plans with success. Holding firm. Every man deserves his turn. Don't you think I'm the mess? I've been there all day on my life. Works good and queer and beyond with my sight. Some will share, others do as they like. Some you flesh them want here with them fork and knife. Some don't care, their heart is like ice, waiting to see you fall. Holding firm. Every man deserves to earn. Judge on our plans with success. I'm holding firm. And the time the bound return. Don't just think your brother.
Yes, that is one of the pillar songs, Holding Firm by SZA, because that's what we need to do, folks. We need to be holding firm in these times. And like I said, our thoughts are with anyone right now who are experiencing loss during the holiday season. Just reach out to people this holiday season, folks. Reach out to people. But again, thank you all for being here. I'll not stop saying thank you because really it takes nothing to say thank you. So thank you all for being here. And we're just going to continue just starting off the morning with a little music. If anyone has any karaoke suggestions that they would like me to do, please just comment it. So I am taking karaoke suggestions. If you want me to sing a song on here, any song, simply put it in the comment section. I will find it on YouTube. I will find the karaoke version, and I will do a little bit of carrying my own key. But this for the next 30 minutes or so, really the next hour, is just supposed to be a cool little gem into the Stream-A-Thon. So if I have any karaoke suggestions, any karaoke suggestions, please post them in the comment section and I will find it on YouTube. I will carry my own key and I will do my best for us to enjoy our time together. But thank you again, everyone. Shout out to my girl Petula. You're leading the way. You were our very first pledge for the morning. So we thank you for that. We thank you for the Grow to Education Project for also being part of our first donation for this morning. So we thank you. And folks, please, if you're popping in and out throughout the day, please consider sharing the live stream. Share the live stream. Share the live stream. Share the live stream. Share the live stream. Please consider sharing the live stream just so that others could see it. We have 12 hours. 12 long hours of streaming, of giving, of purpose, of interviews, of games. So there is absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be sharing this with other people in the community to just pop in and out, whether it's after church, before church, and just, be part of what we are doing. So please consider sharing the live throughout the day that we could make our most impact, that we could make, reach the people we want to reach with our message and just rally towards our goal of $1,200 for creating gift baskets for disabled kids in St. Lucia. At the end of the day, that is the goal. $1,200 in 12 hours to create gift baskets for kids in St. Lucia this holiday season. So again, please consider sharing the like, and I will pop in again shortly.
Oh yeah, It's just the two of us. Rolling in my two-man army, my Jesus and I know once God goes before me, they can't stop this right now. Rolling in my two-man army, my Jesus and I know once God goes before me, they can't stop this ride. Strap up me Gideon boot. Now me ready for the war. Satan want take me for fool, but me and Jesus apart. Have to defend this truth. Stand spiritually sound, so me not dilute. We've got to live pure. I wanna make my election sure. Yes, rolling in my two-man army, my Jesus and I know once God goes before me, they can't stop this right now. Rolling in my two-man army, my Jesus and I know once God goes before me, they can't stop this ride. This gospel thing not pretty. Remember them chop off the head of John the Baptist in the city, boy. And what they did to Stephen without reason. Was it because his words were seasoned? We've got to live right. It may cost us a lot, but in the end it will be worthwhile. I don't care if them hate or them rate me. All of me will give God glory. Rolling in my two-man army, my Jesus and I know once God goes before me, They can't stop this ride, no. Rolling in my two-man army. My Jesus and I. Once God walks before I and I. Can't stop this ride. We're living in a war. Physically, spiritually, mentally, practically, no. But the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. With God mighty, so want to give a little taste, a little of the gospel. None of that, I want all of it. Yes, give me a full course meal. Genesis to Revelation, my armor's complete. Rolling in my two-man army. My Jesus and I know once God goes before me, they can't stop this ride, no. Rolling in my two-man army, my Jesus and I. Once God walks before I, oh Father, Father, it's just you and I. Just as you are.
Yes. Two-man army. Two-man army. Again, welcome, my peoples. Welcome, welcome. We're just doing some quick meds on some music. Our first guest for the morning will be Mr. Jonathan St. Rose at 8 a.m. Daylight Saving Times, which is 9 a.m. Caribbean time, Lucian time. So stay tuned for our first guest at on the hour, I would say, who will tell us more about what he's doing in St. Lucia, the amazing work he's doing. And we have a packed 12 hours ahead. And I just like to say, folks, in case I'm looking all over the place right now, it's because I am. Like, there's so much going on. It's my first time using this platform, and it's so much going on to just have everything in place and have everything look right. So that's why I'm kind of doing all of this. But again, this is our kind of prep before the Stream-A-Thon really kicks off and we start having our guests come in, we start having our speakers and all these other things. We're just jamming to some music, holding a meds, holding a vibe. If anyone wants to hear me sing a karaoke song, I am taking karaoke requests. So feel free to comment what song you'd like to hear me sing. If you want to hear me sing, I will also probably just pick random songs that I vibe with and be sharing them as we wait and lead down or lead up to our first guest, who is Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, who will be here on the hour. So please, folks, grab your coffee, grab your breakfast, and feel free to pop back in on the hour for our first interview of the day. This is a fundraising stream-a-thon, so please feel free to share. And if you'd like to donate, you can do so by Zelling us at sgf.donate@gmail.com. And shout out to Petula for being our first pledger. She pledged the star tier, which is $100. Thank you for being our first pledger of the morning. Shout out to everyone who has been tuned in. Shout out to Miss Buffer. Shout out to Buffer, Buffer darling. It's my family right there. Shout out to Auntie for constantly sharing and, in her own way, being a little social media guru. Shout out to Buffer on that. Shout out to Sheena. Shout out to Sheena. That's best friend. Shout out to her for being present, who is also part of the Southern Gem Foundation team. She is one of our masters on the team. So shout out to you both for being here. And again, shout out to Petula, our very first pledger for the morning. And if anyone is having any difficulties making a pledge, if Zelle seems to be not working, please just let us know in the comments, and there will be other ways to pledge. We are not giving up on this. So yeah, just let us know if you run into any issues, and we will correct that and rectify that ASAP. So again, as we kind of lead up to our first interview of the morning, which will be with Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan from St. Lucia, we will kind of just be jamming, holding our meds to some music. And this is one of my all-time favorite songs that I'm about to play. And again, anyone who is streaming this, YouTube, Facebook, all of you social media giants, I'm not claiming to own any of this music. This is for promotional use only. Except for when I play Queen Energy and I play Top Gal Era, it's for whatever use that I want it to be, because guess what? That's my music. Exactly. So yeah, I'm just vibing now, folks, to some of my favorite songs and just holding a vibe. And this one is called Rasta Freedom. This one is it's one of my favorite songs, Rasta Freedom by
Yeah, this is for my freedom. Freedom.
Yeah, man.
Freedom must come one day.
Them can't keep in a captivity so long, you know. When dog guys, you know. Arafat.
Yeah. Them take away my freedom when them lock me in a jail. Me weeks and months without me get bent. Every time I look around, I see what I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be locked up in a cage.
I never get weary. Listen, folks, this is one of those songs that gets me. All right, this is one of those songs when I play it, it's like everything just comes out, because honestly, our birthright is freedom. Our God-given right is freedom. And there are so many things that try to trap us and hold us in captivity. Even physically, we've been in captivity. And when I say we, are not just talking Black people, I'm talking people in captivity, from prisons to our ancestors, people in captivity to people in mental captivity to people in spiritual captivity. I think of this song holistically, just it burns try to just us away from our God-given right of freedom. So this one is called I love it. So just thank you all for
This is for my freedom. Freedom.
Yeah, man.
Freedom must come one day.
Them can't keep in a captivity so long, you know. When dog guys, Arafat.
Them take away my freedom when them lock me in a jail. Me weeks and months without me get bail. Every time I look around, I see what I know what it's like to be locked up in a cage. All the fights I me never get weary. Cause me done put them outside me. Shut them down, cause me know them have to free. Could I never stop me glory? They should know them. Still the freedom means I'm more. One chat intention. Me slow them all cause them a done pagan. Me look them in them eyes and me sister them not real. Me not trust them boy them front them back to real. Big burn Babylon it's like rubbish and trash. The laugh them come on and burn them to they should know. Them can't stop Rasta freedom. The freedom is our most life. They should know them can't stop Rasta freedom. Selassie, the freedom is our most. Yeah.
The Bandians are all up when me. The show the last one. Take way in my hand in freedom. Get because freedom soon come.
Stop Rasta freedom. Cause one day my man must done. Them a bus in a cage and it always locked down. Selassie I made them city gone down. You can't stop Rasta freedom. Cause one day my man must done. Them a bus in a cage and it always locked down. Selassie I made them city gone. They should know. Them can't stop Rasta freedom. Selassie I say freedom is our most life. They should know them can't stop Rasta freedom. Selassie I say freedom is our most life. Cause operate deals me day around my man. I say we man a match up man. Tell them bring back freedom. Oh gosh, I say bring back my freedom. Oh gosh, love darling, representing for my family. Yeah. Nah.
I feeling blessed like I win the lottery. Nothing can
Some people can't do that.
I can knock off me eye and have somewhere to sleep.
Some people can't do that.
For happy and able. At the end of the day, I got down on my knees. I pray. At the end of the day, I got down on my knees. I pray. Thank you, Jaja. At the end of the day, I go down on my knees. Oh, make your advances. Take all the chances.
We have to run it back.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, so that's got the most high. Thanks for giving me life. Oh, static. Look at the deadline. I feeling blessed like I win the lottery. Nothing can worry me.
Shout out to Teddy and Jonas one. I pray. I love this song. Has everything rooted in home, rooted in spirituality, rooted in faith, and it's like the story from there.
I can knock me, I can have somewhere to sleep. I
I have I go my knees, I pray. Of course, of course. Listen, throughout the day, I've said it before, throughout the day, if this streams cuts off, just hold on tight. Chubby, don't worry. We're gonna come back. We're gonna make it happen. Very simple. We're not stressing out any technical difficulties because we're doing the work that needs to be done. So nothing, no Wi-Fi glitch, no technical difficulties formed against us and what we are doing today shall prosper. Can I get an amen? Amen. None of that shall prosper. We're not stressing about no technical glitch, no glitch in the matrix. The only glitch in the matrix is us doing what we're doing because listen, it's easier to just stay downtrodden and not do what we're doing. All right. And when I say we, I mean you as well. You right here with me right now, holding it down. Some of you have been here since 6 a.m. holding it down for me. It's 1 hour, 35 minutes in. So no technical difficulties formed against the eyes and eyes shall prosper. So back to our yes. Welcome everyone. Please feel free to share the stream. Share the stream. Share first our first guest will be coming on the hour will be joining us. So please feel free to share. Have some fun. Hopefully everyone had breakfast already. Some people can't do that. Some people can't do that. At the end of the day, I go to my side. I at the end of the day, go to my knees. I know that's not you going down on your knees, but just listen. Be like David, all right? At the end, I go take and yes, take your chances, people. Take your chances. Reach for it. Reach for it. Some people can do that. Some people can do that. Please, I pray. I pray. I think I pray. I I hey, I I, I, amen, amen, amen. Yes. What else do you love to talk about? Oh my gosh. This whole time, oh my gosh, you guys have been hearing me singing this song on my own, and I'm not even sharing this thing. Oh my Lord. After having a slow jam session,
Look at the
after
daylight.
having a
I
slow
feel
jam session
blessed
the whole time,
like I
and now
win the
I'm telling you to hear
lottery.
what you just listened to.
Nothing can worry me
That's
as I
very, very
look
helpful.
at my
How long I've
life
been playing?
and see all the signs. I'm
I will look
glad
out
for
to
the little things. Thanks for the little things. I can open my fridge and have something to eat. Some people can't do that. I can knock off my eye and have somewhere to sleep. Some people can't do that. I feel so grateful, happy and able. At the end of the day, I got down on my knees. I pray, I pray. At the end of the day, I go down on my knees. I pray, I pray. Thank you, Jaja. At the end of the day, I go down on my knees. Oh, make your advances. Take all your chances. It may be hard at first. Regret is even worse. You take the stress and turn them into blessings. These are the little things. Thanks for the little things. Opportunity to give myself a treat. Some people can't do that. I can kick off my shoes, relax without my feet. Some people can't do that. It may be simple, but I'm happy and grateful. At the end of the day, I go down on my knees. I pray, I pray. At the end of the day, I go down on my knees. I pray, I pray. Thank you, Jaja. At the end of the day, I go down on my knees and I go down on my knees for my friends and family. I go down on my knees if you've been good to me. I pray, I pray. Thank you, Jaja. At the end of the day, I go down on my knees. I pray.
Boy, look at that picture there from the people. We saying praying and then you having picture, a picture of who are they? A picture of what's her name? Patrice Roberts drinking water and minding her business. All right, folks, welcome, welcome. I just like to say a special good morning and special shout out to one of my closest peoples in the world, Miss Shelly. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for tuning in on YouTube. I see you. Thank you for being a gem. Thank you for always being the sweet that you are. So welcome. Welcome. You know, girl. I kind of stepped out to look at my stream and I in advance if the stream quality is like not the best because I was looking at I stepped outside and I just kind of made sure that it was streaming on all the different platforms and it's looking a little laggy, but we're just gonna pull through. Like I said, no technical difficulties, no Wi-Fi issues, none of that will stand against us and stand against what we are trying to do here today, and that is that is raise $1,200 in 12 hours for disabled kids in St. Lucia, creating our gift baskets for them with sensory items, with everyday essentials that the families are going to need. Nothing and absolutely nothing is going to stand in the way of us meeting our goals, crushing our goals, and doing what we need to do for the youth in St. Lucia this holiday season. So thank you all for being here. And I'm going to keep thanking you all for being here. And again, just apologizing for any technical difficulties that we have, any little glitches that anyone experiences. I apologize for that. But just simply and come back in. Simple. Let's just keep doing it. You know, let's just keep going. Let's agree that no matter what, I'm gonna come back to the live. Let's agree that if it doesn't work for 5 minutes, you're gonna go do what you need to, go to your little chores, and then you come back. Can we agree to that today, folks? Can we agree to that today? Can we agree to join in, bring that collective energy in for us to make a difference in our community? I think we could do that because I'm not giving up. Listen, I don't care if this stream ends 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 times. I will relog in, turn off everything, do a hard shutdown, and come back on. Because I believe in what we are doing. I believe in making the change. And I hope that you feel the same. I hope that you feel the same, folks, in what we are doing. So again, good morning to everyone. It is now 7:44 Daylight Saving Times, 8:44 Lucian Caribbean time. So we welcome you all for being here. Our guest will be in on the hour. That is Mr. Jonathan St. Rose. We'll be talking about the work that he is currently doing in St. Lucia, a little about him and just his journey, what the journey has been for. And the man is doing amazing things, people. And I think we need to highlight and we need to, yo, can I call you a Rasta? All right, I'm going to call you a Rasta. We honestly need to like stop with the games, stop with the hypocrisy, right? When we bawl and we cry about the youth, we cry about, you know, how messed up things are, we cry about this, we cry about the state of young people in our nation, and not just in Lucia, like globally we cry about what's wrong in the world. And then when we see people who are creating little ripples to upset the nonsense that is going on, we see people who are doing things that are going the other direction, the road less traveled, that we don't join hands in them. We need to stop that. We need to stop that. I don't like that. I don't like it. Let me see if there's some kind of a media action thing that gives me a round of applause for what I just said. We need to stop it. You know, when we see people in a community, and I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking, like I said, some of the people who will come on here today and speak about what they're doing. We need to support those people who are already engaging and doing the work. Because we can't keep looking to the, when I say to the sky, I don't mean the most high. When I say to the sky, I mean a lot of us look to the sky as if like the government is up there and they're supposed to like do something for us down there. I'm not saying the government doesn't have a responsibility to the people. Absolutely. The government works for the people. The government serves the people. But it would be careless of me to say that we all individually don't have a mission and a light that we need to awaken in us and to spread change in our communities. And it doesn't have to be anything big. Not everyone needs to start a foundation. Not everyone needs to, be on the forefront. We could come together in spaces like these and be part of the change. Before doing this, and I've always been someone who's been big on making the change. I always wanted to be in every source that was going on in everything in the community. And in some ways, that's where I kind of learned and realized what was missing and all that stuff. So like I said, with the guests who are coming on here today, when we see people who are doing the right already for our society, let's stand up with them, man. Let's back them. Let's be their backer. Huh? When you're fighting alone, you need backer. You need backer when you're fighting through the social ills and the social wrongs. You need backer for that too. So let's be their backer. Let's support the good work that people in our community are doing. And if you believe in the work of the Southern Gem Foundation, please feel free to support us as well. Feel free to create your pledge, contribute your pledge to sgf.donate@gmail.com. Mr. Jonathan Rose. Vincent Rose will be joining us shortly.
No matter where you're going to.
Make them stress me. Me not make them stress me. Listen, no matter how many times the link are gone, we have to go on back in the link and do what we gonna do. All right, folks, we are not giving up on this. Never gonna give you up. So it doesn't matter how many times the link go out and it come back in and the live stop and it start back again and it do what it's doing and it reverse and it come back again. We're gonna wheel and come back again and join the stream. Because no Wi-Fi glitch, no technical issues formed against our stream-a-thon shall prosper. Amen. And I have the perfect song for that. Check I showing you. Perfect song for that. Welcome all, welcome. It's a new day.
Me not care who like me. Well, today is a new day. Give thanks to life. All praises to the Lord, my safe and my sanctified. Nah, make them stress me.
Why?
Me a wall of vibe. With red boom teacher and moon in my born to find. And the Lord is around us. In blessings surround us. Me not care who like me. Me just a go show love. And the Lord is around us. In blessings surround us. Me not care who like me.
Hey! They're gonna shut down my life if I keep playing the boss music. My video has been blocked because it may contain music, audio, or video that belongs to someone else. Oh, it can't be. I guess I can't play for 2 minutes. And UMG has blocked my video in 249 countries. Dang! Why are they doing that? Somebody's going to do vibe it up to do all that. But anyway, like I mentioned, let me just remove this so we don't get flagged. We are not using this for any copyright infringements. We don't own the rights to this music. We just holding a vibe, people. We're just holding a vibe. But yeah, please let me know if you guys can't see the video. If the video does get blocked on your end and all that stuff, so that I could just restart and have a fresh live so that we don't run into any issues like that. That's crazy. Once I played the cartel song, that's when all of that happened. But the show will go on. C'est pas cartel qui fait la terre, c'est Bodje qui fait. So même si cartel dit moi pas servir musique li, Bodje dit moi ça fait ça moi vle, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So like I said, folks, we are just waiting on our first guest, Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan, will be joining us. He will be joining us on the hour. And we are currently waiting. I'm just doing some little promo to share, so to make sure that we have as many people for our first interview for the morning. So please go ahead, and if you haven't share the live. Please share the live. Please share the live. Share with your family, share with your friends, and just let's come together for that collective energy, that collective mission of what we are doing. Just getting things rolling on our end, folks. Just getting things rolling as we wait for our first guest, Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Mr. Ninja Dan. We are back. We are back. No internet issues formed against us shall prosper. Sila. Sila. We do have our guest coming on shortly. We're just rectifying our very last internet issues and just making sure everything is all set for him when he does join us. So please stay tuned. Please go ahead and share with your friends and family as we welcome our first guest on, who is Mr. Ninja Dan. And again, folks, we are just getting things prepped for our first guest, who will be none other than the St. Lucian gem himself, Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan. He will be our first guest, and we will be going over some of the work that he currently does with the youth in St. Lucia. He is an entrepreneur, he is a youth advocate, and he is also a creative, which most of us, that's the side of him that we are aware of. I think my background music is a little too loud. I think that's better. So yeah, so he is doing some amazing things with the youth in St. Lucia, and just, you know, on the whole, as a public figure in St. Lucia, he is doing some great things. And, you know, just a little backstory about, listen, you guys need to remind me to hydrate today, all right? Because water and I are enemies. You would think, right, that I'd be really good at drinking water, but I'm not. So, guys just need to remind me to drink water. But he's doing amazing things. This man is doing amazing things in St. Lucia, you know? And so we just like to bring him on to learn about some of the things that he is doing. And so we are just getting things started for him. And just a quick backstory. I would like to give backstory, right? When Ninja done, well, when I approached him and I said, hey, would you be interested in joining the live and doing all these things? He said, do you know a bit? Do you know what I do? And I was slightly aware of what he did, but I realized I didn't know the extent to what he did. And I said, I know you obviously from the musical space as far as being young, growing up, hearing the voice, hearing that this is like one of the pillars of St. Lucian expression. And then I said, I also know that you do some stuff with the youth as far as with conflict and, helping them with boxing and going alternative routes with conflicts and, just being that person in the community. And he said, okay. And then he gave me the rundown, really, of the extent of what he does. And I was blown away because I did not know there was so much going on under the surface. And not even under the surface, but just in plain sight. And this is what I'm saying, folks, that we have people in the community who are already doing the work. They have already taken up the case. They've already taken up the case to do what needs to be done for our young people, for our society on the whole. And this man is one of them. So that is why I think it's a no-brainer to have him on here to share with us what he does. So I'm just going to confirm that he is ready, and then we will bring him on shortly. And testing. All right, we're just doing a test. Can you hear us over here?
Hello?
Oh, yes. Thank God. Okay, welcome. I don't think you could have heard me, but welcome to our
Hello,
stream.
are you there?
Yes, can you hear us?
No, but I'm not hearing you.
Okay.
I hearing you soft, but I'm not even picking you up in my earpiece.
Let me try to increase the volume. Maybe if you have yours, I'll take mine off.
Hold on.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
I hearing you soft, but hold on, let me put my earpiece. Let me see.
Okay.
I'm not hearing you. Something wrong. I don't know how you're not connecting to my earpiece.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
I'm hearing you, but I'm barely hearing you. I'm hearing you through the phone.
Oh, okay.
And I'm barely hearing you, but I don't know why you're not picking you up on my speaker in my earpiece.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me just. What about now?
Speak, let me hear.
Same thing. Can you hear me? Testing.
No.
Yes. No.
I'm not even
Okay.
seeing. Oh yeah, I see you, but I cannot hear you.
You cannot hear? Okay. Well, we can hear you over.
So
We're hearing you
I
fine
think it's
here
on
with
my
mine,
side
though. Yeah.
because a
Let
while
me
ago I
see.
was hearing the music.
Okay. Let me see. Audio. listen, folks, we are experiencing some technical issues with our audio. And so, we always overcome. So what we're going to do is that we're going to try one more time for our guest to come in. And if he's unable to come in, we'll have audio one place, and then we're going to have um, visuals, video in the stream, and we'll have audio. I'll just call him up, and it will be like I'm having a conversation with him, so that we could hear it, because we will continue our work. We will continue our work. No issues formed against us shall prosper. Okay. There we go. So you need a team, a tech person. All right, perfect. Can you hear us now? Is that better? Are you able to hear us?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yay! Victory! Yes, that's a celebration, man. I'm so happy because I was like, I want you to be there. I want us to have that conversation, and I want, amen. Yes. So welcome, Jonathan St. Rose. Welcome to our fundraising stream-a-thon. And honestly, just thank you for being a guest today. Thank you for agreeing to join in with us and just supporting what we are doing. We appreciate you and we welcome you to the space. If you just like to say hi to the people and just introduce yourself for people who might not know who you are, please do so.
My name is Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan. I'm from St. Lucia. I'm a soca artist. Um, I'm a youth advocate. I'm a youth development officer. I'm a motivational speaker.
Mm-hmm.
And amongst many other things.
Yes. Yes. And I was just saying earlier, when I first asked you and approached you, and you asked me, do I know what you do? And what I could really think of was the music aspect. And then I knew slightly about some of the work you did with the youth. But when you really broke it down to everything you do, amongst all those other things you just said, I was like, wow, you are doing a lot for the community. And that's what we want to talk about today, really. What inspires that, who you are, and to get into maybe the side of you that most people are not even aware of, and may not know. So that's why we are here today. Yeah. So,
Yeah, man.
so first off, like I said, welcome, thank you. So I want you, entrepreneur, youth advocate, creative. I'd like to talk a little about the entrepreneur side of you. And I would like to start off by saying that there's an interview you have with Free Flow, and it's with I can't remember his name. His name is Griffith. And if anyone is interested in learning really about the history of Jonathan St. Rose or Ninja, then I would advise them to look at that interview, because that interview was perfect. It's currently available on YouTube, and it's by Free Flow. And his name is Nakiva Griffith. So please, people, check that interview out to know more in depth who the history
Can I
of
ask
this
you a
man is.
question?
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
When I speak, are you hearing a delay? Because I'm getting a
No.
delay feedback.
Or you're getting a slight delay?
No?
I'm not. I'm hearing you perfectly. Yeah.
Okay. So when I speak, I don't really have to pause because I'm hearing that reverb in my ear.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll be mindful of that and just give it a little time before. But
Yeah,
is it
man.
okay to continue that? Okay, all right, perfect. So yeah,
Of
so
course.
you have that in blessings. You have that interview out there. So if anyone wants to know the history, please check out that interview with Nakiva Griffith, Free Flow. Amazing interview. So I want to talk about the entrepreneur aspect of who you are. Tell us about
what your enterprise is, what it does, and what you do for the community.
Um, boy, before we even go there, can we just give a little prayer and thing because I wake up late and I
Of
haven't
course.
prayed yet. So can I
Of
just
course.
chant? Is it okay?
Yes. Please. Yes.
Alright. So let me just say a little praises and things more to the Most High. As we rise up today in the fullness of our power, no longer begging, no longer waiting, no longer to an illusion. We are not no followers. We are not no servant to no clerks, no cross. We are God of our colony, not a follower of God of our colonizers. We are creation itself, and we are the breath of our ancestors, and we are children of the earth, and the water, the sun, and the stars. And when we speak, we move energy, and when we declare, we shift reality. We are not praying to something outside of us, but we are commanding the source within us. So, praise be unto the Almighty. Yeah, man.
Amen. Yes. I like that. Thank you for that, man. Thank you for setting this the mood and the
Yes,
space.
sir.
Yes. So if you can go ahead and just share about your business and what you do for the community on the business aspect of your work.
Um, in terms of business, let me start with the music before I go into the
Okay.
entrepreneurship.
Okay. Mhm.
Um, 25 years ago, 23 years ago, I started an organization called NG Solar Stage with Coyote Francois, and we kind of established soca music in St. Lucia. So we were like the evolutionists of soca because when I came in as a soca artist in 2002, the last of the Mohicans of the fast calypso genre was Lucia, that was Black Pearl. And from there, I started singing karaoke as one of my first songs in the TOT tent, and from there, I realized that there wasn't an avenue for me because of my new style of soca, and I decided to open a tent called NG Soca Stage, which breeded a lot of the soca artists we hear outside and now, regionally, internationally, locally. The biggest names you could ever think about in soca, and now it's a business where they could sustain themselves, and I decided to move from that kind of business. And then I went into entrepreneurship in terms of being one of the founding directors of Rice and Lucia,
Mhm.
and also being one of the founding CEOs of my own organization called GSR Enterprise. This business started as a sole proprietor in terms of farming and fishing and selling fish to hotels and restaurants. And from there, I got a calling. I had that voice in my head tell me, boy, you have to go in the schools. And you have to speak to the children about conflict management. And at that time, I didn't know anything about conflict management or anything I was doing. And I just have to trust the Almighty and trust that inner voice in my head,
Yeah.
that told me, like, hey, don't worry about anything. You just position yourself and I will teach you all what you have to know. So now I've accomplished a lot of studying and certification and courses in almost 19 basic life skills tribes. Also, um,
Mhm.
I do emotional intelligence, spiritual intelligence, conflict management. I'm barely touching social intelligence now, and that's what I teach the youths around the country. I'm blessed
Yeah.
to have touched almost every school in the island. I'm only missing two schools, which is Bexton and Otsa, and I think Moshi to a certain extent. And I've accomplished the whole island: primary schools, secondary schools, special ed schools, care schools. Yeah, man. Took me about 3 years to complete.
And do you, listen, that's amazing. And I'm glad you started with the music and you went kind of worked your way into where you are now because I was looking at it from let's go back, but I like that you took it back and you went forward with it. So I like how you did that. And to
Nice.
think that you've already visited all, or most, I think I can say all, because obviously you're going to get to those remaining schools. What you, I know you said you heard the voice kind of directing you in that path, but what was it like, and what has it been like to prepare and to actually go in the schools and do that? Like, what's that process like for you?
As I said earlier, um, I had no idea what when it comes to conflict management, or I could not speak. I was afraid to speak. I'm a performer. You see, a lot of people confuse that with performing is acting your character. So you act in your character. But
Yeah.
speaking out, from your core, from your heart, is the real you. So, people see right through your eyes, people see right through your soul. So speaking is not no acting. And I could
Yes.
not speak. I make no bones about that. And when you say Jah tell you, he's gonna use you and he's gonna mold you into who you are, what he wants you to be. There's no questioning that.
Yeah.
And the process was just amazing. I started receiving books from um, that book that has come to St. Lucia, The Free Winds, because I went into Scientology and I started learning the basic life skills, and they start sending books to me to study psychology and psychiatry and different stuff. And
Mm-hmm.
over a period of 6 months, I think I was ready to approach the schools. But let me tell you, the first three schools I went to, my legs was shaking, my voice was shaking, I was nervous. I was a human being. I had fear because I didn't know how the children would have reacted to me, coming out with that new kind of education vibe.
Yeah. So
But
how
after
did
I did
getting
my
that?
fourth, my fifth, my sixth,
Mm-hmm.
then I start getting comfortable and I start getting confident, and then yeah, man, we took it from there.
So how did the as okay, so you go into the school. Are you guys doing activities together? Like kind of walk us through like what's the vibe like when you enter the school? Like how are you approaching them, and what is that session, I guess, that you having with them? What is that like, and what are you teaching them?
Well, first we had to get permission from the Ministry of Education, and it has to pass on to the director of the counselors, and also the district education officers. We have to get permission from all these people. And then I think they asked they contact the school and say that I'm going to be arriving there to teach conflict management and emotional intelligence. So when I come to the school, I have my speaker box
Nice.
and I have everything structured in my mind. And then before I even go into the talking, I give them a little piece of entertainment, about 5 minutes entertainment. I freestyle, I interact with them, I make them sing with me, I dance, I get exercise, get them hype. And then I get to the nitty gritty.
Nice. So you kind of create that scene for them and that space for them where it's comfortable and
Yeah,
something that they can relate to,
yeah.
and then you kind of deliver it as you
We could
should.
all meet each other on a common ground because all of them know me as an artist,
Yes.
but they don't know me as a speaker. So we had to meet on common ground first and then extend it to speaking.
Hmm.
Because
So speaking of,
there's a thing about when you're speaking to children, the attention span is short. So I use little techniques. Like sometimes I say hype squad and I make them say hey. So every time I see them sleeping or lagging, I say hype squad. Or sometimes I say waterfall and then they give me shh. So we always interacting
oh
to always
yeah,
keep them on their
yeah,
toes.
yeah, yeah. That's amazing, man. So you said a lot of the students, they know you as the artist. Did you
Yes.
feel that when you was in that beginning era of your life, when you was strictly artist and you hadn't gone into those other avenues yet, did you ever see yourself at some point doing what you're doing now, or is it just something that came up and you're like, okay, that's a different part of the journey now I have to embrace? Or was that always the goal for you?
No, that wasn't always a goal for me. I mean,
Mm.
every day is a life experience. Every second, every minute is a life experience. So when I was a child, I think like a child. When I grown up, I think like a grown up. And your experiences make you or helps you to make decisions in your life that you don't even make for yourself, but you make for the greater cause. Because I was incarcerated once wrongfully, and it's inside of there I got the main calling because I was locked up in a condemned cell. And but I wanted to kill myself because I said, but what I do in here? I do no crime, I do nothing, and what I do in here and a murder case and you know, everybody speaking on the media. So I just wanted to take out myself. And then that's why I had that deep voice in my head that say, hey, what you doing? I put you here for a reason because you're stubborn, you're not listening. And you're here because I have a work for you to do for me. And I mean, you're hearing that inner voice and you don't really know what it is yet. So you're confused, you're baffled, you're afraid. And then now, right after that incident, I got chills and the officer came and said, hey, Ninja, set up your vibe, we're going to the chapel. I tell the officer that I put my name from the chapel. He said, you're going to the chapel, nevertheless. Go. And then when I reached in the chapel, I saw this female pastor and she told me, young man, I don't know you. She said, she told me, but God tell me to tell you, prepare yourself because He has a plan for you. Be still, be still. Don't just be still and be calm. And that's where it began in terms of the new Ninja Dan, not the bacchanal or the soca or the artist, but in terms of the teacher, the messenger, the preacher, the brother's keeper, you know. So it
Yeah.
wasn't
And
my
honestly, like even
choice intentionally. It was just like a transfer of experience and information and calling and ordinance and the rest.
yeah. So in terms of, I know you said at one point in that space, you felt like you wanted to end it. And that is something that a lot of youth are also facing back home. Is sometimes it's not even that they're in a similar situation, but they're just stressed and downtrodden and feeling hopeless. And it's like, all right, there's no way out. So they turn to that different life, or sometimes they actually end up, taking their own life. So do you do in the work that you do you also help with like suicide prevention or mental health awareness? Do you do any of that as well?
Yeah, man. Well, you see, through the whole process, before I even start anything, I must set that foundation as to ask the children. Do you all know God?
Yes. Yes.
Because we grow up. In our age, I'm 40 something. You're probably in your 30s. Um, the system teaches God in their own perception. So it's we now that have to experience life and understand who God is. So as a child, I used to believe that God is in the sky, and every child in the school where I go to and ask them where God is, and they say God is in the sky, and that's wrong. And we as children growing up with that stupidity in our mind that God is a man in the sky, I come to break that, and let them know that God is within us all. You must love everybody as yourself. The child you see next to you, rather you curse him or you hate him or you push him. God is in him, so treat him like you treat God. That's why when you pray, we say we get in deliverance from the sky or we get in deliverance from an invisible hand, but rather and truly we get deliverance from each other, the people around us, man, woman, child. Yeah? So I try to get that concept into their heads. So they'll have a different
Mm,
concept as to who we are as human beings, respect one another, love one another, speak good about one another. Because I teach them when you speak bad about people, you speak bad about yourself. And when you speak good or when you speak positive about other people, you speak positivity into your
reality.
life.
Yes. Reality, yes. And that's, listen, those are, people might think those are just simple things, but those are like the foundational, powerful things.
Yeah.
If we get, if we get the youth to switch that mindset,
rather than us learning it later on in life, I can just imagine the change we can see within our society. So that
Yeah,
book
man.
is just so important. Now, as far as I know, you mentioned, you had that rebirth and you had that change and that shift. Currently, do you think you've reached a place of balance as far as meshing the two, or is it still kind of like the past is still kind of lingering as far as who people thought you were or who people knew you as from before? Is that still lingering the work you're doing now as far as people not, on board with what you're doing and thinking, okay, like, why are you doing that now all of a sudden? What's the public reaction towards what you're doing right now?
Well, that is a nice question. The public reaction is like it's unpredictable because the public never knew what I come out to sing. You know, everybody think like Ninja Dan is still in the Lavoe era. Lavoe and
That was a
Bamole
song.
and Outside Man and thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've grown out of that, and the past is the past. You check my life story is on another level. My life story is about development and building. And I have my own insight and foresight as to how entertainment was back then to how it is now. You understand? I mean, as an artist, I believe you're supposed to use your voice to build people and elevate people and uplift people. But the trend I see the music going now is like the opposite. You know, we bring down people and we say derogatory things about women. We say nasty things to each to one another, and I don't like that. I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And if I ever had to go back into that kind of vibe again, it will be a different story. We need structure, we
Yeah.
need discipline, and we need respect for each other. That's how a country will grow.
Yeah, that's reality, and I agree 100% with that. So you said if you were to go back in that space, so currently are you making any music at all, or are you just focused on the work that you're doing with the youth and the schools?
Hey, I sing in it because
Okay.
I sang 3 years ago. I sing The Mouse in Your House, and I'd already hung my belt. But
Mm-hmm.
it was a particular artist that told me that Ninja is not going to take part into that soca anymore because there's so much evil. So I said, but how you mean? There's so much evil. He said, boy, they have a certain clique of artists and certain groups and division and in their fraternity. And I say, really? So I say, but bro, you motivating me. I like to see you perform. So why are you going to stop because of that? And you tell me, nah, man, I'm not going to do it. So I said, all right, let me do that for you. I'm going to go into that arena and I'm going to mash up that evil for you, my bro. And that's when I came on saying, The Mouse in Your House. There's so many subliminal messages in that song that if you listen to that song, you're going to realize that it's not talking about a mouse in the house, but it's even deeper. Yeah? This year,
Yeah.
I decided to sing not for the bacchanals, but for the story of Carnival in terms of where
Yes.
Carnival used to be before in January, February, and going to the Lenten season and into Ash Wednesday, whatever, right? And then they move that from there and they bring it into July, which is a more commercial vibe. Now, if we go back to all the carnivals in the Caribbean, everybody respect the January, February vibe, where they have the Tewin of Babal, which is like you bury the demon of Carnival. It was a ritualistic thing where the old people or the ancestors used to respect that kind of culture. But the youths now, they step over that or they overlook that and they just jumping into carnival. It is a commercial thing, a wine and get it good, you dress naked, and tomorrow you're a different person. No, you have to respect the culture, respect the spirits and the demons in carnival, and bury it and let it rest and continue life. So this year, that's why I came and sing Tewe Babal to let the youth and them understand where carnival came from and where it is now and where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. I saw that video on Facebook, and I just saw the I don't know if you call it a buka. That's how I know it as. But I
Yeah,
saw
the
it and I
booker.
saw, the, the round circle, and I was intrigued because I was like, okay, I've never seen anything like that. And I posted and I was asking her about it, like, what is that? Like, what is that? I know Tewe Baba, Berry Baba, but I was like, what is that? And some people started commenting and you as well started sharing. So you said something there that kind of really intrigues me as far as forgetting about the culture aspect of it and how it started off. So that opened up my mind in so many ways. But what's the danger you think of going away from tradition as far as things like that? Where, like you said, it was done before leading up to Ash Wednesday, where you had to bury those things and move on. What's the danger you think from forgetting about that aspect of it and now having it into something completely different? What danger in your foresight do you see in that?
The danger is that is when people finish jump up on the Tuesday, they drunk and they tight and they tired and they throw all the garbage on the road and they wash the costume and they chew it on the road. And the fact that they do not honor the ritual of burying the demon or burying the spiritual part of it. And they go at the home with all the malproperty, they go at the home with all the old vibe. Because when you see carnival time, you have a different thing of people, different types of people linking up, dancing together, drinking, having a good time. And then when you go home now, you bring all that to your house. The old people I was saying, when you come from in a funeral, you leave your dirty clothes outside and don't go inside the house before the dead follow you. For me, my foresight is the same thing for carnival. When you jump up on the road and you have the good time, you leave all them things on the road, you bury them things on the road and you go on another level. And that's the danger of it. You understand? Because after that now, you get a lot of explicit sexual activities, you get rape, you get drunkenness, you get all kind of thing. Babies born and they don't even know who their father is. That could never be a good thing. That's a dangerous thing. You understand? If you don't have control or you don't have structure, then it's chaos.
Yo, that is so deep. That is so powerful. And honestly, even just this conversation by itself, this dialogue we're having about that, I think moving forward, that's gonna be something else we have to dive into more because I think people need to hear that. And especially now we have a lot of people who say, culture and that's just our culture and that's just what we do. And, it's always like that and people are judging. But you're someone who's in it, who grew up in it and who knows the roots of it, the foundation of it, and you're saying, no, that's not what it is. So do you think is that something you're moving forward, you're actually advocating for, or are you just going to share when you need to and whatnot? But is that something you're also going to put on your plate as far as your mission to say, no, that's not how it's done?
Hey, whatever to do with everything positive,
Mm.
make sure everything right, that's me. So sometimes somebody will ask me, when are you singing next year? And I don't know. It's when I get the download, the voice come and tell me, hey, you singing this year, sing that, sing that, sing that. And then I don't have a choice.
Mm. Wow. So as far as, so you said, your entrepreneurship, your youth advocacy, you're creative and you're doing all these things. How do you find the balance? Because that's a lot. And I'm sure there's probably more stuff that you haven't been doing that it's in the works of coming up to be pushed to the forefront. How do you find that balance? Everyday life balance.
When you say balance, you talk about everyday life.
As far as all that you do, how do you find the balance to keep everything flowing and yes, everyday life to just stay afloat in what you're doing?
I don't know. I don't
Mm.
know. That is a question I cannot answer. But I have to give all praises unto the Most High because sometimes I just be in awe. I just be amazed and say, like, Ninja, you did that? How you did that?
Mm.
How you managed to do
Yeah.
that? And I just been wonder myself as but sometimes I just cry myself to sleep and say, boy, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you had the belly and you had the guts to stand up and do all that. And I just let it be until people come and tell me, boy, you don't realize what you're doing. I say, well, yeah. They say, no, 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 you don't realize what you're doing. You see what you're doing. This lady come and tell me, you see what you're doing there? You're doing what 99.9% of the people of Solution never do. They're not doing, and they will never do. And that took me by surprise. Like, what do you mean by that? See, because no one has ever gone to all the schools. Not even the education minister has gone to all the schools. And you're just doing it like it's a flyby. You're just doing it and you make it look so easy. And then I came to some kind of self-realization and said, but wow, indeed that's true. But I don't just take it and put it in my head like some kind of egotistical vibe. I just let it be and just because at the end of the day, I cannot look back. I must not look back. I just have to keep moving forward. So the balance thing you're asking me there is sometimes I wish I was clean. I wish I had three of my body, four of my body, because sometimes I have to go on the farm, sometimes I have to go in the school, sometimes I have to go in the communities, and really and truly, I don't have a life
Your
because
life is your work.
in my
Your work,
community,
yeah.
if there is some kind of violence or some kind of premeditated violence that's going to occur, the inner voice will tell me, go there and stop that, go and prevent that. And sometimes I just get mad, but I have I have to listen to the inner voice.
Yeah.
So I like a madman in the sense of I cannot really be amongst people, but by myself because I'm always in creative. I'm always studying. I'm always trying to limit my mind. So it's not normal for me to be amongst people with the energy. I want to protect my energy, so I'm always by myself.
Yeah. Yeah, you're always in solitude. I mean,
Yeah,
a lot of people are scared to be by themselves, because they haven't faced themselves yet. So
sure.
just the fact that, you're in that means that you're constantly in reflection, constantly in that zone of your higher self. And like you said, it's not about ego or saying, I'm doing all of this, but the reality is you are a light. And I will even say you are a light in the darkness, honestly. And that itself cannot be hidden because, like I said, I didn't know you did all of that. And then now I'm just even blown away that all of that is happening. And I want to personally thank you for what you are doing because I do believe we need more of what you are doing in the community. So thank you for doing
Thank you.
that. But
Thank
honestly,
you.
honestly, thank you for that. Um, I did want to ask you two more things I wanted to ask you. As a child growing up, like if you remember yourself as a young boy, what was the support system for you? Or do you think there was any support system for you to become the man you are today?
Hmm. Yeah, man. Of course. Um, I want to big up my grandparents. They already deceased,
Mhm.
and as a baby, I was a traumatized baby in the sense of I never raised with my mother or my father, and
Mhm.
my grandparents raised me at the age of 3 months old. And in spite of the upbringing was difficult in the sense of I had to do a lot of hard work chores, carry water by the road, go by the river, carry water, or carry fish water on my head to go all in tongue and to go and fish with my grandfather or go in the bush and cut stick and cut grass at a tender age of 6 years and 7 years. I was angry. I was mad at these people for doing me this craziness. But as I got older, I changed my mindset in the sense of I could not have paid them people enough for all what they have taught me. And even my grandfather used to teach me as a child that, always learn to do everything on your own because When you get older, you not always have people around you to do things for you. And boy, that was like a golden
Yes.
print in my mind that I could wash, I could cook, I could press, I could clean, I could do my vibe. I don't need no woman to come and do anything for me. And them kind of support system that I had, that's priceless. Because my grandparents was almost retired, 65, 70 years. And I used to be going to Castries Comprehensive School, and my grandfather used to give me $7 every day. And I used to wonder, but where you getting that $7 from? And you're not working. So sometimes I used to spend $2 for bus and save $5 every day. So I always had a mindset for business. From the time I was small, I had a mindset for business to save and to do that and invest. And by the time I reached 11 years old, I was already a businessman.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's deep, man. That's deep. And so for the kids, I would say growing up, or if there's like any young who may or may not be in a similar situation, but nonetheless, they're kids, so there's so many different stuff trying to influence them. What would you tell them?
There's so much I want to tell them, but I just want to tell them that just put God first in your life. Um, God is as closest to you as a breath that you breathe. You think God is far away because God is a spirit, and God gave each of us the power of words on our tongue. He said that in the beginning was the word, and the word was with John, the word was Jah. So everything we open our mouth and say, we must be aware of what we say, because whatever we say, it comes to life, it comes to pass. So sometimes we get up and we say we're tired, we get up and we say we're broke, we're sick, we don't have, we don't care, we cannot go, we cannot afford. And we condemn our lives, we're not even knowing that everything starts from the foundation, from your tongue, from your mouth. So I want them, the kids and the parents, to be aware of what they say. Be conscious of what you say. That's what I want to tell the youths.
Starting with
You're breaking up.
just thank you for being here today, man, and thank you for making our fundraiser happen and just bringing your insight into what you're doing, and hopefully it inspires the people. Honestly, I love meeting individuals like yourself because I feel like we have to bond together to get stronger. It don't mean we all doing the same thing, but just bond together to collectively be stronger. So thank you for joining us. And just thank you for being here. If there's any closing words you want to share, the floor is yours. But thank you so much for today, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man, you're welcome. Thank you for having me. Um, Thank you for the diaspora listening to me. Um, Final words I want to say that Gaza people, just be positive. And when you look at things, I know things are hard with everybody. I know everybody is watching the every cent every time. But shift your mind on a different level and think positive. Look at difficulty as easy because of your perception. Look at hardship as niceness, because them things there is your best teachers. You cannot make no mistake about it. After you've gone through the hardships and the tribulations and the difficulties, you become a stronger person. Yeah? Because at the end of the day, a lot of people will say the devil is a bad person, the devil is an evil one, but the devil is God's prosecutor in the sense of he persecutes you so you get better and you get stronger to be on the other side. Just like when he had to challenge Job, the devil could not go and attack Job without he had permission from God. So it goes for us. The Bible is a basic thing for us to follow. The devil cannot come and do us anything unless he asks God permission to be his prosecutor. So don't put the blame on the devil every time. It's we that making our decisions to do bad. We that making our decisions to harm and to disrespect and to do things that not well, you know. So I want you to go into yourself, understand who you are and who God is and what role God is to you and what role you is to God, and change your mindset, change your perception, and be positive.
Okay, folks, we are back. Listen, the internet is interneting today. All right, internet like a internet. Um, so like I said, anytime the internet does go out, we'll simply just hop on back the live and keep things flowing. But we just had our very first interview for today, who was none other than Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan. And listen, man, for another 2 hours. But the work that Jonathan is doing is so important. And it aligns with what we here at the Southern Gem Foundation see the need for. And that is to step in, to be positive, and to be advocates for youth. The youth are not the future, the youth are now. The youth are now. You know, Jonathan dropped so many gems in there for us, and I just hope that it reaches the people that it needs to reach, and people are inspired by his story and what he is doing, what he continues to do. Persons in St. Lucia back home in the diaspora, support, 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 support. And I did ask him to send his closing remarks for us because right when he was about to, and I know it was about to be good, right when he was about to, share his closing remarks, the live dropped. So I'm going to get his closing remarks and then I will play it on here for us as we just continue our fundraising stream-a-thon. like I said, folks, we do have our closing remarks by our first guest who was just on here, Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan. And so I will be playing his closing remarks, what he wanted to share before the internet went out, because I think it's just so powerful. So please, let's take a listen.
Just think positive, you know, think positive, and when you look at hardships and you look at difficulties and you look at tribulations and obstacles, let them things be your teacher, you know. Embrace it because it's your perception. Yeah, then things will help you develop yourself to be a stronger person. So rather than you blame the devil and say, boy, it's the devil that made you do this, or the devil do you that, or evil against you, or that forces against you, no, that's madness. It's all in your mind, what they put in your mind from the time you're a child. You condition your mind to think that everything that goes wrong it is the devil. It's just like in the Bible, the devil had to go to the Almighty before he could persecute Job. That story goes for us as well. The devil is God's prosecutor. He cannot do us any harm unless God give him permission. So hence his purpose. His purpose is still under God's command. So I want you guys to watch everything that's happening around you, whether it's bad, whether it's good, and embrace it. Because that's how we learn, that's how we become better individuals, and that's how we grow. Thank you.
People, y'all heard it here. Y'all heard it here. Y'all heard what the man said. Positive, positive, positive. In our mind, that's where it starts. And just wow. Just wow. That was an amazing way for us to start off the fundraiser. So thank you to Mr. Jonathan St. Rose, aka Ninja Dan, on spreading a little, because trust me, I know there was so much more. And while I was interviewing, I had my little notes and I was straying from it because I'm like, no, I want to talk about this instead, because he just said something that I want to know more and more and more about. So definitely this is not the end to our conversations, our dialogues. Why all these words have cons and dies but now I'm just conscious of what you just said, which is speaking positively and speaking life and all these things. But this is not the end. We will definitely have more of those talks, more of those reasonings on important things as it relates to culture, as it relates to creativity, as it relates to who we are, spirituality, and all things. That is just the beginning. I'm just so happy that thank you. I'm just trying to get some Hello, folks. We are back. We are back. I know the internet sucks, but thank you to you guys for logging back in, and making this happen. Like I mentioned, no matter how many times it shuts off, we're just gonna hop right back in and do what we are doing, which is continue our pledge for the holiday season, continue our drive. If you weren't here, we did just have our first interview with Jonathan Ninja Dan St. Rose. To him for stopping. You would like to make a donation or a pledge to donate@gmail.com. That is our Zelle. So we do accept Zelle. And this is how you are able to support if you are interested in doing so. So we're just gonna play some little background music. Right now we will be switching gears and I will be doing a quick holiday look, a little holiday makeup look. So that's the next hour. It's just gonna be me doing my little makeup. So if you're interested in makeup, if you're interested in any of that, feel free to stop by. I'm going to do a quick bathroom break. I'm going to do a quick breakfast break because I don't know if you guys saw, I only had a banana and tea, like my thing. So I'm gonna make some more tea and probably get some toast and some peanut butter and honey. Oh yeah. So thank you all for being here. I am going to step out shortly. Yep, I can get this to work. There we go. Hi, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to our stream-a-thon, our 12-hour stream-a-thon here at the Southern Gems Foundation. We are currently raising funds for our holiday pledge season. And our holiday pledge is all about creating gift baskets for disabled youth in St. Lucia. We start at 6 a.m. and we will be going up until 6 p.m. Like I mentioned, we did have our first interview already with Mr. Jonathan St. Rose. So thank you for that, Mr. St. Rose, for joining us and spreading, spreading the wealth, really. Thank you for everyone who's been tuned in, who are currently tuned in. And like I said, on this hour right now, what we are going to do, I'm going to do a quick little makeup look for anyone who's interested where it needs to be. Doing my quick makeup look. And our second interviewer will be Miss Ronnie Ramin. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Miss Ronnie Ramin will be our second interviewer. We will be talking about her book, the work that she does, her use of distractions, whose voice matters. So we'll be going over her book. Just talking about the work she is doing. And again, we're having those talks and those reasonings for us to get an idea of why it's important to do something like this, why it's important to donate to the Southern Gem Foundation's holiday pledge season. So again, please share the live, share the broadcast with anyone in your network who will be interested in what we are doing and also to help us reach our goal. We have not done a goal check in a minute, so I will look at where our tracker is, look at our donations to see if anything else came in, and then just give an update on what our goal is right now. Again, our goal was $1,200. At this morning, we did have our first donation by Miss Petula, and just shot $100, which was our star tier. So we thank her for that. And then, like I said, we're just gonna go ahead and continue on for the morning. So a quick makeup look, quick update on where we are pledge-wise, and then move forward from there. And also eat. I am so hungry, people, so I'm going to forget the honey. I'm too hungry. Someone told me I'm the interviewee and I'm the interviewer. So yeah, this is why I have people around me who care and love me, you know, to correct me. So yes, I am the interviewer. I'm doing the interviewing. And we will be having our interviewee on the hour. Thank you. Oh, all right, people. We need some, gonna do some quick. Folks. This is the some honey right now. Listen, I said no, but I have to go do it. BR. All right, I am back. I am back. Still having breakfast. I just went to get some honey. I went to get some honey. Listen, people, this is the breakfast, all right? This is the stuff. Don't judge me for my honey finishing. Honey's expensive. All right, you see this, people? You see this, people? This is the stuff. And if you're feeling extra spicy, just cut some bananas on there. Boom. Yeah, dance for food. I dance for food. I'm one of those. So I'm supposed to be doing a quick makeup look, but I'll start in like 5 minutes. Let me finish eating my bread. Oh, oh! I see a oh shit. Alright, that just took a turn for the worse. I was laughing and bread flew out of my mouth like it had a mission to go away from my mouth, and then I cursed. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, Shannon is back. People, I'm sorry, right? I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. But all of that just happened because I was too excited because we got a new pledge. We have another $100 pledge by Shelly Paris. We have another pledge. Hello. We have another pledge. Let me do another song. We have another pledge. We have another pledge. Okay. But thank you to Shelly Paris for pledging your donation, for making your donation of a star. Thank you for being a star, and thank you for pledging. We are well on our way, folks. And I will be sharing the tracker shortly. Once I just get my life together and finish eating my bread, I'll share a tracker of how we are doing as far as our goal. I remember our goal is $1,200 in 12 hours, and I'm feeling good about our goal. Oh my gosh. I need to finish eating this much. Let's do every level. So we are saying shout out to Shelly on your pledge. Thank you for being a star. Thank you for being a star. Yes, we are doing this. We are doing this. And I am believing, folks, that we can make this. I am believing that we can reach our goal of $1,200 for the next 12 hours. Excuse me, that is our goal. If we are able to do $100 an hour, and again, that's collectively. If we are able to simply do that, we could reach our goal. So we are currently at $200. This is currently 9 a.m. So it's the 4th hour already. 6, 7, 8, 9. It's already 4 hours in. That's crazy. Is it really? It really is. Wow, time flies. I'm just updating, like I said, I'm updating our tracker so I can just show what we are doing and where we're at as far as how our funds are looking. So we are currently on our fourth hour, and we are currently at $200. So I'm just going to share to see where we're at. And this is where we're at. We are currently at $200 for the fourth hour. Our goal is to get to $1,200 by the 12th. We're exactly where we need to be. Maybe the strategy that I had in mind is not how it's going to play out today, and that's completely fine. We're going to keep moving forward. You know, we are going to keep moving forward, and that's what matters today. So again, this is 6 a.m. Oh my gosh, this is 9 a.m. It's not 6 a.m. Flip it. That's the time we're at right now. So shout out to Shelly on your pledge. Thank you. Thank you for that. And if I will just go ahead, folks, and just start on this makeup journey that I promised. Let me just get something else on my screen so that you guys are just not looking at me now. Something else. There we go. Yes. So yes, folks, right now we are entering a pledge saying thank you. Shout out to Emmanuel. Emmanuel is like is the Southern Gem mascot, all right? The Southern Gem needs his type of energy and his type of whatever he has going on that allows him to have all that energy. That's what we need in the Southern Gem. We need Emmanuel's energy. But yeah, thank you everyone for being here. And like I said, right now I'm going to get into a makeup look. And this is for anyone who is interested in learning how to do your makeup and get that easy holiday look. I'm going to be very simple today. I'm only going to do my foundation, do my eyebrows, foundation, eyebrows, a little blush, and just very, very simple. So again, feel free to follow along if this is you. Share with someone that might need to or who wants to learn how to do their makeup. This is beginner friendly. First thing that you want to do when you start off with your makeup is just go ahead and obviously wash your face and moisturize. Wash your face and moisturize. The very first thing as well is that you're going to go ahead, I should have brought a mirror, right? That would make sense to have a personal mirror with me. Is to just go ahead and use some primer. And it's our primer, and this is Smashbox Photo Finish. It's a sample because we love samples over here. So you're just gonna go ahead and make sure your hands are clean too. I mean, I'm jumping steps, but you guys get the picture. I'm gonna go in with our primer. So I need a mirror because I'm looking at myself through another screen. It's not gonna work. So BRB besties, let me go get a mirror. I am back like I never left with my handy dandy mirror. Shout out to Ulta Beauty for giving me this mirror. We love free things over here. I could just tilt this way. That's what I'm doing. And then quick makeup look for the holiday season, and I went ahead, I did my primer, which the primer just helps with your pores and making sure like everything is kind of matted and the foundation is able to sit well on your face. So I'm just going to go ahead, very simple, go in with my foundation. I already started wrong, but it's okay. Go with my foundation and just very light. The foundation that I use is Fenty. Honestly, foundation is foundation. I like this because it's more of a skin tint, so it feels more like it's a like just a lotion on your face, and it's not too sticky. I should have done my eyebrows first, but it's okay. And then you could use your brush, a sponge or a brush. I'm using the sponge just because I haven't washed my brush in a minute. And if you do that, then you run the risk of having acne and breakout. So yeah, just gonna go in with my sponge and just make sure everything is, everything is blended in. And again, my relationship with makeup is that makeup is supposed to just enhance what's already there. It's not supposed to mask anything. It's not supposed to create a new face. The face that God gave us is beautiful. We are images. We are made in the image of God. So I do believe each of us physically carry a piece of God as far as our looks. So it's not to create any like illusion or misguide people on our looks. It's just to practice our creativity. You know? So yeah, so let's go ahead and make sure everything's blended in. I need like a light, right? Look at me. I'm doing this whole thing wrong. Does this make a difference? This thing is wrong. Fake news. Is it important? Anyway, fake news. Hi. Yeah. So go ahead and put that foundation in. And my best bet if you're trying to figure out, alright, how do I even start foundation as far as getting a foundation? Go to the experts. So if you're in the US, go to Sephora and ask them to match you with a foundation. Don't try to figure it out on your own. And if you're in the Caribbean, same thing. Go to someone who does makeup and ask them, hey, like, what shade do you think? Or can you accompany me to get this and that? Like, I think as a young woman, or even as an older woman, it's important to know how to give yourself a light beat on your, as far as makeup goes, right? It's just a skill to have. So that's why I thought it would be good to share it. So the next thing that I do after just making sure my foundation is properly absorbed, and like I said, nothing crazy, just a little enhancement, right? I'm gonna do my eyebrows. And then my eyebrow that I use, my eyebrow product is Goof Proof Brow Pencil by Benefit. And I'm not advertising for these people, this is just me sharing my makeup routine. Alright, Goof Proof Brow Benefit. Very easy. And obviously one of the main things I'd suggest is to just get your eyebrows done. If your eyebrows are kept, the easier it is to actually do them. So you don't have to worry about concealer and doing all the other stuff. You could just fill them in. So I just go in and I kind of straighten everything out. I have to yeah, everything in, and then the other end is going to allow me to fill in the gaps. and just go around it. Anywhere you see that, you know, it could be filled in more, just go ahead and fill it in, just like that. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. And then what I like to do is that as far as where it ends, to just make sure it ends at like this kind of natural angle right here. Or sometimes when I feel like being dramatic, I do it. And then just kind of brush it in, make it appear a little softer. Very simple. Bam! See the difference is just giving it a little bit of ink. So you see that, oh, she did something to her face. So again, to anyone joining, just in a quick little how-to holiday makeup look. Very simple. Went ahead with my foundation. Now I'm just working on my eyebrows. You always want to get the outside. Get the outside to kind of fill it in. I know some people tend to kind of draw their eyebrows in a certain way, but it's just like follow the main shape of your brows and just work with what you got, sis. If you don't have a natural arch, then don't force it. Just embrace what you got. You know what I'm saying? Of course you know what I'm saying. And just like that, I'm done with my eyebrows. That's it. Very simple. That's how I like my eyebrows. Nothing crazy. So that it seems that, alright, this girl did something to me. And again, our next guest will be correctly, who is an author. She will be sharing her work with us and all that she, is doing as well for the community. We're gonna check on her to make sure she's good. Yes, folks, I want to share some music and I get a little vibe going, but a while ago I was doing that, and then as soon as I play a cocktail song, they're gonna come and say like, all right, like you can't use that song. I'm a free woman. At least I want to think I am. Anyhow, so now we're gonna go in with our mascara. Mascara is very, very important. So you're gonna go in with mascara. This is again a Fenty mascara. I recently bought a Benefit roller lash because it came free if I bought something for over $30 from Benefit. So this is good as well. I just think Fenty is a little fuller, which this one is almost finishing too. But yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and do our eyelash. This is finishing too. And as you could see, I did not do any eyeshadow, nothing like that. It's just a very simple makeup look. Like I'm going to work makeup look. I'm meeting up with my friend. Very simple makeup look. But you feel the difference. I'm gonna try another makeup. This one is almost done. I'm gonna try my Benefit. There we go. And make sure when you're doing your eyelash, my people, that you go in through both the corners. Don't just do the middle. Go in through the corner as well, and just be careful so you don't poke your eye. So again, we are doing a quick holiday makeup tutorial for anyone who's interested. And something as simple as this, you know, you're good to go. You're ready. You're saying, well, here I am. My eyelash is on and you can't stop me. I'm all the way up. And then you could just go in as much as you need to. For the underlash. So I'm gonna go in with this smaller one and just do my underlash. You got kind of, when you're doing it, you kind of have to do the yeah, the faces of makeup, man. I wasn't thinking of doing concealer, but I just thought maybe I should. Maybe I won't, because I don't want to do it. I just started doing it. Do you guys see it? Do you see the vision? You see the vision? And then yeah, and then if I had thought of it thoroughly, I probably would have added concealer before I did my under eyelash, but I didn't think of it, so I'm not gonna add concealer. Or maybe I will, but just not a lot. So what I do with my concealer, well, I'm very unconventional when it comes to my makeup. I just go ahead and I do like floop, 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 floop. And then I have a little brush somewhere that I just use the brush. I got many brushes. Alright, so we did our little ploop ploop ploop. Let's just do some ploop 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 on the. And who can stop me? Who can say that's not how you do it? No one, because that's how I do it. That's how I do it. And we just fill this in right here. Again, you don't have to. I thought of it after doing it. Fill this in right here. To make it seem like we got 12 hours of sleep. Which we did it. Again, to those of you who are just joining in, welcome to our fundraiser, our Stream-A-Thon fundraiser. We are just doing our little makeup hour and waiting on our guest who will be joining us shortly, Miss Ronnie Ramin, author, youth advocate, and creative. So yeah, just go in there with the concealer. And I guess same goes for if you do under your eye, you can also do at the top, right? I guess. Like add here, like why not? Who said we can't do that? We could do that. Why not? No one is saying we can't do it. I didn't say you can't do it. So who's gonna tell you you can't? Who's gonna say you can't? Exactly. And honestly, folks, this is the makeup look. This is it right here. Alright? Nothing crazy. When we're done, maybe go in for a little contour. Give us a little definition over here. A little something over there. A little something here. You know? Just for the edges of the face. To create structure and definition. And use random brushes to get the look that you want. Random brushes. That's all you gotta do is give it a little blendy blend. A little blendy blend. Who's gonna tell me we can't do that, folks? No one. The world is your oyster. This is your world. I'm just living in it. And then if we really want, we go ahead. Yeah. Oh no, don't live. Don't do this to me. Then we can just go ahead and blend that into. And folks, if I'm being very honest, that is it. That is it. All I'm going to do is kind of fill in my eyebrows a little. I feel like the top here is not filled in as much. Yep, there we go. Very simple. Chef's kiss. The final thing I will do, and again, there's like so many different ways to do this. There are so many different ways to, you know, put on your makeup. I'm not gonna stand here and be like, no, this is the right way. Simply just spray it, have it set. I like to spray before I add my finishing. I feel like this is not done. I like to spray before I blush, my blush, and my lip gloss. Final look, add some blush, give a little light to the cheeks to make it look like we're alive. And then just going to put a little color, not too much, so I throw a pink color. Smile, how you doing? And if you want to do a little on your nose. Oh, I'm so cold. There you have it, folks. And then last but not least, I'm gonna get my lips situated and just do like a light. Get some more gloss, more gloss. And that it is, that is it. That is it. This is it. Caroline Stent, I'm the light of the world, I feel blend. This is it, folks. This is it. Our holiday look is done. Simple. That's how you do it, folks. And then, yeah, the holiday look is completed. And then if, you know, throughout the day, I feel like I want a little pick me up, and I'll just add some red again, some red again, red again. That's how we're gonna do it. That's what we want. We want simplicity. This is side. So like I was saying, folks, we do have our second interviewee who will be on, which is Miss Ronnie Ramin, author, youth advocate, and she has a book that we will be going over. Her book, Play Free of Distractions, Whose Voice Matters. We will be going over that and just chatting with her about what she's doing currently in the community and all that exciting stuff. And again, folks, please go ahead and share the live. Please share the live, invite your network in. We do have Miss Ronnie with us, and she will be sharing about her work shortly. We're just waiting for us to get everything set up, and she will be joining us, and we'll learn about the amazing things that she is doing, as well as her book, Play Free of Distractions. Hello? If you're speaking, Ronnie, we can't hear you. Are you able to hear us? That's better. I heard something. Can you hear us? Hello? Okay, I think we have some Wi-Fi. I don't think it's Wi-Fi. I think it's audio. Let's see.
Kelly, if you're speaking to me, I cannot
Okay, yes.
hear anything. Like,
Can you hear
it's
now?
so quiet.
You can't hear me? Okay. Give me 1 second. Testing. So I just had to exit. Okay, I don't think she could hear me. Okay, we are having that issue again. We had it earlier and we fixed it. And now it's doing the same thing again. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Or you can't? Can you hear me? No. Okay. Hello? Yes, so I don't think you could hear me, but I can actually hear you clearly. So I'm thinking if we try for the next 2 minutes to fix it, if we can't, then I'll just call you on WhatsApp and we could do we could leave the visual on, the camera on, and then we'll do it via WhatsApp. No, you're fine. That should be fine. Yeah, thank you. Alrighty. So yeah, we just spoke to Miss Ronnie, just trying to figure this out because technology is technology, but it will not win against what we are trying to do because we are trying to spread the good cheer and do the good works. Just trying to leave the studio one more time. Okay, so we're gonna try one more time to just make sure that we are receiving the audio, or Miss Ronnie is receiving the audio from us. If not, we will just go straight into calling her via WhatsApp and just having the conversation through there, where we'll be able to hear her and just share some of what she is doing. Okay. Are you able to hear me at all, Ronnie? No? Okay. So I'll just call you on WhatsApp then. Um, let's welcome Miss Ronnie Ramin. Thank you, Ronnie, for joining us. Thank you for helping us, for being patient with us with all these technical difficulties and all these issues. We appreciate that. Um, but yeah, if you could just, like I said, welcome to the Stream-A-Thon. If you could just introduce yourself, tell us who you are, a bit about what you do, and to anyone who might know you, just some of the stuff that you are doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. I appreciate you with me virtually today. I'm so excited to share what's behind the book.
Yeah.
Free of distraction. Into which voice matters. Yeah, so basically, it's the book that I wrote. What's my experience with kids, my philosophy as to how to make working with kids very, very easy, but more manageable
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
And I want to take the opportunity to share with all the caregivers, parents, guardians, and whoever else who loves to take a lead and basically try to manage
Yes. Yes. Yes.
future events and our future, you know, men and women out there.
Yeah. That's amazing. I know some people, they absolutely dread kids. Like they seriously have a fear of kids because they don't know how to even begin interacting with them. So I think that's a great tool. So thank you so much for sharing that. So before we get into the book itself, we just like to know a little about you, your experience growing up. I see that you grew up in Mikud, St. Lucia. So tell us a bit about your upbringing and how that kind of shaped your career and your advocacy for youth right now.
So, I could, we go at the age of 20, we were to the US, New York, exactly. I first worked with kids in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. The kids were a little older. And so younger kids, age of 9, he was us. And I remember clearly that his mom was having a hard time, separating herself from him.
Mm.
She did not feel confident enough to, push him not away from her, but away from the nest around her.
Mm-hmm.
So I used, she also did books later on.
Mm-hmm.
During COVID, all myself home, everyone else was just, chilling. I had to find my way to work.
Mm-hmm.
And at that moment, there was a sibling, so two of them. And one evening I sat at home and I'm like, this is really tough.
Mm-hmm.
Because this COVID, we can't get outside, we can't do anything. So I decided to just, grab a pen and piece of paper. And I decided, you know what? I think I've had enough experience because at the time, the first one was 3.
Okay.
The second one was about a year and a half or so. And I decided to go through my experience with the first one. When I started within my 9 months old, the books that I read,
Mm-hmm.
And I decided, you know what? I think I'm going to make this thing more manageable. So I put my ideas together, my thoughts together, penned it, and here we are. I created my baby.
Wow. That's amazing. So growing up, did you ever see anyone around you basically doing what you're doing right now?
No, I remember my parents when I was in school, my parents had given birth to twins. I saw how she dealt with it. It was difficult. I felt assisted. My mom assisted. My mother else, my grandma and moment.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really hard. It was really hard.
Yeah.
And I came here remembering how they managed that and incorporated that into me first being a caregiver when I came and migrated into this country.
Yeah.
So that's the most I had
Mm-hmm. And
of experience with babies. Yeah.
yeah, and that's all because you saw it up front. And so you said kind of transitioning from home and coming up here, you went into that caregiver role. How often do you actually go home? Like, how often are you back home? Or are you based here? What's that like managing both spaces?
Well, I don't to be exact.
Okay.
My parents are
Okay.
and my brother.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to times a year.
Oh, nice.
And lately I've not been there so very much. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I usually try to visit my parents as much as possible whenever I get a break.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and decide to go away. I've got that opportunity to be down there.
Mm-hmm.
And just spend time with them if it's 4 days a week,
Yeah.
whatever
Nice.
it is. That, yeah.
Nice. So again, with that kind of thing of traveling back and forth home, do you think there's a place that needs your presence more as far as it comes to your work? Because oftentimes, people think or they believe that if you're in the US or if you're in New York, then it's like you have so much access and you're getting it good, and we need to kind of be more attuned, I guess, with back home and bring back the resources home. So do you ever have that issue where you think your work could be more beneficial if you were situated back home? And if you do, how do you manage that?
And even if I'm not situated back home, I think I can still manage that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because we need to categorize any part of the nation as being the most desperate when it comes to my philosophy being I should say,
Yeah.
think communities of Newport, up Texas East, Central, in the community of Newport. I believe that I can get the opportunity because I've already had discussions with people.
Nice.
I had discussions with my husband. I want to give back. I want to help those kids. I want to create something that would allow me to bring what I know
Yeah.
and how I can help those kids be better individuals.
Yeah.
They don't deserve that. They don't deserve to be, yelled at, treated as if they don't have a choice,
Mm-hmm.
treated like their body belongs to somebody else and not them.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly, these things sometimes when I go down there and I see parents and yelling and screaming, and like, you're not going to get anything back.
Yeah.
Positive from that child. The reaction will not be positive.
Yeah.
They will rebel. They will throw tantrums.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to work to move them somewhere where they can say to you, okay, son, Rose, Jack, whoever it is,
Mm-hmm.
I need you to sit and watch me. Pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
If I tell you 2 minutes to pray, 2 minutes, I need you to understand that we need to leave and we need to go home.
Yeah.
If you do not cooperate, which is one of my adults and total cooperation. If you don't cooperate, there are consequences. You might not get another opportunity to play or to go visit this person or to do anything that you know you'll be updates with.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you get a better reaction from that kid when you actually meet with eye to eye, and you actually understand their body and they understand their body. And you don't make that distinction. No, you won't get that. You'll create a scenario there.
Yeah.
Versus if you actually change that philosophy and meet them eye to eye.
Yeah. Because it's almost like the kids are reflections, right? So whatever, if you're giving them all of that, then that's what you're going to get back. So it's almost like as much as it's about the kids, it's also about kind of rewiring the brain of parents as well. What you do, I know you do the kids advocacy. Do you also provide like opportunities to kind of train adults or like help adults, kind of see different ways to interact with kids? What does that look like? Mm-hmm.
Teach them. They question me as to, but Ronnie, how do you get him or her to do this?
Mm-hmm.
I said, I assisted them in getting it done. Because I'm not the one supposed to make them do anything.
Nice.
I can assist them, I can be next to them, I can encourage them.
Yes.
I can suggest things to them, but I will not get them to do what I want them to do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's really
So
good.
basically, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's really good. And so do you ever run into people who kind of give that pushback of, well, you're not gonna tell me how to how do you deal with that? Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I embrace it.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. I embrace it. I'm like, I mean, you're entitled to what you believe. It's your opinion. It's your take.
Yeah.
But also, I'm telling you what works for me.
Mm-hmm.
So, to share with you, you don't have to accept it.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
you know,
So even hearing you speak, I know there's this new thing now of gentle parenting. Do you think it's similar to that, or is it something, what you're doing, is it something as far as just a change in the dynamics, or do you think it's along the lines of gentle parenting?
so it changes the dynamics.
Okay.
Because, basically, I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
If Jack, let's just name the kid Jack. If I'm dealing with Jack, grandma or his parents, one of his parents,
Mm-hmm.
say to him, get down from there, you will fall. I want you to fall. Because then I have to take you to the hospital, and I don't have time for that.
Mm-hmm.
My approach would be, Jack, look at me. I would appreciate it if you get down from there. Because I do not want you to hurt your body.
Mm-hmm.
And if you hurt your body, that would be very painful. And I don't think you would like pain.
Yeah.
So basically, we're on the same line
Mm-hmm.
of telling you he will get hurt, but it's the way you apply.
Yeah. Because even in the second one, it sounds more like there's also a sincere care about Jack and telling Jack, hey, you might not even be thinking of this, but I'm thinking of it for you and I'm letting you know this is what's gonna happen. So it makes it less about you. Like I don't have time to be taking you and it's making it. Yeah. So I definitely could see how. Yes, I could hear you. Can you hear me? It's better now. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the second approach, definitely I see that it's more child-centered and child-focused. And whether in has his autonomy, how that would be more effective. Yeah. Um, so I know you mentioned where, this kind of started and during COVID, just, picking up the materials to start making this happen. But as far as before that, was there any like ever a moment where you said, all right, this is what I'm going to do? Like when did it click for you that this is something that you have a voice in and you want to share that with the world?
To be so
Yes. Yeah.
but often I'm wrestling, or even sometimes I wouldn't say my charge exactly, but even at the playground or in classes and different places, everyone you hear a kid yell or a nanny speaks forcefully with the kid, and you see that reaction. And then when I say to them, or me myself, and model, and I say, listen, just apply that and see how it works. And then I said, that can actually be a thing. Actually be a thing that you can work with.
Yeah.
So you're not sitting there to make everyone believe that you always get 100% out of this. But you will get at least a 60-70% of cooperation.
Wow. Yeah.
And you know what? Yeah, I would love to share that with the world. Why not put it on paper, put it on some paper, publish it, put it out there, and let audience learn from that.
Yeah.
I don't want to be selfish about it, but it works too.
Yeah. That's amazing. I mean, you said, you might as well get 60%. I'm just thinking 60% is way better than 20% plus a tantrum, plus all the chaos and just catapulting into more and more and more and more. So definitely, I definitely get that. And it's interesting that you said you saw a moment that it worked and you just kind of built off of that. So yeah, that's really nice. So as far as your book, your storytelling, and the impact, I know the book is broken down into different kind of categories, I guess, or like little sections. What inspired that type of approach to the book?
Well, there are different chapters in the book is the experience that I've had when it comes to one, and this is the one I get the most
Yes.
So,
Yes.
these are the chapters that I'm given difficulties or what I decided to tackle those. So, my turn is okay. Rules, cooperation, to name a few. So, yeah, I do get for not sharing it, okay.
It's a funny little image too. Because you see that all the time and it's like, no, you have to share, you have to share. And sometimes taking it from the kid, but go ahead. I'm interested in hearing this. Yes.
You need to hear your tone. You need to. Sharing is caring now. It works for you, it's fine with me. I'm not here to what anybody thinks about sharing. But I'm going to my philosophy about let's go back to Jack Kelly.
Yes.
If Jack, you come to Jack's house and Jack has his scooter. Now, until 2023 or even 2022, scooter became a big thing for kids.
Yes.
When you see kids on the scooter, catches their attention, they look, they're curious, they parents tend to, okay, I'll get your scooter. The scooter is a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Comes over to Jack's house, and Kelly sees that scooter, and oh boy, you have a scooter, and I'm really looking forward to getting one, and blah blah blah. Can you?
Yeah.
And Jack says, no.
Yeah.
Then the parent, the guardian, the caregiver comes in. Jack, Kelly's your boss. You need to share your scooter.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's wrong. It's just
Mm-hmm.
you, Jack, to give up something to Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly comes back, there's a will missing, the handlebar is broken. How does that make Jack feel?
Mm-hmm.
Jack is upset. He's sad. And he's not broken because that's his scooter. He's probably very big. It doesn't even matter if it's 10 years old. It's his.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How do you fix that as a parent? How do you fix that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. But you're not going to know. Because you know what? At the end of the day, if Jack grows up to believe that as soon as something is damaged, somebody in this world will replace it. Then I don't think for me, that's not how you teach a child growth.
Yes.
That's not how you teach a child development.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, you allow, this is the thing you need to teach. You allow Jack to make a decision when he would love Kelly to try scooter. Not when you as a parent or the caregiver
Yeah.
or the grandma decides that he should. Because you know what the result
Mm-hmm.
when Jack decides to borrow Kelly that
The
scooter.
scooter. Mm-hmm.
He says if you're the one who makes him or forces him to give it to Kelly.
Wow.
If it's broken, and
Yeah.
he was the one who bought it, then it's okay. He wanted to try, he gave him a turn. So his confidence will overshadow his sadness.
Yes.
Because he felt good that he bought his friend his toy,
Of course.
his
Yes.
bicycle, his
Yes.
scooter.
And it's also just building
So that's why he
responsibility
felt
too.
anyway for sharing his toy.
Yes. Yes. And it makes sense, like hearing it broken down like that, because I think I'm someone, I have a few little cousins. I love kids as well. I have a few little cousins, and it's very often where someone doesn't want to share something, and I always, I'll be very honest, sometimes I guilt them into sharing. Sometimes I guilt them into sharing, like if someone didn't share with you, and I do all those things. But now that I think of it, most times what they don't want to share is something that means a lot to them, and it's because they're trying to protect it. Yeah, it's a form of protection for them. So I definitely get that now. So I know you have a follow-up project coming up soon. Tell us a little about that and how it's going to transition from this first project into the second one. And what is it? Yes. My special friends? Mm-hmm.
Special needs and kids that actually go through special ed. There are kids out there, definitely.
Yeah.
Those kids.
Mm-hmm.
I was working with two of those kids. And like I said to people, I'm very observant. I pay attention. I gather my thoughts, I gather the things around me.
Mm-hmm.
And I realize nannies, a lot of caregivers behaviors a lot of parents don't know how to handle this.
Yeah.
And then it becomes frustrating.
Yes.
And then it frustrates me. Now, I don't have any degree or any, a degree
Mm-hmm.
in special needs or special ed or any of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm doing it based on my experience.
Yes.
So when it comes out, I don't want anybody to think, I don't think she's a psychologist or no.
Yeah.
I'm just writing based on my experience, how to handle and how to also make it more manageable for people that have those kids, my special friends, to be able to work with them. Because sometimes, and I'll give you a short scenario. There are kids that actually will probably perform, well, not perform, basically, they will express. Yeah, choose my words carefully.
Mm-hmm.
There are kids that will express certain behaviors, and then you think that, why are you doing this? Why are you behaving like this? But sometimes they're just looking for ways and means for you to understand and for you to help them.
Yeah.
Just for example, there are special needs kids that would probably just want to hug you. They just want to hug you. But one of the methods that I've realized that works is when you actually hug them and you squeeze them.
Yeah.
You just give them squeeze, and it helps them release whatever tension, whatever anxiety, whatever is over, taking into their body at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, in my book, I'm just sharing certain experiences, certain methods, certain ways and means to just help those kids based on my experience.
Yeah. Hearing you speak about it, I'm thinking back to, biting is a big thing with kids.
Yeah.
And I remember one time I worked with a kid and he had special needs and I was aware of that. The family told me about it. And he bit me in my back. And I remember we were out in public, he bit me in my back, and then I kind of was like, like, why are you doing that? Don't do this and whatnot. But then I realized his favorite animal was a dinosaur, and he was just very excited. So guess what? He thought him as a dinosaur, he should bite me in the back. But it's like even just small things like that, understanding the kid holistically as well to kind of now pinpoint, all right, why is this kid doing this and what does that kid need from that? Now, I know you said it's going to be broken down in different experiences. Is it also going to be sectioned the same way as this current book?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give us a little bit of like what are some of the topics that you'll be exploring in there and just what we can expect from that?
One of the topics in there, oh man, you see, I was really focused on pray for distraction.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, I just want to pray. I'm not hurting anyone.
Mm.
Stuff like that.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
they just felt like they want to play.
Mm.
So
Okay.
instead, my message in there would be, why don't you have a pillow? Give them a pillow. Give them a little punching bag. Give them some kind of sensory toy. Something that they could actually use a force on instead of using on your body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good.
If they're writing, like your here,
Mm-hmm.
you're probably finding them something like a teething toy,
Mm-hmm.
something that
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
so it's basically stuff like that when they try to express how whatever they're going through and you don't expect it or you don't know what to do. It's broken down in different different chapters as to how to deal with that.
Yes.
For what works for me, or what works for me.
Yeah. And the reason I'm so interested in that, as you know, the whole point of our stream-a-thon this today is to create those holiday gift baskets with items like that for disabled kids and for kids who have special needs. Is so that, like you said, even with that insight, if we know that, okay, this kid is kind of quote unquote prone to violence or can be aggressive, then you get stuff catered to that. So that's the whole point of why we're here. And I'm so happy that you're able to bring in that perspective with just, your own experience. Because, like you said, as far as the certification and the degree, that's one aspect of it. But I think if you've been on ground, you have the years, you have the evidence that what you're doing is working, that's equally as valid, right? So, yes, it is. So we're definitely. Mm-hmm.
And for me, I think experience overseas certificates, and
Of
that's
course,
just me.
of course, yes. Especially in hands-on stuff as kids, firsthand, yeah. So I know that your faith, you mentioned your faith is very important to you. So how does your belief in God guide the way that you work with children or you advocate for them?
This man moved mountains,
Mm-hmm.
mountains, and bigger than listening,
Mm-hmm.
although I did not share that with my platform, Facebook platform and stuff, but I believe there are people that are the same.
Mm-hmm.
So I love to share my experience with my faith.
Mm-hmm.
God moved mountains.
Mm-hmm.
When I decided I'm going to write this first book, Be Free of Distractions, Whose Voice Matters. I called a friend of mine, another friend of mine,
Mm-hmm.
and I said to him, "Man, guess what? I'm in this program and I'm seeing so many things. And I believe that if I just write a book about how to handle those situations, I think it will make parenting, running so much easier." He said, "Man, well, do what you gotta do."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Who will publish it?" He said to me, "Man, my sister can publish books." I said, "Your sister?" So when I thought about it, I'm like, "Oh, because he has so many sisters."
Yeah.
I said, okay, yeah. Reach out to her and let her know that I'm calling her. And Kelly, he reached out to his sister. Eventually, I told her. She remembered me growing up in Weekwood. She remembered my plans. It was just flowing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then when we got to the illustrations, I was not looking for nobody in a relationship. Here I am in St. Lucia celebrating my birthday. Well, I was there for my birthday. And someone just said hi to me on Facebook. And I'm like, Facebook can create so many scams and all this crazy. So I said to the young man, "Do you know, or did you actually send me this message?" He responded, he said, "Yes, I did."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Okay, so let me just test you. Do you know my dad?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Tell me something you know about my father." And when he said to me, "Your father is cricket." I said, "So this is not a scam."
Okay.
So fast forward to now, my publisher, it was Dr. Theodore from England. I decided to ask this young man. She said to me, "Ronnie, we need someone to create some sketches." So I'm talking to the young man that I spoke to on Facebook, blah, blah, blah. I said to him, "I'm writing this book, but I really need someone to draw the sketches and stuff like that." I said, "Well," I said, "Do you know anyone?" He said, "No, not really." Then, continued conversations, he said, "I used to draw Simpson and all this cartoons at school, but I've never touched a pen and paper so many years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Fast forward to now, this person is my husband,
Wow.
and he was the one put it up. Well, you have the book,
Yeah.
all the
Wow.
illustrations in this book.
Oh, wow.
And the one that you met who was singing on the national day.
Yes. Yes.
So it's been many times.
Listen,
And
that,
I met,
yes, that is amazing. Wow.
so that's the one thing to you. I had this mustard seed
Wow.
and what God brought it to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah.
amazing to hear, and that's very inspirational, honestly. Um,
Yeah.
so as far as your faith as well, like you said, with this experience, everything kind of flowed and fell into place and kind of happened naturally. When you reach those kind of heavy moments, whether it's maybe the doubt, maybe it's even like you said, sometimes there's some backlash, like, who are you to tell me how to XYZ with my kid or whatnot? With your faith, how do you handle that? Like, how do you allow your faith to carry you through those kind of heavier moments in your whole journey?
Well, with my faith and my own belief,
Mm-hmm.
I basically let my work speak for me. I don't know how they just get yada, 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 yada. I told you this, I told you that. I pray about it. I say to God, listen, if it's meant to be, then we will make it happen.
Yes.
If I'm telling Kelly this works for me and she does not want to believe, then it is what it is. Maybe she will see one day that this book and messaging in there will work and will prove to them that what I was saying all along is the truth. That actually works.
Mm-hmm.
So I just take all my issues, that's a better word, to God.
Yes.
And I just leave it with them.
Yes.
And then turn it into whatever He says necessary.
Mm-hmm. That's so good. So, in whose voice matters, particularly with this project, how do you think parents, teachers, educators, friends, how do you think they can be better advocates for kids? Just in a very basic way, how can they be better advocates? Because I think we all should be advocates for kids. I think once you're an adult, you should be an advocate for a kid. So how do you think we can be better at doing that?
I think all we need to do is
Mhm. Yeah.
be a patient. Because I think some people, even when I told you about the first movement in the US,
Mm-hmm.
most of us coming out of submission, we don't really practice patience.
Yeah.
But I say to people, when I realized that those tiny toes and tiny fingers are in my care, to buy, rent, borrow patience, but I have to find it.
Yes.
So I have to find a way to be very, very patient.
Okay.
And after today, I get this, Ronnie, how are you so calm about it? I said, because I know yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be all up there. And then he was looking at me like, okay, if you're up there, I'm going to be up there too.
Yeah.
So basically, I think parents, guardians, educators need to be a little more patient, very calm demeanor, and kids respond to that. And definitely, I will repeat, definitely that will make your job less of a stress
Mm-hmm.
and much, much easier.
Mm-hmm. I hear that. And then just like looking ahead and kind of rounding off our conversation for today, when you think about the future that you're creating, because definitely you're creating like a new culture, you're creating a new way of being. When you think about that future that you're creating, what are you hoping for that next generation? Whether it's the adults and also the kids. How do you see that future?
I see if this method is applied, I think we'll get great leaders. I think we'll get great communicators. I think we'll get amazing co-workers out of those kids.
Mhm.
And kids that will thrive in society, in this world, in this very world, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. It's important. I feel like it's almost like a different kind of, I wouldn't say it's a game, but it's a different reality we living in. So I definitely see the urgency for something like what you're doing as well. Um,
Yeah.
and I'll ask, like, what keeps you saying yes? Like, what fuels you to keep going with this work that you're doing?
The joy that brings to my heart.
Yes.
Because I do get love, I do get
Mhm.
the support, I do get the cuddles, I do
Yes.
get the little cute faces.
Yeah.
Because they actually feel that I understand their body,
Yeah.
and I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that. Because as adults, we want people to respect our body.
Mhm.
We don't want watching us unless we give them permission.
Yeah.
We don't want anybody forcing us to eat food or do anything,
Mhm.
So as long as I respect their bodies, I get I get an amazing kid.
Yeah.
And all kids are amazing.
They are. I truly believe that as well. I'm wondering now, Ronnie, are you one of those people that a kid would just see you and they just kind of start smiling to you or yeah? That's an amazing feeling. That's an
But
amazing
it could
feeling.
also be one. It could also be something that's
Wow.
and my dad is so happening for kids on the frame.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a kid and I should have probably want to go home with my dad at the end of
Oh,
the day.
yeah, yeah. I love seeing that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Because you obviously know there has to be some type of trust, but it's like built instantly. So it's definitely something deeper that the kids sense. So that's amazing.
Yeah.
And lastly, where can we find you and your books and just stay in touch with you? How can we do that? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can find me at gmail.com, or you can send me a text. Give me a call at 347-432-7807. Again, that's 347-432-7807.
7807. And I'm just gonna put that up there so I could share it in case anyone wants to get in touch with you. I definitely believe that we need like a part two. I think we need
I
even
think
to just a wealth of knowledge. Yeah,
maybe
definitely.
my phone.
Yes.
Maybe my phone. These respecting again their bodies.
Yes, I agree completely. Um,
Yeah.
and I just want to say thank you, Ronnie. Our time is coming to an end. I just want to thank you for joining us this morning on our streamathon. And thank you for just being so open. I literally just met you last week and you were just so open
Yeah.
to sharing, your knowledge and just being part of what we are doing. So I truly, truly appreciate that. And I hope that we're able to connect soon and actually get more of this out there. Because, like I said, this is very, very important work. So if you have any closing remarks you'd like to share with anyone before we officially end our time today.
Yes, most definitely. Turkey, to more of these projects.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to thank you, giving me the opportunity, Kelly. You're the only one so far. I've reached out, and I'm not going to make mention of names
Wow.
or places, but I've reached out to so many places, those in authority to help me bring out that message about my book.
Yeah.
And it was something to give them heads up of the second book.
Yeah.
And God sent you somehow after praying. So
Mm-hmm.
you gave me that opportunity. Thank you.
Of course. And
Thank
yeah, and trust
you.
me.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sorry.
Listen, if I'm
Thank
being
you. I've been
completely,
praying for this for so long, and here you are. God sent you. God gave my husband an opportunity to perform
yes,
at the house, and here you were. You gave me an opportunity. I do appreciate it.
of
Thank you so
course.
much. You're God sent.
Ronnie, like if I can give you a big hug right now, I'd give you a big, big hug. And trust me, it's both ways because instantly when I saw Peter shed the text and I saw everything, I said to myself, this is the perfect person. And once I got a yes from you that you'd be willing to join, I felt like, okay, I have an author who's already doing it. I have someone who's yeah. And we'll
I
definitely
appreciate
keep
it.
working. Yes.
Yes, most definitely. And
Alrighty.
I've not forgotten you. I'm gonna take care of that right now.
No problem, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for your pledge. Thank you. So yes, Ronnie,
Thank
we'll
you. Thank you
speak
so much.
again and thank you again.
And I wish you all the best. You
Thank you. Thank you.
those people deserve it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes, folks, that was our second guest, Ronnie Rain. She's just sharing the space. Ronnie is so sweet. Oh my goodness. And I'm just so happy that we got the opportunity to speak with her. Um, and we're just gonna take a quick little pause before we get to our next guest. We have the creators of Kadaga and Sisters for Harmony. Well, Sisters for Harmony, which under Sisters for Harmony, we have a Kadaga web series that falls under it. So we're going to have the creators, Dr. Kathleen Walls and Brother Ed Umoja. They are going to be joining us shortly. So we'll just do a quick break before we join them and learn about the work that they are doing. Can you hear me, Dr. Walls?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yay! Yes, I can. I'm so happy. Oh my goodness. We've been having some technical issues, but I'm so happy you could hear me. Welcome.
Yes, yes. It's good to see you and hear you.
Likewise, you look beautiful.
Thank you. Right back at you.
Thank you. And I'm gonna bring Brother Ed Umoja out as well.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hotep, Hotep, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we could hear
Okay,
you
fan.
perfectly fine. I'm
Okay,
so happy
cool.
that I could hear all of you. This entire morning it's just been, but we've just been keeping forward and keeping things
That's
going.
it.
So if you both, I just no issues formed against us will prosper. No web issues, no Wi-Fi issues shall prosper.
Yes, that's right.
So
That's right.
yes. So just thank you both so much for being here today. I truly, truly appreciate it. If you could just start off by introducing yourself and just sharing a little about what you both do with our viewers.
Okay.
Go ahead, Dr. Walls.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Well, I'll say greetings because I don't know where people are in the world who are listening. My name is Dr. Kathleen Walls, and I do a variety of things. I am a doctor of clinical psychology, so I do provide counseling services as well as leadership coaching services. I am a children's book author of The Adventures of Froggy T and Bunny, a hip hop tale series, and I am also the president of Sisters for Harmony, which we're going to talk about a little bit more. So those
Yes.
are some of the things that I do. Brother Moja, I'm going to let you jump in.
Well, Hotep, peace and blessings. I greet everyone in the name of God and our ancestors, in whose footsteps we most humbly walk. I'm Brother Ed Umoja, originally born on the beautiful island of St. Lucia. I am a Masha from Masha, so I'm a Masha posse. So to all the people who are listening around the world, who love St. Lucia, Lucians, you know where I'm from, right? Okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
I am a film producer. Primarily, we have been able to, my wife and I, Dr. Kathleen Walls, we have been able to put our energy behind a web series called Kadaga, which is focused on human trafficking globally. And what we do is with the web series, our goal is to start the conversation. Okay. And so that's our primary goal. We are doing our fifth season right now, and we want to thank our host, Kelly Indy Smith, for coming on and being one of our characters, KI.
Mhm.
Yes.
So that's what I'm doing right now because my company is Emotion Communications, a multimedia company. We're based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And that's, in a nutshell, what I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. And again, thank you both for
All right. We're gonna speak over those glitches.
I feel that I know we have about
Uh-oh. Kelly,
but
you're
I believe
fading out. We can't
You're
hear
freezed
you.
not
up.
even
Okay,
Uh-oh.
Kelly. She freezed up on us.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Kelly.
She
All right.
needs.
Edmund, mute your mic for a moment because there's a lot of background.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Kelly, we can't hear you. I mean, if you want to write your question in the chat, we can get
we
to
just
it
ended it.
time so that there's
Yay.
not. Okay, you're back?
Yes, can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay, good. We can hear you
Yay.
now.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, I was just saying at any point, if we kind of get kicked off the live, we just come back. It's been
Okay.
happening.
Okay.
We just keep things flowing, keep things going.
Okay.
And so I kind of wanted to just kind of lay the field out on specifically for you, Dr. Walls, like what inspired Sisters for Harmony? What is Sisters for Harmony? And what is like some of the work that you're doing surrounding that?
Yeah, perfect. So Sisters for Harmony actually started as Sisters in Harmony back in 2009. And so For those who we've been able to work with on the island of St. Lucia, as well as around the world, sometimes you will hear us go back and forth between the names. It's because it is the same organization. When we were a nonprofit in New Jersey, registered in New Jersey, it was called Sisters in Harmony. When we moved it to Pennsylvania, the name wasn't available. So we
Okay.
chose Sisters for Harmony to keep it as close as possible. But we also liked using the number 4 to recognize the 4 directions. Oh, excuse me. Edmund, we need you to mute. To recognize the 4 directions. So, because it is a global initiative that we do. And the specific purpose of Sisters for Harmony is to unite women of all backgrounds and cultures to guide and support the next generation of young women through mentoring, education, and teaching them to live their life with a purpose and work towards a common goal. So therefore, by harmonizing their talents, their skills, and abilities, and we make sure we educate, we empower, we network, we mentor, and we unite these women through a variety of ways. We do workshops, we do mentoring groups, we do vodcasts, we do creative artworks, we have get-togethers. We recently started what we have entitled Hump Day Hollers. So on Wednesdays, we will meet up, whether it's going to dinner or this past Wednesday, Kelly, we would have loved you to be there. We did a kickboxing class.
Oh,
So
nice.
yes, and it was a circuit. So, it's a great time to bring people together who get a chance to meet each other. And we do focus on women, but we do have men that support us. Sisters for Harmony was founded by Brother Ed in honor of his mother. And he wanted to create a space where women felt safe and were protected to use their voice. And this way, they didn't have to worry about being cut off. We know in the last couple of years, there's been this concept of what's been titled mansplaining. We didn't want any men coming in and speaking for us. He thoroughly believed and knew that women could speak for themselves. He created artwork because he felt it was important to put more positive images of women back in the community on a mental, physical, and spiritual level. And so we are working on all 3 levels, hence how Kadaga came to become the web series for Sisters for Harmony. So now as I'm explaining it, I know you're going, okay, now I see why this is the official web series for it, right? Because Kadaga is about raising awareness about human trafficking. Hence, this is a global issue, right? It's going to take all of us collectively to work together collaboratively in order to put an end to this condition that is not necessary. And so it comes through education. It comes through, unity, uniting each other. It comes through networking, pooling our resources together. One thing that I say about networking is it's only networking if your net works. Otherwise, it's not working.
Wow.
Yeah. And so we chose the word Kadaga because we were told that Kadaga, which is, we understand it to be a Ugandan word and or name that means to overcome struggle. And for those, unfortunately, who have been exposed to and a part of this condition, called human trafficking, whether directly involved and or connected, right? Parents, family, friends, neighbors. It never just impacts one person. And that's the thing about it. So in my work as a psychologist, as a therapist, unfortunately, this has been the reality of some of my clients. For my husband, who had worked security, this had been the reality for some of his clients. And so we need to recognize that this is something that has impacted people. And many times it doesn't go talked about. and
Yeah.
sometimes not even fully recognized, because most of the times when people are thinking of human trafficking, they're thinking of sex trafficking specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not thinking about the forced labor where people are working long hours and being paid under minimum wage, if paid at all,
Mm-hmm.
where their passports and visas and things like that are being taken from them and held, which is forcing them to continue to do the different services that the person who holds these key documents for them.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the organ pieces where people or body parts are being taken. All of this falls underneath the human trafficking. Uh, what do I want to say? It all falls underneath human trafficking, and so
Mm-hmm.
we have to raise our awareness to know that, to be mindful of it. And it happened. And the other thing is, we tend to be conditioned to think it only happens to women, and it does happen to men as well. It happens to boys as well. And so, and unfortunately, there is no age, there is no race, there is no certain group of people, there is no socioeconomic level where this does not impact us. And so this is why
Yeah.
Kadaga, which is fictional, right? We write the story, but we weave in pieces of information through this process. We have gotten in contact with Homeland Security. They have sent us information, and we weave that information. And we have talked to law enforcement in different states, and they give us information. We talk to people who are in charge of organizations that work with individuals who are in the process of recovering, and we
Wow.
weave in all of these different pieces of information so that, again, we're raising awareness about human trafficking and all that falls underneath it.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it is important, and honestly, before I joined the Kadaga family, it was something I think I was also under the impression that okay, it's only sex trafficking, and I didn't realize how much broader it is. And even speaking with people, how we might actually see it in our communities and not even realize that
Yeah.
this is actually what's happening.
Yeah.
So as far as you mentioned, you guys kind of have some of those actual things, that reality aspect of it, the facts of it, kind of woven um into Kadaga. If someone is watching Kadaga,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think are some of the things they can pull out of it to recognize, human trafficking in their own communities?
Yeah, yeah, that's a great question. One of the things that I do want to say in season 4, I don't recall, and unfortunately, Brother Emoja needed to step to another location. But definitely in season 4, what we started to do was made sure at the top of every show, we do put the human trafficking telephone number and website, so that people know that this is a viable resource that they can explore on their own, that they can get additional resources to become
Sure.
more knowledgeable about it. And that's one thing that we do want people to
Sure.
extract from that, is to
Yeah.
do your additional research. Also, as oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry, Kelly, you're breaking up. Are you saying something? All right. So, Kelly, can you hear me okay? Uh-oh. It seems as though her internet is going out. All right. So as I was saying, so throughout the show, it's important to watch that we will start to embed again different pieces of information, whether it's a telephone number, whether it's certain signs or signals that can be used to recognize when someone is possibly in a dangerous situation or in a situation that's making them feel uncomfortable. Okay, Kelly, you're back.
yes. Thank you for
Okay.
holding it down. I was trying to, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So, so what I was saying was, okay, Edmund is saying that he's back, so he should be able to pop back on shortly. There he is.
Hey, I'm back. Yeah, they had to move me to another room. I've been listening to the show, but I have my headset up on. Yeah. So you're right, Dr. Wall, and Kelly's also correct. And that's what we want to do. We want to make sure we give human trafficking a broader face, because a lot of times we don't understand what human trafficking fully encompasses. When you talk about forced labor, being from the Caribbean, we know about forced labor, that some nannies get their passports taken away from them and they're forced to work and they're underpaid. That's part of human trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
People don't think about that. We hear lots of times about people missing organs, being kidnapped on the street, missing organs because someone wanted their organs. That's part of human trafficking. So what Kadaga is doing is opening up a conversation, and hopefully people will continue the conversation.
Mm-hmm. And that was the other thing too, Kelly. We wanted to make sure that we make sure that we do not do any sex scenes or any extreme violent scenes, because we wanted to keep the show appropriate enough that family could watch it. And we always encourage parents, guardians to watch the series first, watch the episode first, and then determine if their child is old enough to watch the series or watch the particular episode, to begin to have the conversation. As our spiritual daughter told our spiritual granddaughter, Kadaga is a show, but human trafficking is real. And so whenever we go to the mall, or if we're going out in public and she's with her friends, that yes, we understand you want a certain level of independence and freedom. However, we have to understand that this unfortunately is a real thing. And so you have to stay within arm's length. You have to stay, we'll give you your little bit of privacy, but you're going to stay where we still have access to you. You're not going to walk the mall alone. You're not going to be out of arm's reach so that we don't have access to you, because the goal is to keep you safe. Brother Moses, anything you want to say to that?
No, yes, Dr. Walls. And for people who are listening, as we look at from the perspective of St. Lucia, you're looking at 238 square miles, right? The island is not that big, but it's big enough to take someone from Viewfort and hide them in somewhere else in Dennery, and because of all the mountains that St. Lucia has, the internet is not as good in some places as other places. So if someone knows how to hide people in certain places, that someone cannot use radio, cannot use their telephone and stuff like that. That's why there's certain singles that you could give with your hands, so people know you're in danger. So educate yourself on those hand singles that you could give. One is like this: holding your hand, put your thumb inside, there's doing this. You see someone doing that behind their back, they're telling you they need help. So, there's certain physical things that we can do if, teach your children that, hey, your phone might not be working in Dennery, your phone might not be working up, in Babonneau and so forth and so on. But know these singles that you could do with your hands, so that way someone sees it, they'll know. And so we need to educate ourselves on different ways of education, that we could communicate with each other without verbally saying things. Because if someone has your child, you want to get your child back.
That's right.
Yeah.
You want to get your child back.
That's
and
right.
So teach your children these singles and the community. So what we're doing with Kadaga is opening up a conversation. I want people who are listening to it to understand that. Opening up a conversation, so that way, sit down and talk to your children. Because that thing you teach them might just save their life.
That's right.
Unfortunately, we live in a society right now where children have been taken on their way to school, and we have heard that so many times. If you're in St. Lucia, your children stand at the bus stop a very long time to take the bus. St. Lucia doesn't have bus school buses, but the children use public transportation,
Mm-hmm.
right, to move around, to go to school. So have you taught your children these signs that they could use if they need help? Because if the
Mm-hmm.
police is driving by and the police see you do that, flash those singles, hopefully the police in St. Lucia are trained on those certain singles that when they see, they know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm focusing on St. Lucia, but that goes for Grenada, Trinidad, and all the other islands.
Yeah.
It goes for everywhere.
Yeah.
But this is very important. So what Kadaga is doing is opening up the conversation. So
Mm-hmm.
that way your children could have another resource to reach out for help if that, God forbid, if that happens to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's so important. Because even sometimes when you go to clinics, you kind of see there's signs on the bathroom walls that kind of say if you're in
Yeah.
if you're in
Mhm.
danger,
Yeah.
these signs and whatnot. So do you guys do any like workshops or anything like that where you could just educate persons on that, like whether that's just, even if through Sisters for Harmony, do you guys put on
Mm-hmm.
workshops like that to
Mm-hmm.
educate people?
Let me say, we have not so far, and that's only just due to life circumstances. If we
Okay.
think about it, right, we're really coming out of the COVID area and doing more things in person now. And as a side note, I do take care of my mother full time. So it's a matter of getting coverage for her. Now, we could start to do things virtually. One thing that we used to do prior to COVID, and we did it in St. Lucia a lot too, is we would do panels, we would do workshops, we would talk about
Yeah.
different things like domestic violence. We would talk about healing from trauma. We've had a variety of workshops at different hotels in the Rodney Bay area, as well as in Castries. And they were absolutely wonderful, and we enjoy doing them. So now with Kadaga, as we move into the 5th season, that is definitely something that we are looking to incorporate in addition to self-defense classes,
Yeah.
because that's
Yes,
something that's
yes.
also important that we're doing, which is why in Kadaga, and Kelly, we go to the dojo if we need to, like, because the training aspects, which are also, like I said, we just did a kickboxing class on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And so incorporating that, we do have a couple people who are lined up this year to conduct some self-defense classes, but to incorporate, as you just mentioned, to incorporate some workshops as well around human trafficking is very, very important. Unfortunately, here there were some schools that were noted to have human trafficking rings, and they were middle
Wow.
school, which was like 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade.
Yeah.
And people were picking people up saying that they were brothers and cousins and uncles and so forth. And they noticed that these young girls were nails and hair and purses and clothes. And then finally somebody's like, now, wait a minute, this is just a little bit odd. And
Yeah.
next thing you know, it was this whole prostitution, sex trafficking ring that was happening with these 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-year old girls. It was absolutely horrific. So it's happening. And that's the thing about it. It happens right in front of us. Sometimes it's so blatant that it's happening right in front of us. And we have to learn how to recognize the signs. So we're going to take that statement to heart. And I wrote it, I always keep a pen and paper next to me when I'm talking. Look,
Yeah.
so I wrote it down, workshops 2026. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and one of the few things is that if you see something, say something. That became very powerful after 9/11. When we
Mm-hmm.
say, if you see something, say something, because you know what? If you're in the airport and you see something doesn't look right, it doesn't feel right, let's talk to authority and just say, listen, I don't think that doesn't look right to me. Can you just talk to them? I mean, the authorities just go over and talk. So what if what you saw wasn't right and you just save someone by your simple action, by saying
Yeah.
something because you saw something? It's very important. And
Yeah.
in Kadaga season 5, I've been working really hard to bring different aspects of the African American or African family. And what I say by that is because no matter what religion you belong to, you are a target. Human traffickers see you as a cash opportunity. Let me say it again. Human traffickers see you as a cash opportunity. That means if you're Muslim, they're going to touch you. If you're Buddhist, they're going to touch you. If you're Muslim, whatever, they're going to touch you because they see you as a cash opportunity. Okay, it's very clear. So that's why in season 5 we have some Muslim sisters coming in. I'm excited about that because I want no matter how much you're covered up, they don't care.
We have one joining us right now. Dr. Rivers is actually in the chat room listening to us.
And we have a Native American, and we know what have happened to our Native American brothers and sisters in this country. So we have a sister who's a Native American coming in season 5 because I'm working to bring someone of a hearing impaired. How does a hearing impaired person contact help, say something for help? So we're working on these. We want to start the conversation in Kadaga. We want people to know and understand that human trafficking, you're not protected because you're all covered up. You're not protected because you're in a highly lighted. You need to understand that this issue is a global. Let me say this again. This issue is a global problem. That's why we work with 8 countries in Africa. We work with 4 countries in the Caribbean. We have over 10 different states in the U.S. we're working with. We have actors and people in these states. My wife and I, we write all the scripts. So we want to make sure people understand this is a serious problem. Please don't wait until your child or your family's child go missing.
Yes.
Educate ourselves, educate yourself, educate the children, because that's who they come in after and who have the smallest voice. They go after adults too.
Yeah.
The children have a smaller voice. So we have to educate our children. They sit down from the TV and they see all this stuff. Sit them down in the living room, sit down at the kitchen table and let them learn the signs they need in case someone is trying to harm them or take them. Let them understand it's not cool if some grown man is trying to talk to you.
That's right.
That you don't know.
Right. It's not complimentary. And pay attention, right? And teaching them about their intuition, teaching them about paying attention to their surroundings. I know our spiritual granddaughter, she's at that 12, 13 age, and she one day was walking from the corner store, right around the corner. It's not uncommon. Go to the corner store, go grab something and come home. And when she came in, I was talking to her mom on the phone, and she was like, "Mom," she said, I don't know. She was like, "I was walking home and it just felt weird. And I noticed these men were outside this car. I really felt uncomfortable." And I said, "Put me on speaker." And I said, "Repeat to me what I think I heard you say." And so she repeated everything that I just said. And I complimented her on paying attention to her gut. I also complimented her on telling her mother what happened instead of holding it inside and doubting what she saw, what she felt, right? Because I want to strengthen that part of her. And then also encouraged her whenever she feels that way to let somebody know. Because, right, that's teaching her that her body, right, that's her body language communicating with her, not to ignore that. And the whole thing is for her body to be able to be calm. And the environment was letting her know that it couldn't be calm. And so there's multiple reasons why we have to have these conversations so that as she's getting older, that she's recognizing that. Also, right, this is why it's important when I say don't have those earbuds in. This is why I'm saying don't be on that phone when you're walking around outside. You must pay attention to your environment. So there's many opportunities for teaching life skills and life survival without it coming to such a drastic point where somebody's screaming because somebody's grabbing them. Let's start to teach these preventative measures so that hopefully we don't have to go there.
Yeah, Dr. Wells, I want people who are listening to us who want to get involved. Please get in touch with Kelly or get in touch with us. I know Kelly's, she's super busy, so drop us an email or text because this is not okay. I'm from St. Lucia. This is not only for Lucians. This is for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I
Yes.
want to make that perfectly clear. I'm a proud Lucian, and so I talk about St. Lucia a lot, and I'm kind of hard on my country because I love it so much. But the thing is that we need to understand if one child goes missing from our community, then
Mm,
we haven't done a good job in protecting all of our children. When they
Yes.
touch one child, that means they could touch any of our children. That's very
yeah,
important. We look at this human trafficking issue, and it's a
yeah,
serious problem in our community because of lack of communications between adults and children. We
yes.
have to we have to stop that. We have to stop that. Like Dr. Wall said, if you have your earbuds, put only one earbud in. You have to have both of them because you know your life is way
More
more
precious.
precious than listening to the music or talking to your friends on the phone.
That's right. That's right. And here's the other thing too, Kelly. We have so many events that we get excited about, that we're looking forward to. Here in Philadelphia, we're getting ready to celebrate the 250th, anniversary of the birth of the United States, and Philadelphia being the founding area. So we have a lot of activities getting ready to happen. FIFA, we are one of the hosting cities. I mentioned that to say, just as we're thinking about it and prepping, like, oh my goodness, what's traffic going to look like? Oh, this. Trust and believe from a business standpoint,
Yeah.
people, human traffickers are thinking this is a prime opportunity to make some money. And so we have to make sure that we're thinking, unfortunately, in some ways, like them as far as the planning is concerned. So this
Yeah.
is where we provide the preparation and the training, parents, guardians, loved ones, teachers, count, like, let's have these conversations. Let's do these teaching training signals. The same way I'm teaching you your ABCs and one, two, threes, let's teach these signs and signals so that we can heighten our awareness. Since we started doing this series, Edmund and I, when we travel the world, we look in the bathrooms to see, is there signage, and how and where is the signage there, and how are they encouraging people to
Yes.
reach out for help? Is it in the stall? Is it by the sink? We challenge people, take a look and see if you see it. We found it in women's bathrooms, but not in male bathrooms. Why is that, right? It's the stereotype, it's the stigma. And then there's the, okay, if you're being human trafficked, call this number. If you're being human trafficked, do you have a cell phone where you can call somebody? Payphones rarely exist nowadays. So how is somebody going to actually call? Right. So what are some additional ways in which people can seek help? And as Edmund said earlier, if you see something, say something. Sometimes, I'm looking, I see something, I'll call the police because it's not for me to intervene. I don't know how to intervene in that space, but I do know how to intervene by calling the police. I do know how to intervene by being, taking surveillance of a situation and going, that doesn't look right and that doesn't feel right. I would rather call and be wrong than not call and be right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and
Yes.
it's very important we understand these things. The entertainment business is a multi-trillion business globally, globally. Not, and people don't think about the schools, all the things, all the money that goes into some music and all that stuff. Entertainment. It's very, very strong. We have to be very clear that human trafficking. Right now, they're talking about the Epstein's files, right?
Epstein
Yeah.
files,
And
yes.
these are rich people,
Yes.
Hmm.
rich people. So if it's rich, you can go all the way down to the street level.
Hmm.
So no one is immune from this.
Yes.
No one is immune from this.
Yeah.
And what we have to do is give our children, mostly our girls, a comfort level where they will speak on what they see.
Yeah. And I want to say this, there's also the cultural realities, because in some cultures, human trafficking has become part of the culture where the family will give off a member of the family for a fee in order
Yeah.
for survival. So there's that piece too. So it is so interwoven in different communities and cultures in different ways that we're still learning and discovering ourselves. And so this is an ongoing learning. So we encourage people, do your research. And again, Kadaga is to raise awareness about it. So we're piquing the curiosity. Check and see what the facts and the statistics are in your location as well. And sometimes it goes under a different name, right? In St. Lucia, you're speaking not only English, but there's also the French influence, right? There is the English influence, right? What is it? 7 times French, 7 times what?
Sometimes British.
British, thank you. Yes. So, right. So there's all of those cultural nuances that are there as well. And again, like I said, all of every place in which we've been raised, we have our cultural nuances, and we may be calling it by a different name, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and I want to I want to thank the people in St. Lucia who have come on board to help us. We have Claudia Edwards, we have AJ, we have several people in St. Lucia. We have Maureen Fontenelle up in Ted Paul. We have a lot of people in St. Lucia who have come on board. So the time we started PIF, our first PIF was in 2014, and it slowly built up because we wanted to educate people on several things. Okay, make that very clear, because what I wanted to do as a Lucian, as a born Lucian, I realized when I go home to St. Lucia, I see a lot of raw talent. We say that all the time and say we have so much raw talent. That raw talent might be missing one or two pieces to take it to the next level. Okay, and so what we did with PIF, and we're continuing what we're doing in Kadaga, is that we want to educate people. Have fun, enjoy life, but be aware of your surroundings. Okay, we're not telling you not to do one and do the other. We say have a balance. Have a balance. Young girls leave Viewfort and come up to Castries to party and stuff like that, right? So be careful. Be careful, because all the people in St. Lucia are not Lucians, and unfortunately, all the people in St. Lucia are not there to want to do good for you. Okay, so while you're having fun, keep your guard up. Keep your head on a spindle. Watch out for your friends. If you go to a party together, leave the party together. Don't leave with a stranger. So there's things you could do to protect yourself. Do not put your guard down because you're having a good time. Have a good time, but make sure your guard is still up, because there's people who are waiting for you to let your guard down, and that's when it prompts. Okay, and so Kadaga is just starting the conversation, and making sure we use all our tools. God gave us so much. Use what you got. You're blessed. Use your tools. Be careful out there. Enjoy your life, but be careful as you're enjoying yourself. Be careful. Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to take some time to actually show a small clip of Kadaga, just because we've spoken about it, and I think some people would love to kind of see what it looks like. But I also agree that, a conversation like human trafficking is almost like, okay, where do you even start? Because it's heavy, it's a lot, and how do you even figure out where to start? And now I see that, okay, this is the perfect introduction to that. Because maybe even in there, you could pick up on something and it's like, I wonder why that's in there for that reason. And then, like you said, you have those facts and that research that you guys have already done from the persons in the community, police officers, federal agents, and you guys know like this actually happens. So I just wanted to kind of play a little clip, and then we could kind of discuss some of those signs that are gonna kind of show up in there for persons who are watching for the first time. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play.
Kelly, you done already put another idea in my head. Thank you very much. We now will
no.
have the Kadaga curriculum. Thank you.
Of course. Of course. Yes.
Yeah, so I'll just say the educator in me is that like people need to know what it is, right? So so we felt as though let's define it. Human trafficking is defined as the recruitment, the harboring, the transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of subjection to involuntary servitude, peonage, debt bondage, or slavery. And so that's important, right? And there's different people, there's different roles within the human trafficking space. And so we have to recognize that. You have somebody who's on the lookout saying, here's a prime person. Then you have those who are the captors, and you have those who are the hold, right? There's different people involved. Then here's the sex trafficking, in which a commercial sex act is induced by force, fraud, or coercion, or in which the person induced to perform such an act has not attained 18 years of age. So again, right, this is the whole idea that someone is forcing someone to do this. This is not consensual just because they're over 18. And then here's the number to call reporting suspicious activity. If you are someone who has been victimized, there's that number. You can also text info, to be free, or the 233-733. And then also taking a look at this website, the DHS, the Department of Human, Edmund just disappeared again. All right, the DHS.gov. The blue campaign is the human trafficking campaign. And they will send out flyers, the blue campaign, Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security. Yes.
Yeah, and real quick, I know they're calling me downstairs, but real quick, I want to say they give us cards to put in your wallet. They give you a little card to put in your keychain. So people who are listening, please be very aware of this. You don't have to remember all of it. They give you the materials to walk around. You can read, and you can read it, and you can see what it is. So you're like, oh, I don't remember the number. It's on the card in your wallet, on your purse. You have the information very readily available to do something if you see something.
Yeah.
It's very important that we understand. And the little thing that was what is human trafficking, and what we got that, as Dr. Walter, we got that from the Blue Horizon, which is something from Homeland Security. So we did not write this up. This is a national
definition.
I want people to be very clear. Dr. Walls and Brother Emoji did not write that. That's a national by Blue Horizon, which is through the Homeland Security. That we got that from them. They sent it to us to use it. And if you watch Kadaga season 4, every show starts with that in front of it. I thought it was very important, because if you miss episode 1, you might catch episode 3. It's in episode 3. It's in all. We had 13 episodes in season 4, and it's in front of every episode. Because we felt it was that important that we put this information out there so people have it readily available.
Yeah.
We want to take away the excuse that I didn't know.
Yeah.
Let's go make that clear. There ain't no reason why you shouldn't know. We put it out there.
That's right. All right, Brother Moji, I know you got to go to work. I'll hold it down from here.
Okay. So thank all the people, to the Lucians and to the global family. Please support Kelly and what she's doing. It's very important that we do it. We're taking care of home. Okay. So God bless, and I'll see you, Dr. Walls. Thank you so much. Kelly, thank you so much. And I'll talk to you later.
Yes. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye, babe. All right, I'll be quiet. Go ahead. Okay,
this is great. Yes. If you could just go ahead and.
No, we can't hear the sound. Is the sound on?
Oh no, we can't hear the sound. The sound is supposed to be on. Let me see.
Stop sharing, and there should be a button somewhere.
Let me see.
It's funny, he said Dr. Wade, and Dr. Wade just joined us. And she was saying in the chat room that there should be like CPR training and active shooter training. Perhaps we can initiate a trafficking response training. I think that's a great idea. Boy, see, this is why I keep a pen and piece of paper next to me, because y'all be throwing all types of ideas.
This is great. Yes. Are you able to hear anything now?
No, still not hearing anything.
No.
That's so peculiar.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. Maybe if I go ahead and I'm just gonna pause here.
Is there a mute button on the YouTube?
It's actually playing on my laptop. I have it saved on my laptop, but let me try YouTube and see if I could actually pull it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
That might actually be better.
Okay. Because we have to see, I mean, you see A Star Is Born. She's right there on the screen 2 times. We got to see what KI, I mean, she's being possibly led into a trap. She's holding us in suspense, y'all. I have to say, you know, one of the things while you're looking for that is that by doing this series, one of the unique things, let me say this, is that we incorporate people who are interested in acting. So not everyone is a SAG actor. There are people who have said, oh, I want to get in the film business, but I don't know how, or it's always been an interest and I just haven't had an opportunity. That we have provided those types of opportunities for people, which has been wonderful, and giving them a chance to step into the business in a safe and comfortable way, right? Because unfortunately, there's also been a lot of stories about sexual assaults that have taken place within the acting industry and have kept people from even exploring it as an option. So we wanted to provide that. All right, let's see if there's sound now.
Yeah, and honestly, that's what Kadaga did for me, Dr. Walls, was I was always interested in, you know, in my head, I feel like I'd love to explore that because I do my spoken word, and it did feel like it was a safe way to step into that, and it's meaningful. It's not just, you know, random things, it's purpose aligned.
Yeah.
So thank you for
that.
And,
now I got tears in my eyes. Thanks a lot, K.I. Thank you for sharing that.
And I'm just gonna try to play it now.
Yep, we got sound. Yes.
Nice.
Lioness. I've been following one of Cassie's persons since they left the newly opened St. Lucia building on Broad Street down from Temple. I'm in the hallway of the building they went into, but I don't know the apartment she went into. Walking into a trap is not on my bucket list, Lioness. Lioness, as you know, we Night Angels don't take prisoners.
Queen Energy, call me Majesty, living this every day in my own way.
So all right. That was, yeah, I enjoyed watching that.
I love that. Yeah, and I just love how you just knock them out, handle it, and go pick the phone back up and keep it moving. Like,
yes, that was amazing. I do want to ask Dr. Walls, as far as like when you guys come up with the characters and like what's that process of coming up with those different characters and how you keep the story flowing?
Yeah. I will say. Excuse me, I'm laughing. Dr. Rivers is saying, okay, the fighting skills. Yeah, she had them skills. You saw her. Wait till y'all see her in the dojo. If y'all ain't seen that episode yet.
Oh yeah, that was good.
So with the characters, one of the things that Edmund was insistent on was that the characters are connected to who we are. as individuals. He wanted us to connect with it. He didn't want it to be so distant. So, like for instance, you'll see that Lioness, who is the role that I play, is an author, right? I am an author. So you'll see Froggy T and Bunny books throughout episodes. So it's relatable. I am a mentor, right? I mentor a lot of people. It used to be a lot of women, but I have some men on my roster as well. And so he wanted that aspect there. I also have some elders who have mentored me. So keeping it close enough to be relatable and then also open enough to give it our life, right? Give it our
Yes.
version. So Kelly Indy Smith, KI. All right. So there we are, right? It's close, but it's just a little bit different. And so you have the athleticism, you have the part of the history of doing some martial arts. So it's bringing that back into your life, but also expanding what you do. Hence, with the Southern Gem Foundation, you are definitely one who is into uplifting, mentoring, empowering. So it's making sure that the character is close enough, but also has openness enough. And then, as you know, of course, within the human trafficking, there's going to be those who are the human traffickers. And so we have people who say, you know what, I want to try being a villain for a change. Like I've never done that. Okay, well, you want to let's try it and
Yeah.
see. And
Yeah.
so it kind of becomes our adult playground, so to speak, right? Again, former teacher here. So we have play areas in the classroom and
Yes.
outside of the classroom where we get a chance to explore the fullness of who we are. And this is the opportunity for that. And as he mentioned, that we do work with about 7 to 8 different countries in Africa, 4 countries in the Caribbean, and about 13 different states. And so culturally, we're always thinking about that. So in some episodes, you will hear people speaking their native tongue, right? You'll hear episodes when we have AJ, or we have Angel, who's also from St. Lucia. Then all of a sudden you'll hear some Creole mixed in, or we have someone from Kenya and we'll hear that native tongue, because we want to keep it authentic to who they are, and we want to uplift that part of the world, because again, this is a global piece. We want to tie it in. As we had one woman who's from Liberia, excuse me, and she talked about juking in, she was like, if this happened in my country, we would be juking. And it was like, okay, so let's write that into the script, so that when people from your country or your village are watching it, your town, your community are watching it, and they hear that, it's like, oh yeah, that's her. You know,
Yeah.
she's representing us. When we hear a choops, we know that that's representing certain cultures. When, you know, did one scene where we were driving through North Philadelphia. Well, anybody from Philly knows that we do not say North, we say Norf. So you driving through North. So it's like, oh, she really from Philly. So it's like we make sure we
Yes.
add those cultural pieces and nuances, because we don't want to be fake. We want to be authentic and bring it forward so that people can connect to it. So we're taking all of that in mind. So I tell people, although he is my husband, he got a lot of stuff going on up in here. So I can't tell you all the secret sauce, because it lies within him, and then he shares it, and then we clean it up accordingly.
Nice. And that's amazing. Like that's one thing I've realized about Kadaga. Sometimes I'm like, how are you able to just keep the story going and still have that reach and
Mm-hmm.
find a way for it to come back and just create like that continuity? And it
Yeah,
makes sense. It's not like it's everything kind of falls in place, makes sense. I did
yeah,
also want to ask what inspired, like you could have done something else, right? It could have been
yeah,
a podcast, it could have been a
yeah,
video. Like, what inspired the Kadaga web series as
yeah.
like the creative, um, I guess the creative representation of
Mm-hmm.
what you guys are trying to do?
Yeah, so I would say it was a couple things. So number one, as he mentioned, PIF, so the Piton International Film Festival, which we started in 2014, which was about educating individuals, young people specifically, but we say young at heart because youth does not really have an age, right? It's this idea, though, by definition, of course, it does, but I'm a sole and firm believer that the inner child lives in all of us. So I refuse to be
Yes,
capped at 19 as a
agreed.
youth person. Okay. But yeah, so it was really near and dear to Edmund's heart that people learned what was going on in front of the camera, but also behind the camera. Looking at the film industry, which is $1 trillion industry, there are so many opportunities. And many times people just think about the actors and the actresses, but they're not thinking about the writers. They're not thinking about the barbers. They're not thinking about the makeup people. They're not thinking about the costume designers. They're not thinking, right? There's so many opportunities to participate in this industry, but your mind has to be open to the possibility. And
Yeah.
so that's how PIF started. And also it being a collaboration, not a competition. So let's find a space. If you're interested, let's find you a space. So we have people who just do voiceovers. They don't want to be on screen, but they want their presence to be on screen. No problem. Let's find a way to do that. So, right, we do that with the spiritual aspect of it, where the Nahende Council, excuse me, will come in and deliver messages. You don't ever see them, but you hear their voices. And so these are some of our elders in the community who have decided that's how they want to contribute. No problem. Um, so looking at the film industry and saying, okay, where are we now within it? So when Kadaga started, it was this idea that we'll do this feature film, 2 hours, one and done. And one night, as we were watching some of the edits of it and looking at where social media was going, specifically on YouTube, more shorts, more shorter content was getting bigger hits. And we were just talking one night, and it was like, babe, what if we turned it into a web series? And what if we expanded beyond one person being Kadaga to it being a group of women being Kadaga warriors? And so when he gets excited, he's like, oh, yeah, 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 that works, that'll work. And so it was like, all right, now we're in the zone. Let's flow with it. And he was very specific about Kadaga warriors being women of color from African descent. However, Sisters for Harmony is a global initiative looking to work with women, right? All women. And so he said, so we need to create another group of women, an organization that includes women of all races, nationalities, and so forth, hence the Night Angels. And so it was like, okay. And also, the Kadaga warriors are into possibly people rehabbing, changing their ways, keep hope alive, right? That's the therapist, that's the psychologist in me, that people can change if they want to. Versus the night angels are like, they ain't never gonna change. That's the way they are. Let's just eliminate them, right? And so, but these are the different energies that exist within the world. And so
Yes.
recognizing and creating representation for them. And so that's how the story isn't over. Unfortunately, right? Human trafficking, we know or the origins of it, or let me not say that we know the origins of it. One of the greatest representations of it is the enslavement of the African people, right? So human trafficking has been around for centuries and it has not gone anywhere. It has just changed the way that it looks. And that's why the definition has expanded beyond just capturing people, beyond just the sex trafficking. We have to look at all of the ways in which people are utilizing humans to make money, and they're being forced to do so. And so this is why we have to expand and raise our awareness around human trafficking.
Yeah. And we are we are interested in hearing more, Dr. Walls, about
Yes.
Kadaga. So I will be posting I think I already did, but I will post again the link. And in case anyone wants to join Sisters for Harmony
Mhm.
or learn more about, what the work that you're doing, how are they able to do so? How are they able to
Yeah,
connect
so
with
they
you?
can go right to our Sisters for Harmony, and that's the number 4 Harmony website. So sistersforharmony.com. I'll drop the link in the chat and they can see. Oh, sorry, let me put it to you in the private chat. Um, maybe you can grab it there. There you go. So they can go. You can read about our mission and our vision. If you want to contribute, you can also contribute. We have a PayPal account, and there's a drop down drop down menu where
Okay.
you can identify what you want to contribute to. If you're interested in being with Kadaga, you can send us an email as well, and that will you should be able to contact us on the site, and you can just let us know and we'll be in contact with you. I would say the other way, you can also reach out directly to Brother Ed at piffemoja@gmail.com.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
So
did have that here
yeah.
as well. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Walls, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And also to Brother Ed, he already left. But thank you both, not just for being here today, but just for, I mean, I've only known both of you, I think it's about a year now, a little over a
Yes.
year.
Yes.
And even in that short span of time, what you've brought into just my life and my consciousness as far as the possibilities is words can't even describe, because it really felt like it was some sort of an awakening for me to
Mhm.
see that there's more that I could be doing. So I just want to
Yeah.
thank you for always supporting whatever I'm doing. And you guys are always by my side, always encouraging me, supporting my initiatives with Southern Gem, from the fundraisers
Mhm.
to anything I post online, even to our holiday pledge. And you guys are here right now sharing the work that you're doing. So I just want
Yeah.
to say from the bottom of my heart and the Southern Gem family, thank you, thank you, thank you for all that
Welcome.
you do.
You're
Yes.
welcome. Thank you so
And
much.
of course, yes. And I'm looking forward to more conversations like this. If we could
Yes.
do something else, just one on one, that would be amazing.
Oh, you know we
Um,
are.
Yes, yes. I'm looking forward to that. But if there's anything you'd like to share before we kind of close off our reasoning today, if there's any final words or anything you'd like to
Yeah.
share. Mm-hmm.
So number one, I want to say thank you to you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for putting your hand in our hand and allowing us to walk together, because it is special when you do come across people and you link up, right? We are definitely
Yes,
stronger together.
yes.
Sherwin Dupes Bryce actually wrote a song for us years ago. One of our themes for Piff was Stronger Together, and he wrote that song. And we definitely believe it, and we believe in putting our hands together and other hands so that we can move God's plan forward. And it is about the collaboration, right? We're not in
Mm-hmm.
competition. We grow stronger with each other. That's the way, and it's
Yeah.
very simple. It really is simple. So we can get that competitive nonsense out the way. It slows us down. One of the things that Edmund and I talk about is competition doesn't mean that we're doing our best. It just means I'm doing better than you, right? But
Mm.
collaboration means that I'm
Yeah.
going to bring my best and you're going to bring your best. And then when we're doing our best together, then only great things can come. So I just encourage everyone just to step up. My motto is live your greatest life. And so this just means be your greatest self. So I encourage you to continue to do what
Yes.
you do. You already know. All you got to do is tap us. We got you. We'll support you in the ways that we can. Shout out to everyone who I sent text messages to that have hopped in this chat room. Thank you for
Yes.
joining us. Please contribute in any way that you can. Kelly has a goal
Yes.
$1,200 in 12 hours. She is holding it down. I'm going to show my age for people who
Yes.
remember the Jerry Lewis telethons back in the day. I used to love me that telethon because it was filled with a variety of guests. She's already had some guests on. She had Ronnie Ramin, who was an author, on
Yes.
before. She has a full day of people. So pop in, stay on, show the support. And as you can see, she has up here where she is creating gift baskets for disabled youth in St. Lucia. Please feel free to support what she's doing. It only takes, I tell people, I read this one time, it doesn't take 100%, it only takes 51% to tip a scale. So
Mm-hmm.
if we just do our part, I also read it's not that there's more hate than love in the world. It's just doing that. It's just that hate is doing a better job. I refuse to let hate win. So that means that I choose to love more. So I encourage everyone to love more. And I wish everyone a wonderful holiday
Yes.
season on behalf of my husband and myself. We wish you a
Yes.
happy, wonderful holiday season, blessed ending of 2025, and a grand and glorious 2026.
Yay. Yes. Thank you so much, Dr.
You're
Walls. Thank you
welcome.
again.
You're
Have
welcome.
a great rest of your day. Thank
You
you.
too. And here's a little tambourine for you as you go out for what you're doing.
Yes.
You
Thank you
keep it
so
up.
much.
All
I
right.
will.
Be
Thank
well.
you.
Bye bye.
Oh, that was so good. That was so good, folks. That was so good. Yes. 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 That was amazing. Thank you to Dr. Kathleen Walls and Brother Ed Umoja for that. That was amazing. And it's just so important to link up, like Dr. Wall said, and the people who are already doing the work to kind of just find the common ground and move forward. Because there's so much more that could be done with everyone just coming together, putting the collective resources, collective goals together, and making this happen. So I really just want to thank Dr. Walls and Brother Umoja for making this possible. And for everyone who has tuned in, thank you. Shout out to my cousin, my big bro, George Fenold. You put your whole government name out, but thank you for joining in. You did say big of Kelly. Thank you for that. Thank you for always supporting everything I do. And thank you for everyone who's in the chat right now, just keeping us company. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in and who is tuned into what we are doing. So we're actually going to be moving right into an interview that we have with the contestants of the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant. And we will be interviewing each and every one of those girls. Our first contestant that we will be speaking with is Miss Tamai Nelson, and we will be bringing her in shortly. She is already on. So we're just gonna make sure that she could hear us, and we're gonna bring her in to kind of have a little chat with her about her platform and what she's looking to do in February at the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant. Okay, so we're just gonna bring her in. She looks ready. Awesome. Hello, hello. Welcome, Miss Tamai
Hello.
Nelson. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yay, yes, I can hear you. Listen, I
Okay,
love that we
awesome.
could hear each other because this whole
That's
morning
important.
has been, yeah. But welcome, Miss Tamai Nelson. If we could all just give Tamai a warm welcome.
Hello,
Yeah.
everyone.
So if you could just go ahead and introduce yourself to everyone who's here, tell us a little about yourself and your name.
Hello, I'm Tomai Nelson. I am taking part in the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence Pageant 2026.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be representing the beautiful community of Miku.
Nice. Mikud in the house. Shout out to
Miku in the house.
Mikud. Shout out to Mikud. So you said Miss St. Lucia USA Independence. Tell me what inspired you to take part in the pageant in February, this next pageant.
So basically, I've watched my mom coach a handful of pageants, not just Miss St. Lucia USA. And I've been exposed to it from a young age. And at first, I used to say I can never do that. Like, that's not me. But I
Mm-hmm.
have a background in performing arts. I used to do some musical theater and dancing, stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm.
it's been a long time. But I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
tap into that again and try something new and put myself out there because I'm not getting any younger. So,
Nice. I mean, I definitely get you wanting to explore your talents, like see what you're made of, right? See what you could do.
yeah,
So I'm happy that you've decided to do that. And shout out to your mom, Wendy, who is such a great supporter of everything that is great, supporter of Southern Young Foundation. So shout out to you, Wendy, and all that you do.
yes, my mom.
Yes. So tell me a little bit about your platform, Tomai. What is the platform that you're running on for this year's pageant?
My platform is elderly care because I believe that our elderly community isn't very acknowledged, and that's not right. Because as the saying goes, once a man, twice a child. So we should be
Mm-hmm.
caring for those who have cared for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's so important. I remember
Yes,
growing up, I would always read in books, especially like the those social studies books we had in St. Lucia. They would always say, one of the good things you could do is visit the elderly. And I kind of grew up never seeing that happening, but as I get older, I realize why it's so important.
it is
Because
important.
sometimes they're alone, and especially at that age, you need that support. So I
Exactly.
definitely
I think they
think
should
you're,
be more valued.
yeah, of course, yeah, your platform is important. So as far as your prep and getting ready for February, how has that been going? How have you been prepping?
The gym. Oh, I've been in the gym.
Nice.
I've never worked out so hard in my life, and I've played
Mm-hmm.
basketball before. So
Mm-hmm.
I've been in the gym going hard. I've been walking around in heels just everywhere.
Yeah, of course.
And I eat, sleep, breathe my speech.
Yes.
So just taking in the time to just dedicate myself to everything I need to prepare.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a lot. It's
Yeah,
been a lot.
it is a lot. And I give you props for, because you said, you've seen your mom do it. So you've seen the work that goes into it, but still
Yes,
deciding you want to, try that.
like
Props to
watching
you
it is
for
one
doing that.
thing, doing
Mm-hmm.
it, ooh.
Yes, definitely. So I know you said you kind of been practicing. So have you watched previous years of the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant? And if so, who do you think is your favorite contestant from the pageant for the past 2 years?
I have, and my favorite contestant has been Ayla.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, my mom was her chaperone, so I was there to watch her progress and watch her grow. And
Mm-hmm.
it's really like fascinating because it's like, wow, in the time frame that was given and the fact that she was able to improve so much, it was really so nice to see. And we clicked
Mm-hmm.
relatively fast.
Mm-hmm.
We're somewhat close in age and we share a sign. We're both Sagittarius.
Nice,
So
nice.
we have a lot in common in that
Mm-hmm.
aspect.
Yeah. So her growth, just watching the growth kind of, yeah. Okay,
And you see
so
someone, yeah,
yeah, and that kind of I would think that if you're that close and you see the growth and you have that personal aspect, that would probably inspire you to want to also, see what that's like too, right? See how you could grow in
absolutely.
that way. Yeah,
Yes.
nice. So if someone is trying to support you, or if someone is viewing and they're like, all right, I like her, I want to support her, how are they able to do so?
Absolutely anything helps.
Okay,
Donations, sponsorship,
okay.
words of encouragement, and just simple engagement is all helpful to me. I take that very personal. My email is tomyjnelson at gmail.com, which is my
Mm-hmm.
personal email and my main line of communication.
Okay, so I'm just gonna put that in there to my J at Nelson, right?
No, to my J Nelson. It's literally my name.
To
Or
my
is
J
it?
Nelson.
Yeah, at gmail.com.
Yeah. So again, folks, if anyone is interested in sponsoring, donating, or just giving a few words of encouragement, sending some positive feedback, positive vibes to Tamai, this is where you could contact her and all that she is doing. But this the next installation of the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant. So before we leave, Tamai, because we had like a little, this is supposed to be a little short fun teaser on what you're going to bring to the table in February. I like to play a small game where I'm gonna give you a phrase and you just tell me the first thing that pops in your head when I read the phrase, just so that the viewers can get to know you in like a fun way.
Let's go.
You ready? All right, cool.
Yes.
I'm laughing at this first question because I feel like I know the answer. Favorite color? Pink. Okay.
Yes.
Too easy. Favorite food?
French fries.
Hot or cold?
Cold.
Sweet or salty?
Sweet.
Crawl or run?
Run.
Your favorite place to visit in St. Lucia?
The beach.
Nice. What beach? What beach?
Every beach. They're all
Every
so
beach.
beautiful.
No, I agree. I 100% agree. Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Nice. Yay. I feel like people who don't drink coffee always beefing with coffee, so I appreciate someone who drinks
They don't
coffee.
get it.
They don't get it, no. So solid colors or patterns?
Solid colors.
Nice. Makeup or no makeup?
Today is no makeup, but usually makeup.
Usually makeup. Nice.
Yeah.
And heels or sneakers?
I gotta go with heels. I'm tall, so I like
Yes.
that extra height.
Of course, I support it, man. Even I know sometimes people are like, "Oh, I don't want to look too tall." I'm like, "There's no such thing
There's no
as too
such
tall."
thing.
Nice. So, Tomai, lastly, if that, would you like to say anything to our viewers before we let you go? This is your chance to just any closing remarks, anything you'd like to share with our viewers today.
I just want to say thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to be in the pageant. Check on your elderly. Don't forget about them. They are important, just as important as you.
Yes.
And in general, I just want to give a big shout out to my mom, obviously. Shout
Yeah.
out to you for having me here and supporting me.
Thank you.
And to everyone that's taking place in the pageant, I want to say thank you to all of you.
Nice. Thank you so much, Tamai, for giving us that opportunity to get to know you a little more. And good luck on February 7th, I believe.
Yes,
Good
February
luck.
7th.
Good luck with working out and walking in your heels and doing all the things that you're doing. And
Yes.
we wish you luck and we look forward to seeing you in February.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Bye. So, folks, that was Miss Tamai Nelson. That is contestant. I think she actually is contestant number 1 in the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant. So shout out to her. We're going to have our second contestant coming up shortly, and that will be Miss Cruzanne Cools. So we're just gonna wait for her to join, give her a few minutes. I'm actually going to grab a bite because I am hungry while we wait for Miss Cruzanne Cools. But again, thank you to everyone who is here. Thank you for joining. After our interview with Cruzanne, I will be giving a quick update on where we are at with our donations. I haven't been looking at the tracker. I've been in amazing conversation. We just had Tamai Nelson, and earlier we had Dr. Walls and Brother Edu Moja just sharing their work with Sisters for Harmony and the Kadaga web series. So after Miss Cruzanne, we will be going into our tracker and see where we are at with our goal of $1,200 in 12 hours for Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yay, awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you could just go ahead and introduce yourself to our viewers, tell us who you are, where you'll be representing.
Okay, first and foremost, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cruz Cruz, and I'm going to be representing the vibrant community of Castries, Leclerc.
Nice. Welcome, Cruzan. We're so happy that you could make it, and we're gonna have a little chat today. We just spoke to Tamai, so you are our second contestant that we are chatting with today. So you told us where you're representing, you told us your name. What inspired you to be a contestant in this year's pageant?
That's a great question. Okay, so what inspired me to be a contestant in this year's pageant was the opportunity to challenge myself, to grow my self confidence. I feel like it could be an intimidating process putting yourself out there on the stage to be judged, but it's
Yeah.
also an opportunity to grow. From this pageant, I
Yeah.
wanted to improve on my poise, my self confidence, my speaking in public, and learning how to walk in heels. Also, I wanted the opportunity to meet like-minded people that I could basically converse with, and we could help each other grow together.
Yeah, it's definitely it is a lot to put yourself out there because you'll be speaking in public, you'll be presenting yourself in public, so it is a lot. And I commend you on taking that step and wanting to grow in that way. The reward on the other side is amazing, and I think you'll have an amazing time. So,
Thank you.
tell me a little bit about your platform and what you'll be running, the platform you'll be running on for the pageant this year.
Okay, my platform is about youth advocacy. What inspired this platform are my own personal experiences as well as that of others. What I've observed throughout my time in life is that the adolescence years are quite hard to navigate because that's the time when persons basically endure a lot of social pressure. And I feel like with social media being prevalent in this current generation, it can make it even harder to navigate mental health challenges as well as educational and social challenges. So my platform will be about creating spaces and providing the youth with role models and that they they will have to basically unpack mental health challenges or any challenges that they're dealing with in life to help them navigate into the adult years, because I've realized that that time in life is a formative period, and what we go through carries into our adult age. So to equip youth with the tools and the necessary spaces to help them improve their quality of life, I feel like it could do tremendous things to help them throughout the rest of their adult journey.
Yeah, that's so true. We actually had someone on earlier, Jonathan St. Rose, also known as Ninja Dan in St. Lucia, and the work he's doing has a lot to do with getting youth at that age and helping them address issues at that age so that it doesn't carry into adulthood. So I definitely see the need for a platform like yours and for what you're doing because, people already on the ground actually see that need for that. So I definitely agree that that's needed in our communities. So as far as your platform, preparing for the pageant and everything that comes with it, how have you been personally getting yourself ready for the pageant? How have you been preparing?
I've been getting myself ready for the pageant by doing a lot of practice. I've turned my apartment into a rehearsal space. Basically, I would drag my couch all the way into my kitchen so my living room would be clear, and I would use that space as a runway. I would also use that space to practice my talent. I've also watched a lot of the past pageants. I've watched the two Missing Lucia USA pageants, and I've watched the past Carnival Queen pageants as well as other wide scale pageants.
Mm-hmm. Nice. And just looking at those experiences, right?
Yeah.
Nice, very nice. So you did mention, so my next question is about, who you think your favorite contestant is. So based on those two pageants, because this is, for anyone who's watching and who's not aware, the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant is a fairly new pageant, and this upcoming February is going to be the third year of the pageant. So, Cruzan, from the two pageants in previous years, who do you think is your favorite contestant and why?
Okay, that's a really great question. I would say that I had two favorite contestants. My first favorite contestant was Taylor, and for me, like with Taylor, she just has this aura about her that's almost healing. It's like when you speak to her, you just want to learn more about her. You want to know more. She has this authenticity that just makes you want to listen to what she has to say. She seems very natural when it comes to engaging with the public. It feels
Mm-hmm.
quite genuine. So she's one who particularly stood out to me and I was drawn to. The second
Mm-hmm.
contestant who stood out to me was Miss Cheyenne Smith. And the reason being is her intellect and the way she was able to articulate to me was just quite impressive. She's
Mm-hmm.
one person that, like, when she speaks, it just makes you want to listen to what she has to say. You could see that she's very passionate when she's speaking, and she's very sure of herself, and she's also very educated and knowledgeable about whatever she is speaking about. And Cheyenne also got the opportunity to go on to represent St. Lucia in the Miss Universe pageant this year. So I feel like that was great. So yeah, in terms of the contestants, these were the two girls who stood out to me the most, and I would say were my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. Yeah, and shout out to Taylor, who we will be having on later, and also shout out to our Miss Universe current rep, Miss Cheyenne Smith. Shout out to you, cuz, and all the great things that you've done and did. And I don't know if you watched her journey even with Miss Universe this year, but that was one of the most amazing rollouts for St. Lucia for Miss Universe. So shout out
I
to her.
agree. I agree.
Yeah, it was amazing. Okay, so if someone would like to support you, how could they go about doing so, Cruzan?
Okay. Someone could
If someone's
support
watching
me.
this wants to support you. Yeah.
Someone could support me by providing sponsorship or any tips or words of advice that you have for me, because this is a very new space and I'm open to any advice or wisdom from persons who have prior experience. I feel like it would be a great asset in helping me be a strong contestant. So, throughout these two ways, sponsorship or any words of advice, they could reach out to me through my email, which is my name, Cruz Ann 12 period 08 at gmail.com.
Okay. And just make sure I'm gonna put it up, but just that's correct.
Yes.
Awesome. So if anyone is interested in supporting Cruzan, this is how you're able to do so and just assist her, whether, like she mentioned, whether that is through words of advice, tips, or if you'd like to sponsor her in any particular way, you're able to do so by reaching out to her via email. And before we end, I did it with the last contestant. We're gonna just do a quick game, like it's gonna be like a flash round of a few questions that I have. It's not really questions, but phrases, and you will just tell me the first thing that pops into your head.
No problem.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, what's favorite color?
Purple,
Favorite food?
lasagna,
Hot or cold?
hot,
Sweet or salty?
sweet,
Crawl or run?
crawl,
Your favorite place to visit in St. Lucia?
the sulfur springs. There's so many though.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Coffee or tea?
Tea,
Nice. Solid colors or patterns?
solid,
Makeup or no makeup?
makeup,
And last but not least, heels or sneakers?
Sneakers.
I agree. I mean, I agree with heels, but sneakers, I feel you. I feel you. So Cruzen, thank you so much for joining us today. Is there any closing words, anything you'd like to say to our viewers or anyone who might be listening?
Okay, so first of all, I just want to thank you for giving me the space to reach an audience to tell them a little bit about me and the pageant. Thank you, everyone who is listening as well. I hope to see you at the Medgar Evers College on February 7th next year for the pageant to see me and my contestants. Give you the chance to show you our various talents and to learn more about us. But yeah, thank you everyone for listening to what I have to say. I really appreciate being able to speak with you all today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Cruzen, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. Take care. You too.
Bye. And that was Miss Cruz and Cools, folks. Miss Cruz and Cools. And again, Miss Cruz and Cools will be one of the contestants in the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence Pageant happening in February. So I did say that we will go ahead and do a quick check as far as where we're at with our donations. I am just going to go ahead and check that out. We are currently at 1242. So the goal, as we mentioned, was $1,200 in 12 hours. And without a doubt, I believe that we are able to crush that. I believe that we're able to do so by coming together and just making it happen. If you take a look at the banner that I'm about to put up, this is how you're able to make a donation, make a pledge if you're interested in being part of the holiday pledge this season. So again, just gonna go ahead and look at our tracker and see where we're at. And currently we are speaking with the guests, with our, oh, people have been donating. Wait. People have been donating and I have not been tracking it. I just opened the tracker and I see it. Let's put out, I see it, folks. I see it. Wait, play it again. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay, wait. Shout out to, we currently have one additional donation from Miss Sheena. Thank you, Sheena. Shout out to Miss Sheena. Shay, for your donation. Sheena just pledged $100 to us. And that makes us one step closer to our goal, folks. So we do have a new donation from Sheena. Thank you to Sheena. Give a little shout out to Sheena. So again, like I was saying, the idea is that we were at within every hour that we're able to raise $100, and in 12 hours we would easily be able to meet our $1,200 goal. And again, 100% of the funds that we receive, they're going directly towards creating gift baskets for disabled kids in St. Lucia. We had an author on here earlier, Miss Ronnie Ramin, and she shared about the work that she does working with young people, being a kids advocate. And one of the things that she shared is her new project that she's working on, which is a new book called Our Special Friends, and basically just giving that extra attention to what disabled kids need. Often in our society, disabled kids are, and kids with special need, we kind of are okay with not understanding what they need, right? We're okay with not knowing and thinking that it's okay to be oblivious to their needs. And so that's kind of something we wanted to go against this holiday season, and we wanted to say no. Let's find out what those kids need, and let's go ahead and make it a reality. So that's where the gift baskets are coming in. We're providing sensory items in the gift baskets that are going to be tailored to that kid's specific need. So if there's a kid who may like have issues with violence and be physically aggressive or things like that, we're putting things in the basket, items in the basket that's going to help address that. Whether it's fidget toys, soft rugs, heated blankets, anything that we could think of that's going to help make their holidays a little sweeter this holiday season. That's what we're doing. And we're also going to provide everyday essentials, whether that's hygiene products, essentials for the families, and just showing that in this season we're actually thinking of those kids. And so 100% of the proceeds that we raise today, that's where those donations and that's where those funds are going to. So again, I'd like to say thank you to Sheena for your pledge. Thank you for pledging the star. Thank you for being a star. I'd also like to thank Shelly, who pledged earlier. She also pledged a star. Thank you for being a star as well. And I'd also like to say thank you to our very first pledger of the morning, who was Petula. She pledged early on. So thank you as well for being a star. And if we could just take a look at where we're at with our tracker. I'm just gonna share my screen so we have a visual on it. Share screen. So this is where we're currently at. I did not update the time just because I wanted to get things rolling, but we're currently at $300 and it's 12. So we're at $300, 12. We're 25% there. If my math is mathing, we are 25% to our goal. And honestly, that's where we need to be right now. We're at 25%. We still have a lot of hours ahead of us. So please, if you're interested in helping us reach our goal, please go ahead and join us. Feel free to send your pledge to our Zelle at sgf.donate@gmail.com, or you could also share this live with anyone you may think would be interested in pledging or just learning what we're doing here today. And I know that we have recommended tiers. We accept anything. So don't think that if you'd like to pledge $5 or $10 or $12 that we'll not accept it or that it doesn't mean anything. We absolutely accept any and everything. These are just suggested tiers that based on if persons give at that level, then we kind of give something back. And for anyone who does the sparkle tier, they would receive a digital sticker as well as a shout out. Anyone who does a star tier, which is the $100, they receive everything from the sparkle. In addition, they also get 10% off any Southern Gem Foundation merchandise or future event that we'll have. 10% off of those. We do have shirts, we have totes, and we also have pens. And then for persons who want to give like a transformative gift and pledge $300, we have had persons pledge $300. We've had persons pledge $500 last year. So if someone wants to give like a really big transformative gift like that, we also They would get everything included in the other tiers, as well as a special token straight from St. Lucia, crafted by our team on hand. When I say crafted, I mean really going out there looking for what do we think represents St. Lucia in a really nice way that someone could have in their possession, have at home. Have that token with them, and like I said, everything else that's included in the other tiers. So that's what's included with those suggested tiers and those suggested donations. But again, any and everything is welcomed. So please, if you're ready to make your pledge and join us in making this into a reality, check us out at Zelle. Pledge us your send us your pledge at sgf.donate@gmail.com. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And again, we are about to bring out our next contestant for the pageant. And again, if you've noticed, I'm asking all the girls, the same thing. I'm just trying for us to kind of get an idea of who the girls are, what they're doing, what their platform is, and just set the stage on why it's important to have women in these spaces. And at the end, I'll also share something that maybe some people who are viewing here might not know. But it is important, and this is an avenue for change as far as pageantry goes. So let me just set up for our next contestant, who will be joining us shortly, and make sure that she is good to go. Okay. I am going to be bringing out Miss Nandi Walcott shortly. Miss Nandi Walcott. Let's just bring her out. Okay. Hi, Nandi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Awesome. I'm so happy. I am so happy that I'm able to hear you. Awesome. So welcome. How are you
Thank
feeling?
you. I'm feeling well. I see that you're making headway in your fundraising stream-a-thon, and I'm just so excited to be here to be part of it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we're trotting along. So, Nandi, if you could just introduce yourself to those listening in right now. Who are you? Who is Nandi? And where will you be representing in next year's installation of the pageant?
Sure. My name is Nandi Walcott, and I'm currently the congressional liaison at the Institute of Caribbean Studies. I am excited to be a part of this pageant, and I hope I answered your question.
You did. You definitely did. And what inspired you to want to be a contestant for this year's pageant?
Oddly enough, you were my inspiration to do this pageant. We met at, I forgot what year it was, but it was the Independence celebration here in the Washington, D.C. area. And you came and you presented your platform, and I was just so moved. And I really thought this pageant is a great way for young ladies like myself to really build a foundation and give back to the community.
Of course, yes, I remember that. Yes, I remember that. And I'm just so happy that you decided to go ahead and continue that. And I'm happy for you. And I hope that, you get truly, really and truly, that you get what you want from this platform, because it is amazing. And as you could see for myself, it was definitely like a launching pad for me. So good luck on that as well. So
Thank you.
you did mention some of the work that you do already, but can you tell us a little bit more about your platform?
Sure. So my platform is environmental stewardship through craftsmanship and creativity. It might sound a little bit long, but the point of it is basically to be more concerned about our ocean. Our ocean surrounds us, and many times people are talking about global warming and the land. But what if all of our water dried up? What if, it's happening now? The fish are dying, the coral reefs are dying. And one of the main reasons why this is happening is because of lionfish. Now, lionfish is an invasive species, but their hides can be turned into leather. So my platform will work with fisher folks who hunt and kill lionfish to get the skins and turn them into luxury leather goods. I actually have a piece that I worked on around here somewhere. Do you mind if I just get it?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab it real quick.
Again, folks, this is Miss Nandi Walcott, contestant in this year's Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant. Well, next year, this coming February. And her platform is environmental stewardship through craftsmanship and creativity.
My apologies. I don't want to make everyone wait. I put it to the side and now I don't know where I placed it.
Okay, well,
My
if you have
apologies.
pictures, it's okay. If you have pictures that you'd like to share after, you could always send it and then we could always show it to our viewers. That's completely fine.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. And so as far as your preparation goes, how have you been preparing for February for the pageant?
My preparation, there's so many steps, but one thing that's really helping me prepare is liturgical dance. Liturgical dance is something that I've done since I was younger and that I quite enjoy. So I find that when I participate in liturgical dance, it kind of relieves some stress, loosens the body, and it allows me to just get to a great place where I can focus on what I'm doing, the task at hand.
Yeah. Nice. I could definitely see how, you need to get that internal prep going and just, get your spirit and your mind in the right place. And so just switching gears a little, have you watched previous years of the pageant? And if so, who would you say was your favorite contestant?
So I did watch the previous pageants, and I have to say, last year, my two favorites were Taylor, who won, as well as Danielle. I really enjoyed how they were very true to themselves, true to their sound, and true to their message, while also incorporating traditional Caribbean words, flair, style. It was just very wonderful. And seeing them is such a great example and what I'm striving to accomplish in my talent as well.
Nice. And so if someone would like to support you for the pageant, how could they go about doing so?
So I have a link and a QR code. I believe that I sent it to you.
Yes.
So I can be reached either of those ways. I accept PayPal and Cash App and Zelle, and all the QR codes for that are on the link.
Okay. So yeah, so I'm actually going to share that for us in a few.
Thank you so much.
Yes, of course. If someone would like to support you, awesome. So you said there's a QR code and a website, right?
Yes, so the QR code
Okay.
leads you directly to the website, but the
Perfect.
website link also leads directly to the website.
Okay, cool. So I'll share the website.
Thank you.
And then I did this with the two previous contestants. We're just gonna do a quick little game. Let me get my little music on.
Oh, I'm excited.
Let's do a little drum roll. Oh yeah. Okay. So I'm going to tell you a phrase, and then you're just gonna go ahead and say the first thing that pops into your head.
Okay.
Okay. Coffee or tea?
Tea.
Crawl or run?
Crawl.
Sweet or salty?
Salty.
A favorite place to visit in St. Lucia?
Now that's a hard one, but I really like staying in the Rodney Bay area so that I can just be out on
Nice.
the water on that side of the
Nice.
islands. It just is so
Nice.
peaceful looking up at the
Mm-hmm.
stars and the moon and just relaxing on the water.
Nice. Solid colors or patterns?
Um, I would have to say Madras because Madras is a pattern and I love the different colors it comes in, the versatility, and just the way it looks great, blended even with like modern designs.
Mm, I like that. Makeup or no makeup?
No makeup.
Woohoo. Um, Heels or sneakers?
Heels. I love heels. I always say the higher the heel, the closer to God.
Amen. I love that too. I was just telling, I believe it was Tamai, our first contestant. I was just like, listen, there is no such thing as too tall. All right. If you're tall, wear taller heels. So I definitely agree with that. And two more. What's your favorite color?
So I have two favorite colors, green and purple. I love both equally.
Okay. I respect that. And favorite food?
I really, really enjoy bakes. I love saltfish, green fig. That's
Mm,
like the kind of Caribbean food that I really love. But when it comes to like American food, I love macaroni and cheese.
nice. I feel like I heard someone else say mac and cheese. Oh, did someone say lasagna or something like that? All right, nice. So, Nandi, thank you for playing our game and thank you for being here so far. I'll just leave the floor open to you. If there's anything you would like to share with anyone who's viewing right now, any parting words, anything you'd like to say before we leave.
Of course. Is my site pinned? Like, can people see it or should I change it in the
Yes,
chat? Okay,
it's
perfect.
pinned. I put it on there, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So besides that, I'm just so happy you guys are here today helping Kelly raise funds through her Southern Gem Foundation. I think it's a wonderful cause. Also, thank you for getting to know me a little. And if you have any questions, they can be answered on the site that Kelly shared, or you can contact me directly.
Nice. And then you're on Facebook, right?
Yes,
Awesome.
my
So,
Facebook is
folks,
non-D.
I'm gonna write that for you. Facebook is non-D.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. You're welcome. So, thank you so much, Nandi. Enjoy the rest of your day and good luck on February 7th.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
Bye.
welcome. Bye. Okay, folks, that was contestant number 3. I'm not sure she's actually the third contestant in the pageant lineup, but that was our third contestant that we spoke to for today. So shout out to her. And we're just going to wait on bringing in our final contestant who we'll be chatting with, who is Miss Makisha Anthony. We'll be chatting with her in a bit. So just stay tuned while we get her situated and get her ready. Again, folks, our next contestant, our final interview for the day will be Miss Makisha Anthony. We'll be learning a bit about her platform, her favorite color, and just who she is and all that stuff. Again, we are at $300 for our goal for today. Our goal is $1,200. We are at the 25% mark. So please, if you haven't yet, please share and please consider joining our pledge and making your pledge. Simply donate to sgf.donate@gmail.com. We are 25% there. And we're just waiting to bring Miss Makisha on. She is backstage. She is ready for us, and we are ready for her. Awesome. Hi, Makisha.
Hi, Kelly. Thank you for having me
Hello.
today.
Of course. Welcome, welcome. So, tell us about who you are, about yourself, and where will you be representing in this year's pageant?
Okay. So I will be representing Grizzly. That's actually where I grew up. And
Nice.
I, you said a little bit about my platform or why I decided.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
You could
so
share your platform with us.
I've always had a love for pageantry. So I really enjoyed pageants when I was younger, but as I grew
Mm-hmm.
up, it kind of felt like it wasn't a thing where we would actually get more pageants to do. And growing up in St. Lucia, there's St. Lucian Queen, every Carnival St. Lucia
Yes.
Queen every year. And I kind of
Yes.
knew I wouldn't be there at that point to be able to take part in that. So that was just
Yeah.
I kind of pushed it to the back of my mind. Once I did move here, I was it just didn't seem like something that went on at all. And I was very like sad about that, but at the same time I just found other ways to do talent. I do community to do talent and be
Mm-hmm.
in the community. So
Nice.
over time I did find more pageants, and I started back in 2019,
Mm-hmm.
and I took a few years off again, and I did this year another pageant. So after that, I kind of got the pageant bug, and this was always a pageant I wanted to do since the last one,
Mm-hmm.
but I never got the opportunity. I did apply, but I got injured and I couldn't take part. So this year,
Mm-hmm.
especially after already being in the pageant mode, I was like, this is my year to finally compete.
Of course, yes. And I'm so happy that you're able to do that too. And
Thank you.
so, as far as your platform and your what you're hoping to run on as like your mission, is that pageantry or what exactly is that for you?
No, it's kind of pageantry in a way. Like maybe
Okay.
one day I would hope to do a pageant for younger girls, but it's more about creating the space for others to actually come out and show their talent. Because I feel like that's what pageantry does for me. I don't get a space to just come out and walk, or a space to whether it's dance, act. I don't get spaces to just do that. I would love to do it a lot more, and
Mm-hmm.
this is where I kind of get my time to do that. And I feel like it's something we should really be able to get more people into. A lot of younger girls would love to do stuff like that if it was something that was more like they would know more about. So I feel like that's what I would want to do, just create and put it out there that it's okay to share your talent, because there's so many talented people out there,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't get a chance to shine. They could be so much further than where they are right now, but it's just because whether it be resources or the confidence, or there's so many things that would stop them from using that talent to actually grow and blossom into maybe a superstar.
Of course, yes. And I mean, when it comes to stuff like that, the sky's the limit, really.
It
So
really
I'm glad that
is.
I'm glad you're thinking ahead as well. That's really good. So, what inspired you? I know you kind of mentioned you kind of caught the pageant bug, but what inspired you to be a contestant, particularly in this pageant? What's inspired you?
Well, because this is the one space I actually get to show St. Lucian expression and connect with
Mm,
other St. Lucian women. I don't really get spaces like that being in New York. So
mhm,
I kind of enjoyed that. The first year I heard about it, I was like, oh wow, a St. Lucian pageant here, like right here in Brooklyn. But I heard about it after it was like completed. So I was like, oh,
mm.
I guess I missed that one, which is why the second time around I was like, I really want to apply, I really want to apply.
Yeah,
And that happened, but that didn't happen. But
yes.
yeah, this time.
Okay, so this time, third time is a charm. I think
Yeah.
this is exactly where you're supposed to be.
Once
So you shared your platform, you shared what's inspired you. How have you been kind of preparing yourself for February?
a lot of practice. It's meeting with my creative director and choreographer. I actually came from there like an hour ago, and
Nice.
practice, training, exercising. Especially exercising in times that you really do not want to, like early mornings or like after a long day. Really pushing yourself
Yes.
to do it, because if you stick to that mindset that I have to do this, I have to accomplish this, it's so
Mm-hmm.
much easier when you're on the stage to know, okay, I could do this. I've done stuff that I've been afraid to do or I didn't want to do
Mm-hmm.
before. If this is something I want to do, I'm here and I can do it, you know?
Yes. Yes, I know Tamai also mentioned she's been in the gym. So that's great that you as well, it's like, all right, I need to physically be where I want to be for the pageant.
Yeah.
And also like physically training helps you mentally train, they both
Yeah.
go hand in hand. So
Yeah.
that's awesome. So have you watched previous years of the pageant? So as you know, this is year number 3 of the pageant. So as far as the two other pageants, were you able to watch them? And if so, did you see any contestants that kind of stood out to you? Who was your favorite contestant?
I did watch last year. I did not get to see the year before that because I found out about it after, but I never got a chance to go
Mm-hmm.
back to look at it. And
Okay.
I feel like I really enjoyed they were I have so many different favorite things about different contestants, but
Nice. Yeah.
overall overall I would say I really like Taylor, and I I loved Mikael. What's it? What was it? Mikael?
Mikhail. Yeah.
Yeah, I love
Mikhail. Yeah.
Mikael. Like her, I love her passion, and she came like even her talent. Like I really felt it.
Yes.
I
Yes.
I love that. Like bringing out what you really feel and being able to express it to others to the point where they
Mm-hmm.
actually feel that. That's
Yes. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. I remember a lot of even watching Michaela's talent, like towards the end, I feel like everyone felt it because it's like, oh, that could have been our grandmother, that could have been
yeah.
our auntie, that could have been someone we know. So I definitely agree with you. That was a
Yeah.
powerful piece.
I feel like even watching
Um,
it on the TV screen, you could feel like a shift in the audience. Like you could tell
it
that the
was.
audience they moved. They really moved them. So I was
Yes.
like,
Yes.
yeah, this is what like this is really when you go on stage, you have to really capture these people. You have to get them to
Mm-hmm.
like wow.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, it's like that's why they come. It's like for those small moments that really make them stop and think. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's great. I'm happy you've been able to see that. So it kind of could help you, even if your own prep kind of create that
Yeah.
moment for yourself as well. Yeah. And so, if someone would like to support you, how could they go about doing so?
Okay.
So where they could
As of
contact you or anything. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as of right now, the main way to contact me, or if anyone would like to support me, would first be to follow me on Instagram, because as I do go through the journey, I always update. So if there's a photo shoot or an event, that's where I would post it. And
Mm-hmm.
also, if anyone would like to sponsor, I am looking for sponsors as well. But the main thing is to follow the journey and make sure that we're all getting the message and creating those spaces for that talent.
Mm-hmm. What's your Instagram? So I could just
Oh,
put
Miss
it up.
Makisha. Miss and my name
Miss
Makisha, yeah. MISS.
EISS.
MISS. Makisha.
Um, Oh, got you. You were
Yeah.
spelling miss. I'm like, how do you spell Makisha with two S's? All right, I got you. Is that it right here?
Yes, and
Yes.
that's where I could accept again advice. That's where I could accept any sponsorship, and that's where we could follow through and see when we have events. When tickets are also for sale already. But if
Mm-hmm.
anyone would like to purchase a ticket from me, we could also do so on my Instagram.
Nice. So you folks heard it. You could support her by checking her out on Instagram, Miss Makisha. And before we close out, I did have a little game planned with all the girls. So I'm just going to give you a phrase and you tell me the first thing that pops in your head.
Okay.
Okay. Crawl or run?
Run.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee or tea with boba?
Wait, say that again.
Coffee or tea with boba? If it doesn't have boba in the tea,
You don't want it.
no.
I respect that. I respect that. Solid colors or patterns?
Solid colors. I love
Okay.
patterns. It's just so hard to style them.
Yeah, yeah. So solid colors. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Makeup or no makeup?
Makeup.
Makeup, yes. Favorite color?
Pink.
Pink, nice. Favorite food?
Booyah or wings?
Yes, bouillon,
Pigtail
yes,
booyah to be
girl,
exact.
yes. Yes, girl. Hot or cold? No
Hot.
context. Hot,
Hot.
nice. Um, did I already ask you sweet or salty?
Not yet.
Sweet or salty?
Sweet.
Sweet, nice. And lastly, heels or sneakers?
Heels. No, sneakers with my heels in my bag.
I respect that. I respect that.
Because I
I
love to put
respect
them
that.
on. I just need a break every now and then.
I respect that, man. I hear you. And so, Makisha, it's been so fun talking to you. Is there any last words that you'd like to share with anyone who's viewing? Any closing words? Just this is your time to just share freely anything you'd like to share.
It's been a pleasure talking to you as well. But for everyone, I hope we all have a happy holiday. I hope you spend time with family, peace, love, and it's free to be kind. So let's make sure we're giving that out for this Christmas.
Nice. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day and happy holidays to you and your family as well.
Thank you, Kelly. You have a good day
Bye.
too. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. And that was Miss Makisha Anthony, ladies and gents. That is Miss Makisha Anthony. And like she said, this is her Instagram if you'd like to support her, Miss Makisha. And she is one of the contestants for this, the next installation of the Miss St. Lucia Independence pageant. Um, and so if you would like to support any of the girls that came on here, just feel free to reach out to them directly. I will do a quick run through of all their information that they shared. So we have Miss Cruzan, if you'd like to share her, if you'd like to support her, I'll share her info, which is on the screen right now that you could support. We have Miss Tamai Nelson, who is the first contestant that we spoke to, if you would like to support her. And again, these ladies are welcoming any and every form of support, whether that's sponsorship, whether that's words of affirmation, direction, and just any advice that they could use um, in this pageant. And last but not least, we have Miss Makisha. We also have um, Miss Nandi that you could reach out to Nandi on Facebook at Nandi. She also provided a link that you guys are able to check out and support her that way. I'm also going to add it on there for her. So if you would like to check out Nandi, Miss Nandi Walcott, she does have her own link and website that you could check out to support the work that she is doing. Also, I will share that if you know someone or if you are interested or might know someone who would be interested in being part of this pageant, they're also still accepting young women. They're still accepting contestants. Currently, they are at 4 contestants. They did have an extra contestant that had to drop out at the last minute, so they had to be reduced to 4. But it is still open. So if you're seeing this, and like Makisha said, she found out about the pageant after the first one was done. So there's still a lot of people who may not know that this opportunity is present. So if you know of anyone who would be interested in this opportunity, please have them reach out to the pageant directors and the Miss St. Lucia Independence, pageant. They're on Instagram and they're on Facebook. Quick Google search Miss St. Lucia USA Independence, you will find them. And the next person that we're actually going to have on is going to be the current Miss St. Lucia Independence. I don't know why my phone is talking to me like I spoke to it when I did not. We're going to have the current Miss St. Lucia Independence reigning queen, which is Miss Taylor St. Rose. And she'll just kind of be sharing with us what she's doing, what her reign has been. And she also has an announcement as well that she is going to make concerning her platform and what she's doing. And again, folks, this is a fundraiser. This stream has been on since 6 a.m. Thank you, Lord, that we figured out the Wi-Fi because it was lagging a couple hours ago, but now it seems to be working. We're working it, and I'm happy for that. But this is a fundraiser, so please, please, please remember to make your pledge at sgf.donate@gmail.com. That is a Zelle link. We do accept Zelle. Make your pledge to the Southern Gem Foundation and help us in creating gift baskets for disabled youth. So please do so. Any and every amount is welcomed. And if you'd like to just share the live, it's free to share the live so that other people could see this and be like, okay, I'm in the holiday spirit. Let me donate. You know, we welcome that. We welcome that as well. So we thank you for that. We'll be bringing out our next interviewee very shortly, which, like I said, is the reigning Miss St. Lucia Independence USA, and that is Miss Taylor St. Rose. She will be coming out shortly. But in the meantime, just sit tight, and thank you, everyone, for being a part of this. And I'm hungry, so I'm just gonna continue munching on my sandwich. Again, we're just waiting to bring our guests out while I have a little bite. We've been streaming since 6 a.m. Oh my goodness, 6 a.m. So I'm just having a little bite before we bring out Miss Taylor St. Rose, the current Miss St. Lucia USA Independence Queen. Okay. Okay, I always keep forgetting to bring myself to the stage, and I'm in the background talking to myself, and then I realize that I haven't been actually talking. Okay, so we will be bringing out Taylor very shortly. Just going to make sure we have everything we need as far as some of the info that she will be sharing with us. And you can have that out and ready to go. Okay, we are doing it, Image. Okay, now we're cooking with gas. So we are about to bring out Miss Taylor St. Rose. Welcome to Taylor. Thank you for being here.
Thank you
Can
for
you hear
having
us?
me. Yes, I can hear
Yes,
you.
you can hear us. Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. And I know that you're traveling, so thank you for making time out of your schedule and just sharing the stage with us. I already spoke to some of the ladies, and I thought it would be an amazing opportunity if we're able to kind of round off, our pageant talk, our queenly hour, I like to call it, with just, the reigning queen and some of the stuff that you're doing. So if you could just, for people who may not know you, who you are, introduce yourself, and let us know some of what you're doing right now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Taylor St. Rose. I'm the reigning Miss St. Lucia USA 2025. I'm currently in the process of launching my own foundation, the St. Rose Foundation. We have our first event coming up January 12th at the St. Lucia Foundation House. And if you go on our Instagram at the St. Rose Foundation, you can see the list of our 2026 initiatives for 2026. The event that we're having on the 12th is a mentorship panel and mixer. So we'll have 4 panelists coming and talking about what it took to take their skill into their career path and how you can follow suit. Additionally, the mixer will be a place where people of many ages can just get together and talk, make connections. I'm encouraging people to bring their business cards, come with their ideas in their heads, projects they want to work on, projects that they are looking for a partner on, projects that they need some advice on, and just an open mind to make connections.
Mm-hmm. So if someone is interested in actually attending your event on January 12th, I know we just went straight into things because I do kind of want to just get people to know who you are as far as just, as a person, as a creative and all that stuff. But if someone wants to attend the Seeds to Success event, how are they able to do so? Do they need tickets? How do they get there?
The event is a free event. If you click on the RSVP link, well, I guess you can't do that on the screen, but since it's on screen, you can use your phone to use the QR code and it will bring you to an RSVP. The event is free, but there is a suggested donation so that we can pour into the mentorship program. Or any of the initiatives that the foundation has to offer. But it is free, so if you have nothing to give, just come and bring yourself, your mind, and your knowledge, and we can work with that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So I'll also be sharing at the end, I will be sharing the the flyer online as well as all the other information that we've gotten from persons we've interviewed. So we'll definitely have it out there in case anyone would like to participate. I know on there it says your panelists are you're going to announce a panelist soon. Can you give us a bit of who's going to be there and what can we expect as far as those conversations, what they're gonna be about?
So, a little bit of backstory for the mentorship program. I am focused on four different tracks: creative, professional, entrepreneurial, and trade. So, I have a panelist from each of those tracks coming in to share how they were able to take their passions into a career that they are comfortable and confident sharing their knowledge about. So, I'm not announcing them yet, but in the next week, we will be
Darn
announcing all
it.
the panelists.
Okay, I thought that would have been our freebie. You heard it here exclusively, but we appreciate that. Thank you for that.
Yes.
So, kind of shifting gears a bit as far as who you are, um, and I guess with the time that we have, if you could just give us a kind of like a summary. I know that's hard to do, but just tell us, like in your own words, who you are and who is Taylor St. Rose that was crowned Miss St. Lucia Universe 2025. Who is that person?
Okie dokie. So I would say that in my own words, who I am, I'm going to take it back to my talent really quickly. So my whole talent was about being on a journey to finding myself again after being such a bold and creative young child who slowly lost a bit of her spark and a little bit of her willingness to put herself out there. So that's what I focused on for my talent, and that was just from the most genuine place that I could come from. I Getting on that stage was really hard for me that night, and the process after winning, it didn't change the fact winning didn't change the fact that I was still in that place of trying to find myself back to that young girl again. So I'm still a creative, I'm still bold, but I'm still trying to find my way to the finish point. But the older that I get, I just turned 28, I'm starting to understand that there is no finish point. It's going to be a forever journey of trying to find myself and coming into myself, and I'm going to be different people over and over. I need to reintroduce myself and to my community
Yes.
and give myself more grace and not being exactly who I thought I was going to be when I was 6 years old, because I was so sure. And of course,
Yeah.
that girl is still there, but life circumstances also play a part. So I'm just grateful that I have had this experience to pour into myself more, build my confidence, and try to make a difference in any way that I can. Um,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I'm still creative. I'm still working on all of my art. I'm still passionate about helping. I'm still passionate about my community, my family, and just St. Lucia as a whole. After I won, I went down to St. Lucia in March, and ever since then, I can't come stay home. I'm
Yeah.
there every month,
Mm-hmm.
because I've fallen in love, and not just with the culture and the community, but also maybe a little selfishly the what it has allowed me to find in myself. I feel like I've been meeting people that I relate to way more because I grew up in a small town in South Jersey where there was no one who looked like me, no one who thought like me, no one who shared my communal values. It's a very
Mm-hmm.
individualistic community. So I'm just very grateful that I am falling back in love with my culture and finding where I belong.
Nice. And I mean, honestly, that's really and truly what it is about with, gaining that title and just being able to, for 1 year, call yourself the people's queen, you know? Um, it allows you and it affords you that opportunity to find yourself again. And in your case, like you said, just, reintroduce yourself to yourself and your community and all that. And so I'm interested in if you could just take a time and reflect on the journey thus far, as far as when you were crowned, because February is coming up and you will transition that crown to Miss St. Lucia USA Independence 2026. What has been the highlight of your journey for your reign this year?
The highlight for me was being able to call myself the people's queen and have these conversations. So being able to enter rooms where I wouldn't have been invited before, maybe I could have gone, but going in with people already knowing who I am and wanting to speak with me helps from coming from a place of being a little insecure and not knowing my place in a room. Being given a place gave me so much more confidence to just talk to anyone and everyone. So the conversations that I've been able to have and the willingness to work with me that people have shown has been so incredible and a little bit overwhelming, honestly, how kind people are and just how much grace other people give me. For example, was really hard on myself and really down on myself for not launching my personal initiative sooner. I was stuck in a loop of research and like, I want everything to be perfect. And then the more time went on, I was like, oh my goodness, like I'm a failure. I'm not doing anything. But no one else, I mean, maybe some people were saying some things, but for the most part, no one was saying that to me or about me. People, when I'm like, okay, I'm ready now, they're like, okay, cool, let's go. And I was overwhelmed by that grace as well. And I'm just so grateful that I've found community within all of this. I take it all back. The highlight is the community that I've found.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's important. I think even putting yourself out there, knowing that in whether you believe it or not, you do become a public figure when you get crowned. So you do open up yourself to that scrutinization, to that kind of, people probably misunderstanding you. So you do open up yourself to that. But I also think it's important to know that there are, like you said, there are people in the community who still have grace, who still, want to see young people succeed. They want to see, their queen really, because really what this pageant is about is helping us move forward as a people. So they want to see that success and they want to see you successful as well. So I'm happy that you were able to kind of get a taste of the community and see that, it's never, never, never too late. Um, so I know you said you got kind of caught up in a loop of research and all that thing. I'm interested in learning, what do you think so far has been the most challenging aspect of your journey thus far with the crown?
The
What has
most
been the biggest
challenging,
challenge? Mm-hmm.
the most challenging thing for me is putting myself out there
Okay.
and the fear of failing. Um, Again, bringing it back to my talent, that's something that I spoke about, is that I had gotten so used to hiding who I was and not putting myself out there at all. Even if I was doing great things, I would do it all in silence. And that's something that I've continued to do even in my queenship. Like, I will go do volunteer opportunities. I will give back to the community, not take pictures, not post about it, and just assume that maybe word of mouth will get around, or just know that, like, God knows my heart and knows that I'm doing what I can do. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so that's been challenging, just like wanting to put it all out there and give myself the opportunity to get scrutinized.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
that's been a challenge for me. And it's less against, it's less of a fear of other people, but it's also, I hold myself to a very high standard, and learning to give myself the grace that I see other people giving me has been a challenge, but it's a challenge that is so worthy. And I'm really grateful for this experience to just kind of force me to put myself
Mm-hmm.
out there. I have no choice. And
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
so grateful for that.
I hear that. And like I said, we did speak to the girls already for this year's, I keep saying this year, it's next year, for February's pageant. But if you could just give them some advice, if you could give them words of encouragement from where they're at right now, which is pre-pageant, and where they're going to be after pageant, what would be your advice to them? So it's kind of like two sets of advice.
Yes. Okay.
What would
So
that be?
beforehand, I would say make sure that everything that you're doing when it comes to your platform, when it comes to everything you say on that stage, is genuinely coming from your heart and you know what you want to do and why you're doing it. Because when it comes to, there's the working out, there's the practicing, there's all of that. But if you get on that stage and you're not telling the truth, then you're not going to connect in the same way. For example, I think it was Makisha who brought up like Mikael's talent, how everyone felt like the room changed when she got out there. And even when she was just walking, because what she was doing was just so pure and genuine that you can't help but feel it. And if you can tap into that yourself, then anything that happens on that stage, like it's anyone's game at that point, because you're just being your purest self. And that's not the easiest thing to do. That seems like simple advice, but being authentic can be pretty hard for some people, especially when you have that many eyes on you. So I think Nandi was saying she was doing dance that was helping like regulate her nervous system and make her feel calm and safe being seen. And I think finding a practice of your own, for me, it was like visualization and prayer that helped me get to a place where my nervous system was a little bit regulated and I felt comfortable just showing who I was on that stage. So find that for yourself. And then afterwards, something that I think is really important is to keep up the relationships that you build no matter what happens on that stage. You girls were in this together, and only you guys know what happened during your time training together and the bonds that you built. But work with each other, build off of each other, and everyone's platform is valuable. And whatever you can do to help the other, help. You guys are now part of a community of yourself. You guys have a unique experience that no one else can relate to. Like me and my set of girls can relate, you and your set of girls can relate, sort of, but it's not the same. So don't lose track of each other.
Nice. Amazing. And honestly, is there anything else you'd just like to, or would you like to play our game? I actually played a little game with all the girls. Would you like to play it?
Yeah, I was watching. I watched all of them.
Okay. Okay, so it's just, so well, I guess I'm gonna spice it up. I'm gonna go in different order. All right. So it's just basically phrases, and then you just let me know the first thing that pops into your head. Okay. Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Yes. Sweet or salty?
Sweet. And salty.
Crawl.
Mixed together.
Okay. Crawl or run?
Run.
Run. Favorite place to visit in St. Lucia?
Honestly, I just love being in Bogota. I love being home. Of course, I love the beach. I love all the things to see, but I love being home.
Nice. Home. Nice. Makeup or no makeup?
Makeup.
Favorite color?
Pink and green.
Favorite food?
Pumpkin soup or pad thai.
Okay. And last but not least, heels or sneakers?
Heels, but ouch, but heels.
Yeah, heels, but ouch. I feel that. Makisha said heels in my bag, but sneakers. I think that's how she said. She's like, heels in my bag, but sneakers on my feet, or something like that, because she loves her heels. She just needs a break from it. So I feel that. Thank you so much, Taylor, for stopping by. And if there's any closing words, anything finally that you'd like to share with anyone watching, if you'd like to just remind us of your event coming up, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. It was such a fun experience. It is 2 a.m. and I'm in my hotel room and my family is not pleased. But
sorry, family.
They're fine. I hope that you guys come out to my event, and if not, just log on to follow my Instagram, the St. Rose Foundation, or my personal, Taylor St. Rose, to follow what's happening next. We have a lot of things planned for 2026, and I can't wait to take you guys all on the journey. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Get some rest, and thank you again for tuning in and chatting with us. We'll see you around.
Of course. Thank you.
Bye. All right, folks, you heard it here from the queen herself. Sorry, mom and dad, for having your queen on a live so late. But honestly, thank you to Taylor for even agreeing to be part of this. Like I said, I thought it was only right to kind of share her and share what she's doing as well. because she is the current Miss St. Lucia USA Independence. So I thought it was only right to kind of wrap up the interview of all the ladies with her. And I'll say this, actually, before I do that, the St. Rose Foundation, this is her Instagram, in case anyone would like to check out what she's doing. Check it out, the St. Rose Foundation on Instagram. So feel free to check it out. And yes, just support what these young ladies are doing, putting themselves out there and all that great stuff. And that kind of wraps up our Queenly Hour of talking to the contestants. I did want to share the inspiration behind why I decided to even do a Queenly Hour and do something where it's like, all right, let's chat with these ladies. If you've been in the community, and even if you haven't, it's completely fine. The Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant was launched in 2024, and I participated in the pageant in 2024. And if you could see on my background, this is me in 2024, and what I was able to do with my time as the queen. This, what you're seeing right now, is what I was able to do and what I was able to launch as Miss St. Lucia USA Independence 2024. And so much that was said today kind of resonates so deeply, especially with what Taylor shared as far as being genuine, doing what you're saying that you're going to do, and really connecting. So to all the young ladies as well who are participating in the pageant, if you're still on the live, to be genuine and to really have something that inspires you, something that you've always wanted to do. Use this opportunity to help you do that, because for one night you're going to have everyone looking at you, listening to you, and listening to what you're saying. So for me, that was creative arts and youth development. And I said it on the night, if I were to be crowned Miss St. Lucia USA Independence 2024, I would use my talents to help foster creative arts and youth development. And 2 years later, well, 1 year later is about to be 2 years, here we are, and this is exactly what I'm doing. And that is why I think it's important, and I thought it was important to share that, is to share where it started, and also show that there's also other young ladies behind me who have that fire, who have that desire to create change in their community as well. And like I said, even looking at Taylor, which is the current Miss St. Lucia USA Independence, what she's doing, and like she mentioned, she spent a long time trying to figure out exactly what she wanted to do, but she's having her St. Rose Foundation present a mixer, a mentorship mixer. So please, folks, check it out. And again, that's why I thought it was important to do that, because I am living proof of what you can do if you have a mission, if you have the opportunities. So that's why we are here. So we're just gonna do a quick break from all of this stuff. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna go stretch my legs. I might actually do some how you call that, chair stretches as well. Those are really good. But we're going to do a quick break, and then we're going to have our next interviewee very shortly, which will actually be the last interviewee for the day, and that will be Mr. Marshall Celestine. I hope I'm saying it right, Celestine. And Marshall will be with us, and he'll be chatting with us a little about his work, his platform, what he does. And if you're actually, kind of paying close attention to the type of persons that we are bringing on here, these are people who in some way are leaders in the community, are already doing the work, helping the youth, are already doing work as it relates to using the creative arts as an avenue to reach goals, to create impact, to create social change. So these are the type of persons we are bringing on. And again, folks, this is a fundraiser. This is a fundraiser for our holiday pledge season, and we are accepting pledges and donations, so please feel free, if you have not done so, to Zelle your pledge to sgf.donate@gmail.com. Let's do a quick little break. I'm not going to play music because I got flagged earlier, but I'm going to take a little break as we prepare for our next guest, Mr. Marshall Celestine. I just realized this entire time I did not play my song Queen Energy when I had all the queens come up. The whole point was to play Queen Energy when all the queens were up here. I didn't play it. But it's okay because I'm going to play it now.
Kelly Indy, Queen Energy. Queen Energy, call me Majesty, living this every day, in my own way, I can't get threatened, I'm on my own level, my own level, mama, oh yeah. Real queen never need another title, to be queen gotta first be a disciple, the truth is they just wanna be an idol, 100 of years saying crucify Christ, like I would address them or give them a vibe, to lie to or try to, they wanna see the I lose, rival, revival, I'm telling them twice, so I'm chilling in the light. Queen Energy, call me Majesty, living this every day, in my own way, I can't get threatened, I'm on my own level, my own level, mama, oh yeah. Real queen pony saying I'm in a stressing, say me not stressing, yeah. Real queen pony saying I'm in a stressing, say me not stressing. Timely investing, you see progressing, daily confessing, still them contesting. Real queen pony saying I'm in a stressing, say me not stressing, yeah. Queen Energy, call me Majesty, living this every day, in my own way, I can't get threatened, I'm on my own level, my own level, mama, oh yeah. Real queen pony saying I'm in a stressing, Majesty. Real queen pony saying I'm in a stressing, mama, oh yeah. Queen Energy, call me Majesty, living this every day, in my own way, I can't get threatened, I'm on my own level, my own level, mama, oh yeah. My own level, yeah, my own level, yeah, on my own level, yeah, my own level, yeah.
Like I mentioned, folks, we are taking a quick little break before we bring on our next and final interviewee for the day, which is going to be Mr. Marshall Celestine. So please Please just stay tuned, hang tight for Marshall. We're going to talk about the work he's doing. He is an award-winning and very respected fashion designer. He's a leader, he's an entrepreneur. So he'll talk to us a little about what he does, his inspiration, and just continue sharing the space with us on what we are doing. So just hang tight for that. Actually, we do have one other interviewee after Marshall. We have a recently added, the very knowledgeable Shakina Milius. She will be joining us. She's a teacher and she also holds a master's in special education. So she'll kind of be chatting with us a little about, special education as far as the needs of kids, whether it's the school environment, personally, and all that stuff, which aligns with what we are doing this holiday season in creating gift baskets for those kids. So after Marshall, we do have one more interviewee, and then we will be wrapping up at 6 p.m. folks. Thank you to everyone who's been here, who's been supporting since this morning at 6 a.m. I truly appreciate it. And yeah, I couldn't ask for anything more. While we wait and just get things set up, I would like to give a huge shout out to the St. Lucia National Day Committee for their role in helping me with the pledge. I don't know if some of you guys saw the post that I shared, but I was able to be their MC a few weeks, I think it was last week, and randomly they mentioned the pledge, and I just had so many people pledge their support and pledge their donations to us for what we are doing. So I just really wanted to take the time off to acknowledge each and every one who already pledged, especially those persons who pledged during the SLND celebration. So I'd like to just take that moment and say thank you to all of them. So SLNDC, I'd like to say special thank you to Paula Charles for your pledge. I'd like to say special thank you to Lucretia Coriel, which is part of the St. Lucia House Entertainment Committee. I'd like to say thank you to Leonard Descott. Thank you. I would like to say thank you to Mariana Moril, part of the Grozile Education Project. I would like to say thank you to Miss Sandy Bowden, part of the St. Lucia Mother's Day Committee. Thank you to Pearl Gates. I appreciate that. Thank you to our superstar, Julius Gozile. Peter, thank you for your donation. I'd also like to say a special thank you to the Consulate General, Mr. Jeremiah Hyacinth, for your pledge. Thank you for always supporting everything that we do and just constantly being present in the community. So thank you, CG, for that. I'd like to say thank you to Watch Radio for your pledge as well. And again, everyone, SLNDC, thank you for your donation. And any and everyone who has already pledged, I would like to say merci appeal for all that you do. A shout out to the Forest Organization. Thank you for your support. Shout out to the St. Lucia Association. Thank you for your support as well. So really appreciate that, and just want to give everyone their thank yous and say thank you for what you're doing. Shout out to my grandmother, Mama Dudu, for donating. She always supports what I do, so thank you, Mama Dudu. Shout out to Nakisha Parkins. Also shout out to Alejandro Sanchez for your donation as well. Currently on the stream, I'd like to say thank you to Petula for your donation. I'd like to say thank you to Shelly for your donation, pledging so far on the stream. And last but not least, I would like to say a thank you to Sheena for your donation as well during the stream. So I really and truly appreciate it. And listen, folks, we are well on our way to reaching our goal. We are currently at 25% of our goal, but I truly believe that we are able to get there. I have no doubt in my mind that we are able to make it to $1,200. So just thank you to everyone who supported. And again, we are waiting for our guest, Marshall, who will be joining us and just learning a bit about what he does. If you are looking at the screen right now, that is our token. That is our token of appreciation for our gem pledgers. So anyone who pledges the gem, which is $300 or more, this is just, a really small token of appreciation to say thank you for being a gem. Honestly, and again, is this worth $300? Absolutely not. But behind it, I think what we wanted to do was just show, you carry a piece of this inside of you. Just by donating and joining and helping us on our quest to raise $1,200 for disabled kids. You are part of what we are doing. And then we wanted to just gift our gem pledgers a token, something that they're able to have at their home. If guests come over, you have a cool story to say. This is a local token, and this is from your support to the Southern Gem Foundation's holiday pledge. So please feel free, like I said, to zell us at sgf.donate@gmail.com. I do have the tracker up, and I am watching as those donations come in. So I'd like to say thank you to Shelly. Shout out to Shelly. Thank you to Pachula. Shout out to Pachula. And then we'd also like to say thank you to Sheena for being a star. Thank you for pledging the star. And again, we are waiting for our next guest, Mr. Marshall, who will be joining us. And we'll be just learning a bit about what he does and the amazing stuff that he's a part of. So we'll just get everything rolling on our end. So sit tight. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. So as we wait, folks, I'm actually just recreating our streams. So some of the streams, they drop after an hour, so I just have to log us back into Instagram and Facebook before we bring out our guest and we have our conversation with him about who he is, what he does, and why caring is important. Like I said, this is the main thing. Why should we care about the youth and the stuff that we do? Okay, getting everything set up. Everything is okay. Everything's looking good. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good. All right, just gonna make sure our guest is ready. folks, we will be bringing on our next guest, who is Mr. Marshall Celestine, and he's going to share with us what he does. We're going to learn a little about what he does. I am just waiting for Facebook to have the live going one more time. The live was shut down earlier because I was enjoying, and I played some music that was copyrighted, so that's what we're just making sure it goes back on. All right, awesome. So Facebook is live. So we are about to bring out Marshall Celestine. Please join me in welcoming Marshall. He's gonna wait for a thumbs up. Awesome. Hi, Marshall.
Hey, Kelly, how
Hear
are
me?
you? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yay, awesome. I'm doing well. Thank you so much for joining us, Marshall. Thank you for being here. If you could just straight off the bat, just introduce yourself to those who may not know you. Tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do. But just thank you again for being here.
Awesome. So thank you, Kelly, for having me for this interview and for this fundraising. It's an honor and a privilege just to be here in your presence as well, and also all your viewers and everybody listening via the internet, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're listening from. Thank you for joining us. My name is Marshall Celestine. I hold a few titles, so I'll just name a few.
Yes.
I am the founder and president of NGU Clothing, and also a creator as well, fashion designer, stylist, and I own a construction company that I'm the CEO for Master Tapers, and I also own an institution, the Master Tapers Academy, and I am the president of the St. Lucia Auto Association, and the list goes on. But as we diverge into the conversation, you'll learn more about me.
Of course, yes. And I saw that and I was just like, listen, I have like 2 pages worth of things I want to ask you, but when the conversation goes, it goes. But like you said, there's just so much that you do, and there's just so much. You're a very interesting person just from reading, the background, and how you're able to juggle all those different things is intriguing to me. But before we get into the different hats you wear, I would love to know, who is Marshall, the individual? Who was Marshall growing up, as a little boy growing up? What was he like, and who is that person as an individual today?
Wow. Uh, well, Marshall's individual. I'm reserved. I'm a very reserved person, and I'm a father. Also, uh, three beautiful children. I have my son and my two daughters. I'm also a husband and a father to many.
Yes.
And growing up, I grew up in St. Lucia, particularly from Grace Viewfort. I'm from Grace Viewfort, born and raised. Also, I'm a proud ghetto product. And as we diverge, we'll learn more about me. Yeah, but me.
If you could describe yourself as a child in one word, what would you say you were as a child, and why? One word.
Very troublesome. Yeah.
Tell us about the troublesome activities you did. How troublesome were you?
Oh, I it was a menace to society, that you might say.
Okay. Were you one of those throwing stones on people's house?
Absolutely, yes.
Oh my goodness. All right. You was very troublesome, Marshall. Okay. So you mentioned you grew up in Graceview Fort, and I could imagine that your background, or like where you grew up, kind of influenced. So first we're gonna talk about the fashion aspect, right? So I would imagine that it had some influence to what inspires you to, or what inspires your fashion sense. So does it? And if so, how does it shape it?
Well, yeah. So I think my upbringing was one of the major things that inspired me to be a fashion designer.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, in terms of the way I grew up, as I see my mom and my dad and my grandparents struggle, and I came from very humble beginnings. I grew up really poor, but unless you get out of poverty, you don't understand what it is to be, to be poor. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that is one of the things that I think my mom is my main inspiration for me to have this clothing brand. The way I saw things happen, things that my mom went through, my grandparents go through, and even till this day, the people that I grew up with still go through these things, and the stigma attached to where the place where I was brought up. So that was one of the main influence for me as a fashion designer.
Mm-hmm. So is there something like, if someone was to look at your brand or even the actual pieces, is
Mhm.
there something that stands out like, all right, that's Marshall.
Yeah,
That's that.
basically the message. The message says it all. The name is say never give up. And if you do your research and if you know
Mm,
the individual behind the brand, you'll understand what it means never give up. So just the brand actually,
mm.
or the name actually involves what it is. What is the brand stands for.
Yeah, of course. You know, the funny thing to actually have one of my questions is to ask you how to pronounce the brand name, because for some reason I'm over here saying Ungu. I'm saying Ungu like, all right, in style, but obviously NG will never give up is way, way more powerful. And maybe for me personally, maybe that is my how I see it. Is like, all right, that's in style. It's in style to never give up. So I see that, and I respect that, and I value that, as far as, making this more than just a a clothing line, right? Because it's a brand. You guys have given out scholarships, you guys have worked with non-profit organizations, and make it more into just, all right, look at me, I'm fresh and all that. So what inspired that aspect of it, as far as it going beyond just being a clothing brand, but being almost like, I would say, like a brand that's centered on social justice, really? What
Yeah,
inspired that?
so a lot of things, a combination of different things. As I mentioned before, I grew up, I come from humble beginnings, and I just don't want the
Mm-hmm.
brand to be. I want to be to be a movement, a lifestyle,
Mm-hmm.
and for me, where I came from, a lot of people now just see you on TV, they see you on the interviews, they see you on magazines,
Mm-hmm.
they see you on the runway, but they don't understand or know the journey or the process.
Yes, yes.
So this is why I try to lift up or bring with me people where I'm going. Because if you go to a destination and you're the only one, you're going to be very lonely. So it's important for me as an
Mm-hmm.
individual to
Yeah.
bring people up with me as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the main
Mm-hmm.
inspiration that's why we do, not apart from the clothing, but with the social aspect of it as well too.
Mm-hmm. Nice. I saw based on your bio that, you guys have had you've had success, as a designer. You won the Canadian Choice Award in fashion. That's been a milestone, um, for not just the Caribbean diaspora, but for persons in the diaspora in Canada. You've presented at various fashion weeks, and all of, basically you've been around the world. You've created a space for yourself and an avenue for you to travel and create an impact in that way. What does that mean to you, that you're able to do that?
Well, for me, I don't really. I have asked myself that question, and I've been asked that question a number of times, and the
Mm-hmm.
same answer always seems to come to mind. It's not about me, and it was
Mm-hmm.
never about me, and it cannot be about me. It's about the people
Mm-hmm.
that influence me, the people that is behind me, the people that is pushing and inspiring me. It's all about them and the people that
Mhm.
I inspire to. So it's a combination of a lot of things. So it's not only me.
Mhm.
It's the
Yeah,
people.
yeah. And when you were a child, did you ever imagine yourself going that route? Like, was there always that interest in it, or did that happen gradually as you grew up,
I think
as far as the fashion goes?
the fashion as so just go back. Why does the brand really started? The Never Give Up brand started. I was in college at the time, and I was going through
Mm-hmm.
very it's rough. This is very rough. I was in a dark place, very dark place.
Yeah, yeah.
And at the time, I was undocumented,
Mm-hmm.
and and my professor gave me a piece of paper. This was a poem, and the title was "Never Give Up." And Kelly just seen that word and read that poem. Everything came back. Growing up to present at the present, who was saying, "Wow, this is you, man. This is you." And
Wow,
from that's where Never Give Up came from. It's just from that piece of
wow.
paper, professor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And one of my things I wanted to ask you too was that, and I could see that's probably one of those moments, were there pivotal moments that stuck out to you as, all right, this sparked something else? And I'm guessing that's one of those moments. Do you have any other moments like that you could share that just kind of like everything just aligned, it made sense, and it kind of put you on the path that you are right now, whether it's mentally set you on that path or in any way?
It comes back to my mom. Um,
Mm-hmm.
when I migrated here, you know, I think I have several interviews regarding that in terms of
Yeah,
speaking out. I think I'm an advocate for undocumented migrants. I
yeah.
I want to make sure that I advocate for them, be advocacy for them. But one of the reasons is my mom is
Mm-hmm.
seeing what she been through and at the time where she was and what she had. And my mom was a farmer, and
Mm-hmm.
see my mom from farmers, from the street side, vending in the community, on the street corners, seeing she been mocked, and my mom now is presently a teacher. So that was my one of my biggest moments. I say, wow, yeah, this stands out. This is my mom.
Wow. So seeing that up close, that transformation.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Um, as far as it goes, so you mentioned the humble beginnings. You mentioned also, getting that strength from your mom and, being inspired by those things. What was the support system like for you on your journey getting to where you at right now? Or did you have that support system?
Oh yes. Oh, that's support system. What I say.
Because it's important, but I don't know if
It
some
is.
people
It
don't
is.
think it's
I
important, but
that's the very first time somebody asked me that in an interview.
mm,
It's a very yeah. Where is the support system, and who was the support? I think, and it goes back my family
mhm,
because I remember sharing my dreams with some people and they laughed.
mm,
I remember talking to people that I think that was for me or wanted good for me or people I used to look up to. And when I told them about my dream, they laughed. They said it would never happen.
mm,
So is that I built that kind of this solid mindset and the support of my family, like my brother and my
yes.
my sisters. Really, that support system was always there. My mom, in terms of my dad, could not offer much, but he was there. So it's my
Mhm.
family support system as well.
Nice. Yeah. And I read this quote somewhere. It said the thing is why a lot of people don't kind of follow through with their dreams or they stop chasing it is that they don't know how to protect it.
It's
And
absolutely you're absolutely right.
yeah, because
Absolutely.
sometimes you share, especially when stuff is in its earlier stages and you yourself haven't even figured it out, and you're so excited that you shared with someone, and it's just like womp womp womp, like the person just kills the whole vibe to the point that you never resurrected in your mind again,
But
right? So,
it is something that there's a quote that said, people was not meant to support you. You have to convince them to support you. It's not daydreams. It's
yes,
what I'm starting. Like example, start your foundation. It is not everybody gonna give you a dollar. It's somebody gonna support your dream. It's for you to put in the work.
yes,
It is for you as an individual to put in the work, and that is important. I always tell people that is so. That is fundamental. This is the backbone of every champion, because not every champion have that critical moment. Every
mhm,
champion have to suffer. Every
yeah,
champion has to go through hardship. But it's up
mhm,
to you, the individual. How bad do you want it? I
mhm,
always tell my friends, like it's not the I do have obligation for your friends and family to support your destiny. No, they don't have to.
that's very true.
Because at the end of the day, I always say there is how many billions of people in the world. Your family is just not even 0.1%.
Mhm,
So I always think about you when am I at my low point. I always think about it.
yeah,
So you
yeah,
find you have these people talking this and this. There's only 0%. The
mhm,
world is waiting for you,
yeah,
and that's what I think for me as an individual sets me apart. I always think the world is out there waiting for you. You haven't seen your great yet. You haven't seen great days yet. It's yet to come. So there's always time to grow. There's always time to grow.
mhm. And even, you're saying that, and I'm just thinking of your brand, like never give up. Like literally what you're saying, like that's what it is. So you don't give up. That's it.
Mm.
So that in itself is very, very inspirational. So moving into like your entrepreneurship journey, you recently founded the Master Tape. It's recent, I believe, right? The Master Tapers Academy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first Black-owned drywall finishing academy in Canada. Congratulations on that.
Oh, thank
That's a
you.
big, big, any first is a big milestone. Congratulations on that. What inspired that move for you? Like, is that something you did before? What inspired that transition for you?
Okay, so it's all coming back to the same root.
Okay.
So I worked in the trades for, my God, now it's almost 17 years I've been working in the trade. But,
Mm-hmm.
you know, halfway in the trade, I was undocumented.
Yeah.
And boy, the stuff that I've been through, the stuff that I've seen on work sites, you know,
Mm. Yeah.
and it was mind blowing to me that even the immigration system did not even know about that. So I took it upon myself. I think I have every at the back of me. You could see, if you can see
Mm-hmm.
my shelf there, it's just all
Yes.
immigration.
Yes.
One point, at one point I wanted to be an immigration consultant because there's
Mm.
so much information I have gathered, and
Mm-hmm.
I took them on myself. Now when I, moving fast forward, I got documented and started working legally and all that stuff there. But I was seeing a lot of things that was wrong into the trades, and a lot of
Mm-hmm.
opportunities was not passed on, especially to the black community, and we did not have a footprint in there. So I say, you know what, to myself, someone has given me an opportunity. I had the privilege and honor to go all over the country, to work all over the country. So, and I have seen it all, and I have developed a lot of relationships. So I say, you know what? Maybe it's my time to give back.
Yeah.
Um, prior to starting that, I got a lot of fight. It's, it was a pretty much a nightmare. I said, what did I get myself into? But I said, I'm gonna go through. I am gonna pursue it and make sure that young people, in particular, I'm gonna give them, if I can, give them I can give them a fish, but I'll teach them how to fish. And this is where it started. So I started academies. It's going to be 1 year. We celebrate our 1 year anniversary in August, and just recently, that was this past week, Wednesday, something major happened. But I will talk about that after.
Okay, I mean, listen, here is the place. We want to hear the good news and we want to celebrate with you. So, if you like to share it,
uh, so on
no pressure, but yes.
yes, Wednesday, past Wednesday, I had the minister of immigration, labor, and skills development, and a few MPs, um, people that write the laws and the shape the policies, came to my academy,
Wow.
and here I am standing in the midst of these people that shape policies, that write the policy
Yes.
in the same establishment that I got so much fight.
Mm.
It's the first time all these MPs actually came together in our academy and see a black person owns it. So it is
Oh,
just
wow.
amazing that because the power of God is God, time and God.
Yes, yes. And it's also kind of like stuff aligning in a way that it only makes sense if you involve God and say, like, all right, that's like divine. That's not just some random coincidence. That's divine, and the fight was divine, and even the victory in itself is divine. So, as far as the support, though, again, I know you said it's the first time someone asked about support, but when it comes to this new thing that you've created, this new organism, I'll call it, because it sounds like, and it is something that's going, I think, to be very, very beneficial for many, many people later on in life, generationally. What is the public kind of perception of that? Like, is it just all support? Is it, you did say you were it's the first Black-owned academy. Is there any pushback with that? Like, how is the public receiving that?
If with anything you're gonna get pushback. In the when I
Mm-hmm.
first started and trying to establish, there was a lot of pushback from the bigger heads. If that's gonna work, we don't want that in the community. But it's not, and
Mm-hmm.
I how you gonna sustain, how you gonna maintain, I mean financially, and
Yeah.
it's the pushback was there, but as I said to you before, me as individual, when I make up my mind to do something, I think nothing can stop. And the
Mm-hmm.
support was there from my family. Obviously, my family was there, but also I had to have my mentors as well, because that is
Mm-hmm.
very very critical in the journey as well. And it's very important to have
Mm-hmm.
mentors will guide you through, and then mentor you through that path. So
Mm-hmm.
the support system came from my family, and also
Yeah.
people different heads of the community that see the vision and see what I was trying to do and what I was trying to accomplish. So I got a lot of support from members of the community as well. So big shout out to the community.
Nice. That's amazing. And from what you've been saying, I kind of have an idea of what the answer for this is, but I'm still going to ask it. Do you think, like, internally, does it feel like there's a responsibility for you? Like, the more that you do is the more that you have to do as far as giving back? Like, do you think there's a responsibility now that constantly grows, that, all right, I have to do more for the community. I have to do more in giving back. Do you feel that at all?
Absolutely, I see. Because if you stop growing, you die.
Mm. That's listen. Yeah,
So for
yeah.
me, there's so much I want to do. There's so much I want to do. I I'm gonna say that first time on your show, I think you're gonna be the first person to know it, but I am gonna create
Okay.
in San Lucia one of my huge, one of this. big goals that I have on my vision board that I want to make sure every single every single Caribbean country has an academy there to give them that skills, to give them that opportunity. So this is one of my things on my vision board. But as I said, I started here, which is, which is the footprint. But I want to extend far beyond. I want to make sure that my country benefit too. So um, apart from that, I want to start giving scholarships. And actually, on Wednesday, we presented 8 scholarships.
Oh, nice.
Presented eight
Nice.
scholarships for individuals in the community. So now they have pathways to the trade as well. So I want to create that same opportunity in St. Lucia as well. So there, for me, I always continue pushing myself because
Yeah.
there is room for growth. And if you start, as I
Yeah.
said before, if you stop growing, you die. And there's gonna push yourself. So I'm always constantly pushing myself to see how can I help, how can I be. I want to die empty. I know what that means to you, but for me, as a video, I want to die empty. I want to when my tombstone is in place, and from 1984 to whatever time, that dash must be counted. So I want to.
Yes.
So that dash is a subtraction sign. So I want to make sure that I have accomplished what I set to do on this in this world.
Yeah. And that's so important. I think sometimes people, get some level of success and, they feel comfortable and, I'm good. That's it. But like you said it perfectly, if you stop growing, you die. And there is that importance to reach back out and grow. Maybe that is the whole point of one of us like reaching and, making it is that we reach back and pull others back and we, help others make it as well. But a lot of people don't think that way, Marshall. It's very rare you find someone who will actually go back and do all the things that, you're doing. So I mean, I speak for everyone when I say thank you for that. Um, Thank you for remembering that. And speaking of which, now we're gonna kind of go into your leadership roles because that kind of benefits directly into the community. So as far as the service, your social responsibility and all that stuff, you've been part of the St. Lucia Ottawa Association for over 12 years. That is a long time. And most recently, you're the president of the association. So tell us a little bit about your role before and also right now, your role as the president.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Listen, you're the one doing all the work, bro. So we want
Well,
to hear about it.
yeah, yeah. So, I think just before, just this morning, I had a conversation with a gentleman, and deep conversation, and regarding the association, and I was not, just to begin, I was not a big fan of the association.
Mhm.
The reason being is, I think the how they portray themselves um, as the elite, and some people it's classism. Some people would not belong, and
Mhm.
at one point I felt I did not belong. So for me now to stand here and then talk to you about that, it's it's gonna take the entire day, but I'm gonna try to make it short.
Yeah,
uh,
of course.
just moved to Ottawa. I was from Toronto, so I moved to Ottawa, and I was finding I wanted to give back or be part of the community. So the only way I could really be part of the community is join the association. So I started as a floor member, just doing the groundwork, working behind the scenes, and election was called, and I was voted a PRO, and I served for 6 years as a PRO on the PRO board, and I get another 2 terms. I think it was two more terms at the PRs again, and just recently was last year I was voted president.
Mhm. Mhm.
So yeah, so I have served under three three presidents. So I seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, and now I'm here to continue the battle.
Of course. And it's funny you mentioned, the whole elite thing and you didn't like the portrayal. That is something I've also heard other people say, and that's something I've heard people who don't, and not just, in Canada, but, I've been to other states, surrounding states. We always try to do our little thing where we, there's a Creole Day in one state, then we support and do that other stuff. And I've heard people from the other states say they're not supporting that because these people are very much like a bourgeoisie kind of like, and in a sense, I always find myself being like, but I like dressing up. I like going to a gala. I like doing those things. And I always wondered, what is the balance? How do you still give that, that nice feel?
Mhm.
And then how do you balance it with, no, this is for everyone. So in your role now, how are you managing that?
Wow. Well, I've never asked that question in an interview. So I've never asked that in an interview. But as I say, I'm here to speak the truth, nothing but the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly, to be honest with you, my role and when my as part of my mandate and my promise to my executive and the committee when I took that oath is make sure that everybody's voice is being heard.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure we include every single individual in our community. Make them voice
Mm-hmm.
speakers. Most importantly, I'm here as a leader. I want to serve you with compassion. I want to listen. But most important, I want to lead with integrity.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things in my mind that I want to make sure that the younger generation is included in that process.
Mm-hmm.
For far too long, our young people do not have a voice. They do not have a platform or they don't have a seat at the table.
Yeah.
Change that not only in Canada but the entire diaspora. That
Mm-hmm.
our young people deserve a seat in these meetings, in these board meetings, and make sure their voice is being heard, especially in decision makings as well.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, and I want to make sure that the ghetto youth, especially, I'm an advocate for that. I want to advocate for the voiceless. People don't feel like they don't have a voice, they don't belong. I want to advocate for them because I'm from the ghetto. I mean, I'm
Mm-hmm.
proud. I'm a ghetto product. So you say, okay, you're from the ghetto, but look where you are. But no, it's not where I am. It's what transpired, what did transpired, of what happened
Yeah.
for me to be on that point. Imagine from I'm speaking, I'm speaking to some for me. I am from the ghetto,
Mm-hmm.
and now I had the seat. I can go now to Parliament. I can sit with policymakers.
Mm-hmm.
I can now have a voice. I can now have the responsibility for the people of Ottawa. That's a huge responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So how do people look at me and say, oh, you know what? Now you're here. So what do you do? So my responsibility is to make sure that every voice is being heard. There's no
Mm-hmm.
classism. I want to take that. I know it's existing, but I want to take that barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you mentioned, you want to go to a gala, you want to look good, and some people can't afford it. But how do we make it
Mm-hmm.
affordable for everybody?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is what I'm working on. I want to make sure that everybody has a seat at the table. I
Of
want
course.
to listen to everybody. I want to hear what you do. And you cannot please everybody. That's impossible. But you want to try to
Mm-hmm.
make them in the center. So it is
Mm-hmm.
important for me to make sure these people understand me, and not only they understand me, seeing the works being done. Because you come, I don't want to be a politician. Some politicians give you that only empty promises. I do not
Yeah.
want that person. I don't want my legacy to be give that the promise and fulfilling that. So I want to make sure that I said I'm going to do this and I don't do it. I want to act upon my word.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Everybody's included in the conversations, in the policy making, and moving forward.
Yeah. I'm curious, are you one of the youngest presidents they've had, or do you know anything
Yeah.
about
So
the, I mean, you've been
I
there
am
for 12 years, so
yeah, so I am the youngest president and the yeah, so the organization
okay.
are gonna celebrate this year is gonna be 40 no next year is gonna be 48 years. So the
Wow.
association has been established way before I was born. And I'm the youngest president of all the diaspora. So I'm the youngest president. So it's a privilege and honor just to be on that role. Yeah.
Of course. And even with what you're doing, it's kind of listen, anyone from the New York Saint Lucia Association in New York, I'm not trying to take anyone's seat, but but you saying that and you showing that it's possible, you're kind of building some kind of a reputation for young people, like, hey, like there are young people out there who can actually do it.
Oh, yeah,
It doesn't have to be reserved for
I
all
believe, yeah,
the elders.
I believe that you can do it.
Hmm.
And I was speaking to someone and I said to them, why don't we create this thing, this diaspora like the St. Lucia does it? They have this youth executive.
Hmm.
So when we in the process that we select a youth committee, but also give them that leadership roles. They serve
Yeah,
as the president and the vice president and see how we work, so they can be the next leader. So
of
for
course.
me, it is important just to lay that groundwork. So I believe New York could have the next president that is Kelly Smith. So that is
I
important.
welcome it.
And I believe, by for you, you've been doing the work. You've been doing the work. So
Hmm.
why don't get a chance, an equal chance as anybody else?
Hmm. Hmm. I hear that. And
That,
100% I agree.
that's deep.
No, it really is, because oftentimes, and I always say that people will be like, "Oh, the youth are the future, the youth are tomorrow." No, the youth are now, and we are still classified as the youth. We're like the young elders, but we are now. And it's not to say that the elders in our community are not important, but in order for this thing that's bigger than us to survive to our grandkids and their generation, we have to pass it down.
Yeah,
Eventually you're gonna be the elder that passes it down to like
right.
the next young elder. So I definitely agree 100%.
Yeah, and I think,
Now,
yeah, go ahead.
mhm.
I just to
No,
elaborate.
go ahead, go ahead.
I just want to elaborate on that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Based on, I mean, I have just watched Saint Lucia, the election in Saint Lucia. I
Mm-hmm.
think that was one of the Saint Lucia's, I think, largest turnout. So in history, in terms of voter turnout,
Mm-hmm.
and it teaches us a lesson. And if you look at the cabinet now, you could see the change. I mean, it's coming. There's a lot more young
Mm-hmm.
people into politics now.
Yep. Yes.
And and I think the same should be here in the diaspora in terms of all the associations as well, just to give us young people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very grateful and I'm very humble to have this position to serve, but also I want to see more, not only here in Ottawa, but I want to see it in the entire diaspora.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree 100%. Um, and you mentioned the diaspora, and I know even with your role, you probably travel, as the president, and you make appearances in different other areas. And even, in New York, you've been the judge of the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant. Actually spoke with all the contestants for the next installation. They were on here earlier. I spoke with them. You were also there during my year when I did it. Why is it important for you to show up consistently like that? I mean, not only in Ottawa, because I think you could be a superstar in Ottawa, but you wouldn't have to do the extra stuff, right? But you're still going ahead and doing it. So why is it important for you to show up in those different areas where there's a diaspora?
Well, it's important for me to not only showing up, but
Mm-hmm.
volunteerism is a huge part of my thing too as well. You know,
Mm-hmm.
helping out wherever I can help out. And I want to publicly say I want a big shout out to CG of New York, Mr. Jeremiah Hayes,
Mm-hmm.
for taking that initiative and believing me as an individual, or
Yes.
give me these opportunities, to be part of New York, the entire New York crew, and to serve New York as well. So I have been a speaker
Mm-hmm.
at the Young People Mix, I believe, and served on the panel of judges, I think twice. Hopefully, I'll be a judge this year. So please send it to
Yeah.
Miss Miss Neva.
Of course. Of
Hopefully,
course.
yeah. But I want to not more be
Mm-hmm.
a judge, but I want to be a mentor, in that space of mentoring these young people too. Because try as a fashion designer, I deal with a lot of young people, not all, young people,
Mm-hmm.
but I deal with a lot of models and the self confidence, and there's so much that is in pageantry as well. So I think I have a lot to contribute
Mm-hmm.
to that as well. So I'm just here to serve
I
and
definitely agree.
as well.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I 100% agree. So yeah, hopefully you are there this year to just, see the progress. And also it would be interesting, I think, to get your perspective on how you've seen the growth. Because obviously everything we want to do is growth. We don't want stuff to be stagnant. So I would be interested in hearing from your lens and, being that, I guess, that visionary of having an idea of what you want things to look like. Because for me, I'm seeing this pageant as an opportunity for the diaspora to kind of elevate itself, right? So I'm wondering, and I'd be interested in finding out your take on how you think, we're doing in that area
I
as
think,
far as being a. Mm-hmm.
wow, it is. I think New York is doing a fantastic job. Being the first ever, putting on that pageantry in the diaspora. I think that was a great footprint, and I think we should
Mm-hmm.
also Canada and England, wherever in the diaspora, should follow suit as well. Um, New York have laid the footprint; they have laid the foundation. It's not about now. I think they should have a Miss Canada as well, and it's same
Yes.
as well.
If
You
you
know,
ever need a judge, Marshall. Uh-huh. I'm listening.
I think we should pursue, and but also the passion, the pageant to keep on growing, and the con.
Yes. Yes.
And I think it's one of the things that people really do not understand, that the effect of it. And I'm speaking on your not on your behalf, but I'm just seeing your growth from, I mean, being crowned queen and where you're at today. Now you have your own
Yeah.
foundation, and I'm 100% sure you have inspired a lot, a lot of young women to do the same,
Yeah.
and even more.
Yeah.
So just by
Mm-hmm.
by doing the pageantry, so I believe a big shout out to Forut, big shout out to
Yeah.
the general and everybody who organized the pageantry and continue to do
Mm-hmm.
so. So it's a big shout out to them, and I believe it will continue to grow as long as it has the right people there. The mindset is there, and then they put in the work. I believe it will grow.
Of course. And also the support as well of, people in the diaspora who, who have that reach, who have that influence. So I definitely agree with that as well. So our time together is kind of winding down. We have about 5 more minutes,
Yeah,
but you spoke about overcoming rejection, um, staying grounded, and all these other things. For Let me see how I'm gonna ask you this. um, I guess if you had to speak directly to a young person right now who is maybe in the midst of, being rejected, whether it's through society, friends or whatnot, what would you say to someone who is currently, especially a young person who is currently experiencing rejection for whatever reason? What would you say to them?
Wow, that's a, that's a very good question. I think that's the most powerful question you asked me for tonight.
Mm,
That's wow. Rejection. How did I deal with rejection? For me personally, if I'm speaking to an individual and somebody's listening right now,
mhm,
rejection is not the sign that you're done. It's
mhm,
a sign that you go back to the drawing board and start over again.
mhm.
Because there's this saying that when you get on the top of the ladder, if you don't know what is mean, if you don't you know what when you fall and you don't know what it feels like, and you're on top of the ladder, you feel comfortable.
Mm, yep.
So that's important to know why you start. And and some people handle rejections differently. Some people will just will quit.
Yes.
I know. I could tell you
Mhm,
this is some people that I've talked to a lot of individuals. They tell somebody the dream and maybe the best friend, and the friend just dismiss them, just reject them totally. Or they start a business and they go to the bank and they maybe four banks reject them and they decided I'm gonna quit. I'm just keep my advice is just keep going, keep knocking at the door.
yeah.
If there that door, if you do want to create wealth or you want to be successful, nothing that you want to build long term will come easy. Just keep going.
Yes.
Keep
Yes.
keep going, keep going.
Mhm,
And Rome was not built in one day.
mhm,
It was not built in one day. So just keep
mhm.
going.
Nice. And honestly, Marshall, that's like the perfect way to end. I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time and agreeing to join us live and just allowing me to kind of explore your story, share your story with everyone who popped in today and everyone who will pop in. Thank you for being that open and just, volunteering your time in what we're doing here and giving us that opportunity. And also, I want to say honestly, thank you for what you are doing, right? You wear in so many different hats and you're really like a trailblazer in your own way, creating a path for not just yourself, but for other people behind you, and I think that in itself is so, so powerful. So thank you for that. And just thank you for being here. I truly, truly appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you for having me. Thank you for everybody listening. And I'm urging you, I'm begging, not beg. We don't beg. I'm
Yes.
pleading. Please, let's reach that goal. It's 1,200. Let's surpass that. Let's double that. Let's triple that today. It's for good.
Amen.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My advice to you: just keep going. Keep going.
Thank you.
You will be rejected. You will be cussed.
Mm-hmm.
You will be punished, and you will be punched. But my advice: you just keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Just remember why you started, and
Yes.
remember that put God in everything you do.
Amen. Yes.
Anything that you do, just put God first, and
Mm-hmm.
He will see you through. So big
Amen.
shout out to you. Continue what you're doing. Um, Continue to be an inspiration for the next generation. Continue to be an inspiration for this generation, and especially
Mm-hmm.
for the people of South because they're very proud of you.
Whoop
I'm
whoop.
keep on telling you that the people of South are so proud of you. Keep healing. Keep holding your head up high, higher than ever, and
Mm-hmm.
just keep doing the good works, and the rewards will be greater, not for you, but the future generation as well. So thank you
Amen.
for all
Thank
that.
you so much, Marshall. Thank you. Yes. All right. Have a great rest of your evening. Thank you again, and happy holidays to you and the family.
Thank you. Salute.
Salute. Yes. Thanks. So, yes, folks, that was Marshall Celestine, and you guys heard it. I mean, what more can I say? These are real people who understand, who understand the importance of advocating for young people, of awakening to their own personal power, their own personal greatness, and creating positive change in the community wherever they go. And someone like Marshall is so inspirational for me, because imagine being in a space where you're getting all the fight down, all the pushback and all that thing, and you go back into that space with a plate full of food. Do you know how powerful that is? Do you know how powerful it is to be rejected, to be overlooked and all that stuff? And it's like you re-enter the space as royalty, as the king, as the queen that you are, and you serve and you give. People, that's not just something that happens overnight. That happens through being intentional. That happens through awakening into your God-given right, and to asking the Most High, why did you put me on this earth? And that should not be taken lightly. And that's why I wanted to have these conversations with all the individuals today, because really and truly, this is what everyone is about. This is everyone's life's work, right? And they are creating change. They are impacting real people. They're impacting real people. They're touching the lives of real people. And that's what I want to do as well with the Southern Gem Foundation. I want the Southern Gem Foundation to be able to say, oh, we helped when that person was a kid, when that president, when that prime minister was a kid, Southern Gem helped them. And I'm sure any of the persons I've spoken to, they're in an alignment with that same thing, that we want to create positive change for our community while awakening our God-given purpose, walking in alignment with that, walking in purpose with that. Now, are we perfect? No. And every time I start talking about purpose and walking in alignment, I always have to caveat into that, because it's not about perfection. It's not about thinking, you're top notch, or like thinking you're all that. It's not about that. It's about realizing you're not all that, but still allowing yourself to be a vessel for the work that God wants to do in your life, right? Because everyone I've spoken to today, I don't know if we've watched the live, if people here have been on since morning, but every one of the guests I brought in today, who are currently doing things in the community, who have their own organizations, have their own platforms, they've mentioned just being a vessel, allowing the Most High to move in whatever way, and then them just taking on that responsibility to doing the work. So it's not about being perfect. It's not about waiting for the perfect time. It's about awakening to, hey, there is something I can be doing in the world, and then doing it. And then doing it. When I think of Southern Gem Foundation may have looked like all things Shiloh. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. This is not the first time I've been trying to make something happen for my community. But even when I hear persons like Marshall who have that platform and who have that brand, NGU, Never Give Up, that is basically what we are doing. We're not giving up, and we're continuing to do the work that we know is set in our hearts, like, all right, this is our work to do. Not even our work, is Jazz work, but we just, by His grace, we're able to help and be His feet and His hands to do it. So I just want to say that, to say thank you to Marshall for sharing your words of wisdom, for coming on here. And again, for all the other interviewees that have been on, thank you. I haven't been checking my chat, and I am very sorry to you guys. Again, this is a new platform for me, so I've been figuring it out as I'm going. But shout out to Paula Charles. Paula Charles said, family is a circle of love. No matter what happens, they are always there to support you on your journey. Proud of your accomplishments. Will keep you in my prayers. And I think she was referring to Marshall when he mentioned, his family always being his support. So thank you, Paula, for sharing and for watching. Shout out to Kieran de Tillville. Greetings. Again, I haven't been really looking at the live chat, which I do apologize. But thank you, Kieran. Kieran is one of the members in the Force organization that is hosting the pageant that we spoke with the contestants earlier about. So shout out to him. Thank you for being here and being on our live. And again, shout out to everyone who's kind of popped in and out of the live. Since we have been here since 6 a.m. I don't know if I have anyone who's been here since 6 a.m. with me, but you guys are real ones for just popping in and out. I know we had some Wi-Fi issues earlier on, but we trotted through and we're making it happen, and we are here, and I just want to say thank you. Thank you. I'm going to do a quick look at our tracker to see where we are at with our donations. Hopefully we're somewhere. We were at 25%. Let's see if we've moved up anymore. I need to charge my phone. Okay, this one needs to charge. I need to eat something too. Alright. Too many things I need to do. Let's see where our tracker is at. Still at our 25%. We are still at 25%, but that's okay. 25% is better than 0%. But again, if you are currently on here and you'd like to be part of our holiday pledge, please go ahead and pledge. Make your pledge at sgf.donate@gmail.com. That is our Zelle. If you would like to make that pledge, please go ahead and do so. And we'll just be kind of chilling for a bit before we bring on our final guest for today, which is Mrs. Shakina Melius. And she, like I said, she's a teacher, and she is also she holds her master's in special education. So we'll be chatting with her on why is this important? Why is it important to curate baskets for kids? Why is it important for us to pay special attention to kids who need it? So we'll be talking with her, and that'll be our final interview for today. And then after, we'll just have some cool vibes and wind down and kind of wrap up for the day. But again, we still are at 25%. We have about 3 hours left of the pledge. So please folks, let's go ahead and share the live, share with your family, share with your friends, anyone who you think might be open to donating and making a pledge to our holiday pledge. And I am still believing that we could crush and move ourselves out of the 25% goal that we are at. We are currently at 25%, and I believe we could make it past 25%, folks. I believe it. But I'm gonna take a quick little break, and I will be back shortly. So just enjoy the little lo-fi going on, and I'll see you folks in a few. I just realized I was jamming. I had just had a quick jam session with myself, and you guys didn't hear what I said because my mic was off. All right, check it out. Let me drink some water. Oh no, I didn't refill my water. Oh wait, yike! I have another water bottle. Hey, I had 2 water bottles. I'm so proud of myself. I struggle with water, but I'm proud of myself. All right, listen to my freestyle. All right, it goes like this. We are back. 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 We are back, back. Hey, we are back. 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 All right, that was my freestyle. All right, but we are back, folks, and like I mentioned, we will be chatting with Miss Shakina Melius. Mrs. Shakina Melius is a teacher and also is a master in special education. She'll be chatting with us a little about what she does, and not hopefully, but for us to also gain an insight, right? Gain a unique insight as to why it's important what we are doing. But before that, I would like to inform you guys that I will be on the Booyah Talk Show this evening after this 12-hour stream. 1 hour later, I will be with Peter D on the Booyah Talk Show. Shout out to Peter D. Shout out to Watch Radio. No, honestly, folks, let me drop the mic on this one. That's not a mic drop, but anyway. Shout out to Watch Radio. Watch Radio has been so supportive to me and to what I am doing. Always providing a platform to speak. Always providing a platform to share. So shout out to Watch Radio, shout out to Felix, shout out to Peter. Thank you both for just being really, elders, really being elders in the community and offering that space, doing what you both are already doing, giving creatives, the DJs, the content creators, giving them a space to flourish. Thank you for that. And again, Peter D is also the president of SLNC. So thank you for allowing me to also, get my first opportunity to really be an MC and out there and sharing the holiday pledge with the persons at the National Day celebration. Thank you to that, Peter. I really appreciate that. And again, shout out to Watch Radio. I will be on there tonight at 7 p.m. And obviously the link will be provided as well. So moving along, Mrs. Shakina Melius will be with us shortly, and we'll just be going over, like I mentioned, what's important about special education, what's important about the work that she is doing, the work that we are seeing the need for and that we are seeing the need to create. What's important about that? What's important about doing that? And that's what she'll be sharing with us. So we will be inviting her in shortly. But in the meantime, we're just jamming. We're jamming. And again, if you'd like to donate, please go ahead and do so. Please Zelle sgf.donate@gmail.com. Zelle us your pledge. Again, I'd like to say thank you to Shelly. Thank you to Petula. Thank you to Sheena for your pledges. I mentioned all the persons who pledged already, and I will go over that list again. Just thank you for all of those persons and for all our guests so far. And like I said, this is gonna be a nice little tie-in and a nice summary of why we are here, why we are raising funds. Our conversation with Mrs. Shakina Melius. So shout out again to Ronnie, who was our author, creative, and kids advocate. Shout out to Marshall, our award-winning fashion designer, entrepreneur. Huge shout out to Jonathan, Ninja Dan St. Rose. I actually had to delete his little banner. He was one of the first guests we had. I had to delete it to create more. So shout out to him. And all the young women who came out, contestants of the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence 2026. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to Miss Taylor St. Rose as well, who just hopped on straight from her flight. It was 2 a.m. where she was at, so I really and truly appreciated that. Shout out to Dr. Walls and also Brother Edu Moja. We're talking to us a little about season 5 of Kadaga, well, season 4, season 5, Sisters for Harmony, as well as the web series. And yeah, just thank you. We will be bringing in our next guest shortly, like I mentioned. We're just making sure everything's set up and everything's good to go. Oh, I need to charge my phone. I feel like I said that already. That I needed to charge my phone. I did. It's not charged yet, but it's okay. I'd like to give a special shout out to Miss Hermina Marcelin. Marcelin? Yes, Marcelin. Shout out to you, Queen. Thank you for that's Queen, and that's my birthday twin. Oh, shout out to your birthday. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for being part of the live. I see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm just seeing this chat. Okay, folks, like I mentioned, our final guest is with us. This will be our final guest, but this is not the end of our stream. Our stream will go on until 6 p.m. But we have our final guest, who is a teacher and holds a master's in special education, who's just gonna speak to us a bit about, the needs of special ed kids, and also the work that she does. What are some of those struggles? What are some of the things she's hoping to do in her community? And just hear from really an expert in the field. And again, that's the type of conversations we wanted to have today, was people who are already doing the work that we want to be a part of, and people that we could collaborate with and strengthen the why for the mission. So we will be speaking with Mrs. Melius shortly. Just need a final confirmation that she's good to go. And then we're gonna start. Hey. 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 Okay, awesome. I got a thumbs up from her. All right, folks, allow me to welcome our final guest on, Mrs. Shakina Melius. Welcome. Hello.
Hi. It's
Hi,
such a
can you hear me?
pleasure. I can hear you very
Yay.
clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can as
Awesome.
well. Yeah. Yay, thank you so much for being here. I really and
It's
truly
a pleasure.
appreciate it. Yes. So if you could just go ahead and just introduce yourself to those. I know you, but people don't know you. But if you could just introduce yourself, who you are, and just tell us a bit about what you do.
Wow, I am terrible at introducing myself. Okay, so where do I start? I am Shakina Melius. A little bit about my personal life. I am married. I have a daughter and a son. And I have a master's degree in teaching and learning with emerging technologies, as well as a master's in special education. My first degree was in psychology. And basically, what I desire to do is to help persons in any particular arena whatsoever. There's nothing specific to it. However, wherever I am at in my life, whatever group of people that I am interfacing with, that is where my energy goes. And so for now, I am a teacher. I teach at the Sufra Infant School. I am the special education teacher there, and I'm basically responsible for setting up a program that is geared towards aiding and supporting students with special needs. So this is a bit about myself. I do not know if there is anything specific that you would like me to say, but this is basically me.
Yes, that is more than enough, and that is honestly a great place to start. Like we mentioned, what we're trying to do with the fundraiser and the holiday pledge is to kind of create some sort of gifts and create a basket for special needs kids. So I think it would be very important to just have you, as someone who is in the field, who works with kids with special needs, to just kind of share a bit about your work. So specifically, you mentioned you started off in psychology, and then you kind of transitioned into working with kids with special needs, and also I can't remember your first master's degree with the emerging technologies. Just
Teaching and
explain
learning
that
yeah,
yes.
okay.
Just explain that transition for us.
All right. Well, when I decided that I wanted to venture into furthering my education, I was actually initially looking into youth work. So something to do with youth. And I actually got accepted for that program with the University of the West Indies. But at the time, it just was not right. It was not the right time. And a few years down the line, I reapplied and I made a shift to psychology. For me, psychology was just like a springboard. A lot of persons ask, but why psychology? What can you do with psychology? And I think we have such a limited understanding of where you can go with psychology. You can go in every particular sector whatsoever. Any kind of industry that you would like to venture in, psychology can create that platform for you. At least you have that base and you could move on from there. So for me, it was just to ensure that I have that platform, that foundation, and to have an understanding of people, how people interact, how I could interface with people, and the best ways to deal with people in various situations. So that was really why I selected psychology, and that was a wonderful experience. And further, after this, I did not find any job. And a lot of us, we end up going to school and having all of those broad, wonderful ideas as to how we're going to live our lives. I had a wonderful idea to venture into healthcare and so on, but it just did not work that way. And so I had to go into teach. I got an opportunity to teach. After several years of applying, I finally got an opportunity to teach. And so I said, why not? That was the time for it. So I took that opportunity. And while I was there, it was in the midst of COVID. So COVID struck, and we shifted to virtual learning, which was a whole other experience in itself. So with that, I figured, all right, so I am in education. What can I do? During that time, we had a lot of persons who had a severe aversion towards speaking virtually. So we okay with having conversations in person, but virtual conversations, virtual interactions was just a huge problem for them. A lot of the professionals in education faced that struggle. And so I said, I am not of the old age. I'm not of the ice age. I am someone who, meddles quite well with the technology. And so I would like to do something that could show those professionals that you can incorporate the technology and not only keep it as a virtual space only, but bring it into the classroom, because we have a set of children, a set of young people who are raising up with the technology, and sooner or later they will need to interface with the technology. And so we should not be afraid to present it to them and teach them how to use it for educational purposes. And so I did that. I taught that year my students while I did my practicum. The practicum was at my school within the term, and for the entire term, this is what I did. I taught my students. Everybody had a tablet. The tablet was in the school. It was the property of the school. We did all of our activities virtually. I interacted with the parents, sending all sorts of infographics to involve them in the learning of the students. And it was such a fun experience. The parents enjoyed it. And I think so far this has been the most interactive set of parents that I have had since I introduced the technology. So they felt that they were immersed in the classroom. I brought the classroom to them. We had WhatsApp group chats, and sometimes I would record videos, and they were there as it was happening. So that is where the emerging technologies come in. So fast forward, I recognized that there are students who struggle. We could bring the technology, but outside of the technology, we do have students who will fall through the cracks, because some of them, it has nothing to do with their efforts. It has nothing to do with themselves, but they were just born in a particular way that prevents them from doing things how we typically expect. And so in our school specifically, there was a particular year we had we had an influx of students who came into the school and they had special needs. Now, through my psychology background, I knew about autism, I knew about those special needs, but a lot of the teachers did not know. So it was difficult in the school environment at first to deal with those students, and a lot of them had to really struggle to settle within the school environment. And this is where I kind of shifted again, and I said, all right, I would like to be in the best position possible to help those students. I do not want to ever be in a place of work and for me not to be able to do what I am supposed to do. And so for me, if we're shifting towards inclusive education and the students are coming into the mainstream, we need to be able to cater to them. They cannot fall through the cracks. Of course, we are not superheroes, but we can do the most that we can for those students. And this is why I took it upon myself to request that I become the one responsible for special education at the school. And I did that level of education in special education. And so this is where I'm at right now. I am the special education teacher at the school, and it is a process. There is so much that I want to do. It's going to take some time because it is not a one size fits all. That's something that we must understand with special needs. And it's a process. It's an ongoing process. It will not just happen. You teach this and this sticks. It doesn't work this way. So this is basically how I transitioned through from psychology to special education.
Yeah. And I kind of want to, just for my own awareness, what's the typical experience as it relates to, like, if you do have special education kids outside of obviously you now having the specialization in it, but generally, if there is no special education teacher or anything like that, what's the process like for teachers and for kids in the school environment?
Well, let me start with the fact that in St. Lucia, every school is furnished with a special education teacher. So good job on that. So this is wonderful. Outside of this, the teacher is responsible for the students. In fact, for your child to become part of the support program that special education offers, it has to be consented by the parent. So in many cases, parents would not provide that consent for the students to receive that consent. And so the onus lies on the teacher to, do what is necessary for that child. We have a lot of teachers who do not know what to do when a child presents with certain special education needs. Some teachers, they do not know because it's just that there is so much. There's no one way. You cannot educate a teacher and say, this is what you have to look for specifically for you to know that this child has special education, special needs. And so it becomes very ticklish. And a lot of the time, students who probably have ADHD, because they're probably not hyperactive, fall through the cracks. They do not get recognized because they are not hyperactive. Some of them, they mask their special needs so very well that within the school environment, they might not present like they have any special education needs. However, you might see a little plummet in their grades. You might see their social interactions might be a little different. And some of them, they mask so well, everything seems perfect. And at home, or when they grow up in life, they realize that the way that they interface with people is a bit awkward, or they do not have friendships the way that, they don't keep friendships, or they have one friend that they're really close with, and if something happens to that friend, or if that friend befriends another person, it bothers them a lot. And just little things that happen even in adulthood, we have those experiences. And it's because early on, these things were not addressed. So we find that a lot of the teachers don't know what to look for. So education and continuous education, self-education is very necessary for educators. A child coming in, kindergarten comes into the mainstream, they're typical children. They're just, going through the flow, just like everybody else. You might find some of them might cry. That seems normal. Some students, they cry not because it is normal for them to cry, but because it is a very overwhelming experience for them, because they're shifting from being home in their comfort, in their space where there is the freedom to have food on the chair, to sit upside down, to jump around. Now they're in a more controlled setting, and so it becomes overwhelming for them. So teachers might not even recognize that this is what is happening. Again, you do not know, for not only because of your ignorance, but because you do not know the history of the child. So it takes time for the teacher to develop that understanding of what is happening with the child. Is that something that is just a one-off thing? Is that something that is every time thing? Is that something that is a teacher triggered thing? So it is a lot. Student triggered. There is no one thing to look out for. So a child coming into the mainstream without a special education teacher can be a very isolating experience, even though they're in the general population.
Yeah. And you speaking of that, and you kind of mentioned some of those signs. And what I'm thinking about is, sometimes you see parents dropping off their kids, and there's always that kid that is crying non-stop for maybe the whole first hour of school, just
Right.
crying. And you wonder, like, like what's wrong with that child? But like you said, there's so much in there that we may not even be aware of, that that child just needs like one-on-one assistance. So as far as realizing that's something that we need, do you have an opportunity as the special education teacher to create like spaces to teach the parents or to teach other educators, or just that learning environment for like your staff and stuff like that? Are you able to do that?
Well, yes. Thankfully for our district, what has been happening is a lot of education around students with special needs, especially autism. Autism seems to be a big thing now. So there's a lot of education happening through the Ministry of Education, through our district education counselor, which is a wonderful thing. Some teachers are taking it upon themselves to learn more, which is another thing. So self professional development is something that is happening. For me, in our school, I cannot speak to every school, but for our school, we have many programs that we try to put on. Not all of them pull through, but recently we had one. It was not planned by me, but it was planned by a teacher in my school. And there was basically teaching the parents what to look out for and what are the signs that are red flags that indicate that your child might be, a special need child and not necessarily a behaving child, because we have children who have, maladaptive behaviors simply because they cannot cope with certain things in their environment. And so, we brought that education out through a little seminar. It was a really wonderful seminar. We had persons working in the special education school in Sufre coming in to have that conversation with us. And even a dentist came in and, spoke about how that in itself ties into the behavior of children with special needs. So we do have those platforms. We do create those platforms to educate parents. Sadly, it was poorly attended. And we have that issue. A lot of the times, those educating platforms, they're open, but they're attended by those persons who very rarely need it. So we really have to charter a way to reach out to those who need it specifically, and probably provide some incentives as to how to pull them in. So yes, we have that space. I also make it a duty to speak at parent-teacher meetings concerning special education every single time. Even though it seems repetitive, I try to bring out some, you know, world leaders who have special education needs, who thrive, just as an opening to allow them to see that suggesting that your child may have special needs does not automatically mean the end of the child's life. It does not limit, you know, the abilities of the child in the broadest form. It does not mean that the child will not have a very good life ahead of them, which is some of the misconceptions that we have. So there is space and room for educating parents. Also, when I do meet with them one-on-one, when the teachers have probably flagged a student, I have that conversation and speak to them, you know, on a very personal level, try to make it informal, try to make them very comfortable so they don't feel like, you know, it is an attack, or they don't feel like, oh, you're saying that my child is this and my child is okay, and, you know, because it really feels like a loss. It really feels like beginning a grieving process when you hear of the possibility that your child might have special education needs.
Yeah. And when you think about you know, the kids that you've encountered, what do you think, or what would you like more people to know? What did you wish, like if there's one thing that even just you know because of your expertise, what do you think there's one thing that you wish everyone knew this about special needs kids that would allow them to um just make things more comfortable for them or to help them, you know, as they transition in life?
I think the main thing is that everyone has some of the qualities of special needs children. Every single person. There is no one person who, you know, is that perfect person. So you might find that someone who seems normal might have some repetitive behaviors. It is not borderline, it is not something that affects their life, but it is repetitive behavior. Um, and that is fine, you know.
Yeah.
That is a normal individual. Another normal individual may be wearing glasses just because um, there is a little blur, or they get some sort of impact on their eyes, their vision was impacted, and that is totally normal. So that vis-a-vis a child who is blind, that is a special need. A child who is blind, you could see that there is no real difference. It's just that the level of need might differ, but these are two people with some level of visual impairment. And so we tend to look at the extremity of it, um, and compare and say, oh, I do not want my child to be associated with this. But every normal human being has those little quirks and those little, you know, little vices, little issues that we have to deal with. And if we look deep down within ourselves, we would probably be able to tick off a few things. If you go and you check some self tests for autism, you probably will be checking, oh my God, I probably have autism. You go for ADHD and you say, oh, I probably check on a few of those lists. I probably have. So inherently we have those traits. So I would, if anything, I would like persons to know that it is not a big deal. It is just like you have a broken leg, you need a cast for a moment, you deal with it, and that's it. You move on with your life. It's not a big deal. It's just that we have to be cognizant of those people with those needs and make the adjustments for them, because life is just much better if we all live and accommodate each other, and we all will need an accommodation at some point.
Yes, yes, I 100% agree. And even speaking of, you know, it's not that big of a deal and the accommodation aspect, I'm thinking of it as far as the cultural aspect of it and maybe the way that just people think towards it. Because I remember growing up where now that I'm older, I can see that maybe that person did need that one-on-one attention,
Mm-hmm.
but the adults and sometimes even teachers, which was the sad thing, would just write that person off like, that person is a blah blah, that person is like this, or
Mm-hmm.
like there's not even an attempt, but it's just kind of like, all right, we're casting this person off, like, all right, that person, don't look out for them. How difficult is it for you, or has it been difficult for you to combat that kind of like that cultural influence on how persons in the community see special needs?
Um, well, you see, the majority of my work is in Soufre, since that is where I
Mm-hmm.
work. So I do not necessarily see a lot of it happening in my area, where in Choiseul.
Mm-hmm.
Um, one of the things that I notice is that children with special needs, especially disabilities or other abilities, are not seen. They're not seen in the community. So um, you're walking through town and you will not necessarily see someone with a cane. You will not necessarily see someone with Down syndrome. You like those things exist, but it's almost like parents keep their children in hiding, so you don't
Mm.
see them often. And I do understand that, because they've not been welcomed in a lot of spaces. You go
Yeah.
out with your child, and your child might be bouncing around everywhere, want to touch everything, inquisitive, and then the outlook on that is that
Yeah.
child is ill mannered. And it has nothing to do with that. First off, the child is a child, and children learn through movement. If the child is restricted, then you are restricting the learning of the child. That is
Mm-hmm.
the fundamental thing. But the other thing is, some children, especially children with ADHD, will not remain seated in one position, will not stay one place, and we have to be accepting of that. Of course, you will not allow the child to be disrupting everywhere. We have to teach our child limits, but it is in exposing them to those situations that help them learn how to deal with those situations. So if I never take my child to um, a public meeting, then my child will never know how to react properly in a public meeting. The first experience might be very, very hard, because you might say, oh my God, you might be thinking, what are people thinking of me as a parent? And I think that is the biggest issue. Children with
Mm-hmm.
special needs, they have their special needs. They don't even care, because this is what they know to be life. They do
That's
not
their
know
normal, yeah.
differently. That is their normal. But
Mm-hmm.
the fact that parents are involved, parents have an expectation of their children. So, for example, I have my daughter and my son. My daughter is very, very masculine, so to speak. She's climbing trees, swinging hair, jumping there, and all of that. I did not expect to have a daughter that is so masculine.
Mm-hmm.
But for other, I mean, that one is very minute. For other parents, they might say, okay, I want my child to be able to sit one place. And I have seen children like that.
Yes.
You sit, and the child waits so calmly, and you would wish your child would be like this. But that
Yes.
is the child is just being themselves. But as a parent, another person is coming and say, they give you a side eye, they look at you a little strangely, and it makes you insecure as a parent. And I think that is the biggest issue that persons face, themselves, parents themselves. And so they do not expose their children to others, because they want to protect. In that protection, in that protecting, in the effort to protect, I think we do a lot more harm.
Mm. Yeah, that's really important. And I'm thinking now, as far as, you know, the resources available. What is the resources like for you as the special needs teacher in the school? what resources do you have available to you to help the kids that you're responsible for?
All right, let me try to be as honest as possible. All I have right now is a small. I think I have the smallest space at the school. What I do have going for me is that it's a part of the computer lab, so it has AC, so that's a good thing. So that because if for children with special needs, the heat can be a bother. It cannot be too hot, it cannot be too cold. So you have to be very careful with regulating the temperature for them. So that is wonderful. In terms of resources to help the children and in teaching them, I have to provide my own resources. So I have to do what I have to do. There is nothing that is provided. I got a whiteboard, so I do have a whiteboard that is magnetic. That is fantastic because I have some magnetic letters and numbers that I could use and some magnetic pictures that I could use to teach the children. But that is about it. That's all that is there. I do not have a lot of resources. Everything that I need, I would have to provide it for myself.
And so, what are some of those things that you would need as the special education teacher to make your job a little more, not easy, I would say, but to actually make what you're doing more effective? What are some of those resources?
Okay, so for me, I would prefer my space to be not a shed space. It has to be a space that is closed and shut, that can take out sound, if you understand what I mean. Possibly soundproof, because children can be very easily distracted. And for example, children with ADHD, they can very, very easily be distracted. So they will be watching a letter. The letter probably reminds them of a giraffe, and then they remember a giraffe that they saw on the television, and then they remember the television's shape, and then they go back to, oh, that television was in grandma's house, and then they remember an experience at grandma's home and realize how far they've gone when they were just watching a letter. So we have to be very careful. Sounds can do that. And it is best that I put in the sounds that I want into the space than for the sounds to be, whatever sound that is happening in the environment. The room needs to be properly lit. It needs to be a space where I can adjust the lighting. It has to be a space where the walls are not very bright, because we do not want it to mess with. There's a lot of architecture that goes into designing a space for special education students that is conducive for them. That there needs to be textures for textures are very good for comfort, for emotional regulation. We need for sensory regulation, we need bouncing materials, we need swinging materials, we need spinning materials, we need fidget toys and fidget stuff, anything fidgety. We need, comfortable seating. There is so much. It's a lot, because if you have to cater to the specific needs of the children, you need specific items, and no two children are the same. They might use similar objects to help calm them, to bring them sensory regulation or emotional regulation, but sometimes at different times. Temperature, I said that already. Temperature is something that must be catered to. So that is just some of what is required for a special education room to be an effective one.
I'm curious, is that a reality for most teachers in St. Lucia, where it's kind of like the space is whatever is available, or is it something where spaces are actually created for those kids?
All right. We're shifting into more inclusive learning environments in St. Lucia, which means that we do have special education, special needs students coming into the environment. However, everything that obtains is what existed before. There is no adjustment. So anything that you come in, if you come into a classroom and you observe that the classroom is laid out in a particular way, that is the doing of the teacher. That is not something that is provided. A lot of the resources teachers fund themselves or do GoFundMe pages or do, donation sheets or whatever it might be to obtain those materials that they need for their classroom. For each year you get a new set of students, your needs might differ, so you might have to get new things, and you really cannot prepare unless you get those students in some cases. So there's nothing that is generic that is provided for special education students in the mainstream school.
Wow. And so I'm hearing almost like a lot of it is kind of doing with what you have, and as far as the teacher, kind of creating, or I guess now, like you said, you're moving into that more inclusive learning environment. It's kind of like the learning process almost, right? Of figuring out how can you make this work with what you do have. But on top of that, starting to actually, build around the kids and not just have them walk into a system that wasn't meant for them. So what is it like? I'm imagining that maybe that is something that special needs teachers are bringing up, like, hey, we need this, we need that. What is it like advocating for your kids and for the things that you need to make your work effective?
Well, for me specifically, I'm very handsy. So when I interact with my students, I determine what is their need, and I am able to create something for them or probably purchase something for them. Usually it is not something that is extravagantly expensive. And if there are many expensive things that I would like, but I try to do something else. I try to look for a cheaper alternative. But I really cannot speak for the other special education teachers. All I know is that there is a limit. The special ed unit does not necessarily provide with resources, teachers with resources. Hopefully that might change. As we go on, they're doing some revamping of the program to ensure that teachers are aligning with really what special education should be, really catering to special education needs and not really catering to remediation of learners. And so hopefully in that revamping of the program, they might shift to what are at least the generic things that a special education room must have, and to provide that for every special education room in St. Lucia. Hopefully that happens.
Yeah, that would be amazing. And, it perfectly aligns with what the whole point of today. And, we've spoken before about the need for the space. And that's something that we mentioned we would love if we're able to be a part of and just help grow in that way. Because, like you said, no kid, really and truly, no kid in this era should be left behind. Right? And then I'm wondering now, with our baskets, like we said, we're creating gift baskets for some kids. If you were in you were in our shoes, our situation, and we're creating basket, what would be some of the essential things that you as a special education teacher would have in a gift basket for a kid?
Well, you see, if I have targeted kids, specific kids, the first thing I would do is to find out what the nature of the needs are. So for students, some students might just need some sensory things. So they might need probably a weighted jacket or a weighted blanket. Some of them might need noise buffers for headphones. For some, it might just be some visual thing to help them refocus. So maybe a lava toy, or some of them they need some sound. So it is just based on what the child needs. So it would make a lot of sense to connect with whoever you want to donate to before purchasing, just to ensure that at least you're giving something that is meaningful to the child, and not something that you think might be beneficial just because you have special education. You think about fidget toys, and it works, but there is a time and space for everything. The other thing is, there are things that are just children's things. So while fidget toys might be good for students with ADHD, just to be able to move around, feel that sensation of movement. Um, every child enjoys it. Every child enjoys that puppet. So these little things, the fidget spinners, the puppets, bubbles are very good. Bubbles help with breathing, to help with calming and soothing. So blowing bubbles, not the ones where they just, that one is that one is helpful, but it does not have that ability for you to blow. And whistles are good. Yeah. Some of them, they might probably just need to learn an instrument, and that might be a good way to start in your donation. A child might just need to learn an instrument. That helps with keeping them calm, helps with impulsivity issues. I'm just throwing things up.
That's along the lines of what we were thinking as well, and with the some of the research I've done, that is some of the things I thought, which the point was to curate a basket specifically for the kid and what they might need.
Yes.
Something that we ran into though when we were planning it, I was saying to myself, but families are gonna be like, are the kids gonna eat that? And it might create this thing where I was like, all right, that's not what the kids need. How would you address like a statement like that? Like, okay, do kids eat toys? Can they eat the fidget? Where it's like, all right, the kids need, the family needs the support, and the family needs the support for the kid. The kid doesn't need that toy. How would you address that?
Well, again, it has to do with how well you know the family, and what do they desire for, like what would they appreciate as a need. Like I said, a lot of the time when special ed students with special needs pop out in families, the families are in denial. And so even when you highlight them, and you've noted that these children will benefit, the families will not see the benefit because they have not accepted that there is a need. So fundamentally, it would make sense for you to give to those who have come to that realization that my child is a special needs child, and there are certain things that the child will benefit from to help with those needs that they have, and to invest in that. And it's not really to say, I'm not going to give you because you're in denial, but you just want to make a donation that is meaningful. And so when the child receives it, the child can, and the family can make the best use of it, as opposed to having a negative concept of what is being received.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. And then as we kind of bring our conversation to a slow close, what are your, I would say, your short-term goals, which is maybe the next few weeks leading up to the new year? What are your short-term goals and your long-term goals as far as your role right now as the special education teacher at your school?
All right. Well, like I said, I am in the process of creating that program for the students. So I started off with grouping the students based on their need. We have students with verbal communication difficulties. We have students with emotional and sensory regulation difficulties, and we have some students with cognitive difficulties, which and so based on those, I would what I plan to do moving into the new school term is to focus on planning specifically what supporting these children will look like. So it's going to be a lot of work because for each child it's different. And so if I have 20 students, I would be planning 20, I would have to plan 20 programs for each student to benefit. So I'm going to try to take it one step at a time, as slowly as I can, and as quickly as I can, so they can be they can benefit. Part of the process is for students who have severe special needs. I don't want to say severe in a negative way, but those students who would need, a little more specific support, more curated support for their needs. There is a process that they have to go through, that which is called the MDT process. That is a multidisciplinary team process where they see a whole team of specialists. It could be counselors, speech pathologists, medical practitioners. There's a whole host of them who form that team in St. Lucia, and they meet to discuss some of the things that present in the child that might affect their sensory regulation or that might affect their cognitive abilities. And based on that, they will propose kind of a framework to deal with that child in the school, to give them the best opportunity to excel in their academic journey. And so I have already basically started off that process, and I have some of my students who will be going for their first medical checkup in January. So I'm really looking forward to that. That is the short-term goal. Long-term is really to ensure that before I leave the school, if I do leave the school at all, for at least there to be some level of legacy, to create a space for students with special needs. So when they do feel overwhelmed, there is a place where they can go, and there are things set up, there are things in place for them to do to make themselves feel regulated, and then for them to go back to their classrooms. And also to kind of furnish every classroom with certain things that the teachers don't necessarily need to purchase. And so it is a classroom set for sensory regulation. It could be a wall where they can just touch, or they could just look at certain things. They could, different things for the teachers. So any teacher who comes into the classroom would have access to these things and make it available for their students and teach them how to use it. So this is long term. This is what I would like to do for the students.
And just bringing it back to you as the individual, obviously you have a role that you play as the special ed teacher, and you've had different roles in the school throughout your time there. But as far as you as the person, you as the individual, how would you say you stay motivated to continue doing what you're doing, even with, I would say, meager resources, even with limited resources? How do you stay motivated to continue what you're doing and to even dream?
I think primarily it's my children.
Okay. Nice.
When I see, I have my daughter, and my daughter is 4. I have my son who is 1. And I look at those children, I always think as a teacher, how would I want the teacher to treat my children? that is the basis of it. How would I want another person to treat my children? And based on that, I would like to treat them. So I essentially treat the children as my own. And for that reason, I would do what is necessary to. I always say that I never wanted children, and many persons see that as you being selfish, but that is just the reality. My husband knows it. Everyone in my circle knows that I never wanted children, and even to this day, if I did not have children, I don't think I would have felt any loss. But I do have them, and one of the things that is just imprinted in my heart is that whatever I do it to the best of my ability.
Yes.
And so the responsibility of parenting, I take it very seriously. And so likewise, the responsibility of teaching the students, I take it very seriously. So everything that I need to do, as much as I can do for them, for me to see the progress in them, for me to see that they move from this point to another point, I will do it. So this is really what keeps me motivated. My family, my children,
Nice.
they are the ones telling me, you know what, you need to do this because you're really not doing it for them. You're doing it for me.
Yeah. And you have an absolutely beautiful family, so thank you so much
Thank you.
for taking a little time away from them and then being here with us. And just thank you so much, Shekina, for just again expressing all that you've expressed, sharing your work, sharing your energy, your time, and most of all, like your heart for your kids, your heart for, both your biological kids and also the kids under your care. Thank you
Mhm.
for that. And if there's any closing thing that you'd like to share, anything that, you want to leave people here with, the space is yours for you to do so.
Well, I would just like to say thank you for having me on, and thank you for having that desire to reach out to people and to give back. We live in a society where there's so much negative, and sometimes you wonder what that one person can do, you know, and sometimes in the doing you don't feel the effects, but it is a huge effect, and the smallest impact is a huge impact. Sometimes it is not seen in you, sometimes you never see the impact in your life, but it will go on, and someday someone will feel that impact. And I can say for a fact that I'm very proud of your work, and I'm very proud of where this entire thing is leading. And thank you again for having me, and for the listeners and viewers, please do donate towards that big venture.
Yes. Thank you so much, Shakina, and we hope to speak with you soon. Have
Sure.
a great rest of your evening and have a happy, happy holidays to you and your family.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Huge, huge, huge. Did I say huge? Huge shout out or huge thank you to Mrs. Shakina Melius, who was just on, who was our last guest for the evening. Thank you so much for sharing. Folks, I don't know what else to say. The guests are speaking the language that I am speaking. You guys hear it. You hear the impact. You hear the need. You hear what's happening on the ground. And when I say on the ground, I mean people who are the hands and feet of doing what needs to be done, working with the kids day to day, seeing where there could be more support, where there isn't support, making do with the resources they have. You've seen it and you see it. And one thing that really, really inspired me with this last conversation that I had with Mrs. Melius is the fact that, like I mentioned, we are trying to curate gift baskets for disabled kids. And our goal is to create baskets that make sense. Like she said, not just, oh, you had special needs and then you go look up a starter kit for special needs and then you just throw everything you think is special needs in a bag for a kid. No. Intentional curation of things that will make sense. Now imagine we're trying to do this on our level, I would say on a micro level, of just giving a basket for the holiday season. And then imagine now that you have a teacher who is building a special ed program from the ground up to cater to kids in a space, not just physical, but multidimensionally, in a space that has integrated kids, but not really found a way to integrate them, right? You integrate them, yes, but you haven't found a way. You haven't made it accessible. You haven't made it real. And so it's almost like they're inside, they're merging into the classroom and all of that, the school space. But are we really being fair, right? Are we actually helping them in the way that they need to help? And one of the things she mentioned is a space. And listen, spaces are very, very big for me. You see, when it comes to a space, that's a big thing for me. Because as a creative, as a child, I know how it felt to just always wanting to be in a way by myself. I always wanted to be by myself, to be able to express myself how I wanted. So I understand the need, not even understand, I understand, because I'm living in a place now where I can say, like, I realize the importance of having a space. But I understand the need for that separation. And that separation is where you just allow yourself to grow. You allow yourself to spread your roots. You allow yourself to figure out what the limits are. You allow yourself a place to practice, a place to perform, a place to figure things out. And just hearing that, you know, as a special education program, that it's a shared space. That's something that's really inspired me. And I honestly think even from this initiative that we are doing right now, which is doing the gift baskets, that's something that at the Southern Gem Foundation we can look into. I truly believe we can look into helping this teacher create that space, and not just her, but all the teachers back home who are making do with meager resources. I truly believe that we can make this happen. And that's, listen, I'm thinking out loud. That's another conversation for another time, but I'm just expressing how inspired I am. I'm just expressing how, again, the need that is present, and my personal mission to meeting the need. Because like I've said before, when I think about the Southern Gem Foundation, it's not about, okay, let me create another something to do the same thing that someone else is doing. It's not about, let me create a better version of what I know this person is already doing. It's about, where can we meet the need? Where can we fill in the gap? Where can we band together, collaborate with persons who are already doing it, institutions, organizations, people such as teachers, such as authors, such as youth advocates, such as entrepreneurs? Where can we band with them where they're already doing something, and then take it one step further? Make it a little stronger, make it a little more impactful, right? And then hopefully that can start creating ripple effects that are going to have generational impact and changes. That's what Southern Gem Foundation is about. And so, like I said, I just want to say thank you to Mrs. Shakina Melius for joining us and just sharing really her journey as a special education teacher in St. Lucia, and, you know, figuring out what her kids need, meeting those needs. Like she said, being creative and coming up with, okay, how can I meet this need without breaking the bank? Because as we know, teachers are like, shout out to teachers, man. Honestly, I wish I could personally pay teachers more, because they make it happen for the kids, and they don't see anything wrong with spending their own money to support their classroom, to support their kids. So shout out to them. And Yeah, I just want to say thank you again. And I hope you all enjoyed that last conversation. Again, that was our last conversation for the day. That was Mrs. Shakina Melius. And just huge shout out to everyone. Thank you to everyone who's been here today. We are at 1 hour and 30 minutes left for our stream, folks. We have been streaming all day, bro. We've been streaming all day. And we're fin. You know what I'm telling you? We're fin. But not for food. For change. Drops mic. Oh, it's good, right? So yeah, folks, let's just take a little breaky break. Jam to some lo-fi music. And then we're gonna just top off the hour with some good vibes. I'm gonna try to do some karaoke. Hopefully I don't get flagged again. But we are in the closing moments of the Southern Gem Foundation's Holiday Pledge Fundraising Stream-A-Thon. Thank you to everyone who is currently on the live watching on YouTube. I see you on on Twitch. Actually, I have someone on Twitch, which I'm surprised because I just downloaded Twitch. Shout out to the person on Twitch watching, and shout out to my folks on Facebook and also Instagram, even though Instagram wants to be bougie. Instagram wants to be bougie and cut off every hour. But thank you to everyone who is currently viewing. And again, we're just gonna take a little break. As we head into our last hour for our fundraising stream-a-thon. I'm gonna take a look at the donations. The donations been a little stagnant, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We still have some time. Please, if you know of someone who would like to donate to our fundraiser, to our holiday pledge, please go ahead and send them this stream and tell them to join us in creating gift baskets for disabled youth in St. Lucia. To pledge, Zelle sgf.donate@gmail.com. The suggested tiers are $55, which is the sparkle, $100, which is the star, and $300, which is the gem. The gem. Woo! And again, each level gives you, I wouldn't call it a benefit because it's not a benefit. The only benefit you really get is knowing that you are being part of change and you are making a positive impact on a kid's life. That's the real benefit. But with each tier, we do have a little way of saying thank you. If you give from the suggested tiers, which is the first one is the sparkle, you get a digital sticker that says I pledged. And you also get a shout out on our social media platforms, just recognizing you for being part of what we're doing. If you donate $100 or more, that is the star, and it includes everything with the sparkle, in addition to 10% off any Southern Gem Foundation merchandise. We currently do have shirts, we have totes, and we also have, which I should have probably had out my shirts and stuff, right, folks? Right. But we currently have shirts, totes, and then we have I'm sorry. And then we also have pens. Shirts, totes, and pens. And then you also get 10% off that, or 10% off any future events that we have here at the Southern Gem Foundation. So every summer we have our fundraiser, and if you pledge a star level pledge, you receive 10% off that fundraising ticket, which is usually really nice. We dress up, we sing, we look at what we did for the year, and it's usually a really nice vibe. And then you also receive information on the kid that you helped. Last but not least, we have the gem, which is $300 or more. Believe it or not, what has inspired those different tiers is what persons donated last year. So last year I had 2 people gave $300 or more in donations, and I was like, all right, I think people are really digging what we're doing, so let's have like the ultimate gem tier, you know? And then that's what inspired that tier. Persons will receive everything included in the 2 previous tiers mentioned, the sparkle and the star. And then persons will also receive a special token, which I'm trying to find the token right now. They will receive a special token, and then information on the kids that they are helping. So as far as what your pledge is going to fund, so if you give a sparkle, you're funding a sensory item, and you're also funding some everyday essentials, because we're also going to place everyday essentials inside of the baskets. If you give a star, $100 or more, you're funding a whole basket. So everything in the sensory item, all the sensory items in the basket, everything that's going to be included in there, toiletries, everything, that $100, that's what it goes towards. And if you give more of a transformational gift, which is like a big wow, which is a $300 gem pledge, then you allow us the opportunity to do multiple baskets, and you also help cover the cost of shipping and handling. The baskets will be created in the US, and then the baskets get shipped to St. Lucia. So you would also help us in covering shipping and handling cost. So in a nutshell, that's where the money is going. And I am very open. I am very transparent about everything we do here, because that's what we do. That's the passion behind it. There's no gimmicks. It's been this. It's always been about this. And I am, once again, just so thankful for persons who have already supported. So I am looking for an image right now. So just give me a few. Also, please, there it is. Yeah, I'm looking for that. So also be reminded that at 7 p.m. I will be on Watch Radio with Peter D. We'll be talking about the holiday pledge season, kind of wrapping up what we did here today, and just, chatting a bit with him about what the year was looking like and what we're planning to do as well. So be sure to tune into that at 7 p.m., which is an hour after our live ends. Awesome. Token. This is gonna be our token, a piece of paradise with you. To our gem pledgers, you will get a piece of paradise with you wherever you go. Imagine you bring guests over, and if you're into shots and that's your thing, then it's like, ooh, where did you get this shot glass? Well, let me tell you about this shot glass. Let me tell you about this prism. Let me tell you about this keychain, Just our way of saying thank you. Like I said before, is this worth $300? Absolutely not. But it is our thank you for helping us out, helping us help kids out, and just being a gem. So that is what you could expect if you do go ahead and contribute that gem pledge. Huh. Huh? 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 Hmm. 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 Huh. Hmm. Yeah. 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 Hmm. 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 Huh. Ha. Hi. Okay. Hmm. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay. Today we're donating to the Southern Gem. Yes. So we're doing. And these are your different pledge levels. Your pledge level is as follows. A. This is your time to donate and share with anyone in your circle. A. Tell them don't be a square. See what I did there? A. I'm gonna take a quick food break, people. I am hungry for food as well. I'm gonna take a quick food break. I'll be here. I'll be right back. Okay? Bye. And folks, we are still in the about to be winding down to the final hour of our fundraiser, of our stream, and we are at 25% of our goal. 25% of our goal has been met, which means so far we've raised $300. And for what it's worth, I am very thankful of that $300. That $300 has gotten us one step closer in meeting our goal of $1,200. It's gotten us one step closer in creating those baskets. It's gotten us a step closer in helping the kids that we set out to help. And for that, I am thankful. I don't give up until the very end. So please, 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 if you have someone in your network that you think would enjoy supporting us, please go ahead and share the stream with them, share the live with them. Also, I would like to say that the Southern Gem Foundation is a registered non-profit, so donations can be tax exempt. I probably should have said that earlier, right? But donations can be tax exempt. So if anyone wants that as a benefit, if that means something to anyone, please go ahead and share with them the stream, share with them our goal of $1,200 in 12 hours, where we are at right now, and just encourage them to be like, hey, let's help us get to 50%. You know, let's help us get to 50%. And like I said, I still am very hopeful that we are able to get even closer to our goal than we are at right now before our 6 p.m. stream gets here. Okay, I just said that wrong. Before our 6 p.m. cut-off time gets here. And so, for now, I would actually love to do a little karaoke. And I have to do it in a smart way because I got blocked earlier from Facebook because I used Cartel's music. So I'm gonna do it on my phone. Hopefully the audio is still very present. I'm just picking a song to stream. Well, not to stream, but to karaoke too. I found the perfect song, people. Karaoke time. Not sure if... Can someone actually give me a heads up? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a comment section if you could hear the music that I'm playing. I just can't play directly from the stream so that I don't get blocked. But if you could share and let me know that you are able to hear me. I'm about to do a little karaoke. And my first karaoke song is gonna be Brown Skin by Richie Spice. So that's my dance. Rock you in my arms. I love the dark, I love the sky, I love the fashion you bring.
wanna rock you with my arms. A brown skin. I love the spark, I love the passion you bring. The way you smile, the way you tell me. In every way you make me see it's only me. Hot like a fire, my heart's on fire. She breathes like a fire. Get down, king. I wanna rock you with my arms. I like the sense, I love the passion you bring. Wanna rock you with my arms. And don't speak. Not the best, I like the spark, the passion you bring. Your full attention, your love in every direction. In my song, your name and dimension. I give you love and affection. So bad that you're in a woman, got a match, perfect combination, multiply and bring forth the nation. I love you, baby, every day. A promise, I rock you in my arms. You know I love the vibes, I love the skies, I love the passion you bring. It's going to rock you in my arms. You know I love the vibes, I love the skies, I love the passion you bring. Yay! If every day you make me feel lost, I see the light. My desire. Okay, that was my first karaoke song. Next karaoke song, Pandem. Karaoke song number 2. What song we singing, peoples? What song are we singing? Karaoke song number 2. I actually love me some Neo, so I'm gonna sing Neo for my karaoke song number 2. I'm gonna do one of my favorite Neos, not my favorite, just my favorite. And it's gonna be, you're gonna hear it. That's my jam. I was too young to be listening to this song, but who cares? We all were too young to be listening to this song.
I'm Bella Lewis, and I wear the better guard.
All right,
I
Bella
play
Lewis.
tennis at Skyers High School. I'll be a senior this year.
No, all this you tell. All right. Again, this is the final hour of our pledge. We are moving on to the final hour. So this is really just a celebration. Any final pledges that come coming in, just gonna acknowledge them. Anyone who's tuned in, just thank you. But again, this is the final hour of our pledge. Our pledge. Our pledge. Our pledge. All right. Karaoke time. Okay. My sexy now. So sexy. She makes the hands on the back of my neck tender. Just one touch.
I erupt like a volcano and cover up with my love. Baby girl, you make me say, and I just can't think of anything else I'd rather do than to hear you sing. Sing my name the way you do when we do our thing. When we do the things we do. Baby girl, you make me say, hey, sexy love, the things you do. Keep me strong, keep me running back to you, baby. Baby girl, you know you're mine. I'm so addicted to her. She's the sweetest drug, just enough. Still too much. Say that I'm simping, I'm strong. I love the above. I can't help, she makes me say, and I just can't think of anything else I'd rather do than to hear you sing. Sing my name the way you do, when you do what thing. When we do the things we do, baby girl, you make me say, hey, sexy love. Oh, baby, baby, keep me running back to you. Say, baby, girl, you know you're right. Oh, baby, what we do and make the sun come out. Keep on loving till it goes back down. And I don't know what I'd do if I would lose your touch. That's why I'm always keeping you around. My sexy love, things you do. Keep me right back to you. I love you, baby girl, you know you're my sexy love. Sexy love. Oh, oh. Keep me right back to you. I love you, baby girl, you know you're mine. He makes the hands on the back of my neck stand up. Just one song.
Woohoo! Neo is one of my favorite songwriters, people. One of my favorite songwriters. Shout out to Neo for inspiring my love for music early on in life. Again, I'm doing a little karaoke. That's of our pledge. Not the pledge, but the last hour. The on, and we were able to meet 25% of our goal. So far, I am open and I am believing that we still have
We're on the
time
streets of New York asking people how much they paid for their fragrances.
Well, yeah.
Let's go.
People how much they pay for free. Anyway, that we still have time to get a little closer to our goal. Again, our goal was $1,200 in 12 hours. And so far, with 1 hour left, we've made 25% of that goal. And part of me wants to be like, only 25%, but part of me was like, wow, you actually made 25%. Wow. And I rather lean into the Kelly that's like, wow, you actually made 20. I rather lean into that Kelly, because that Kelly, I like her vibe. I like her vibe that's just like, yo, like, you really did that. Not just you, but we really did that. The community so far really did that. Even with all the malfunctions early on in the stream, all the technical issues, all the things that everyone saw, we really did that. And I choose to lean into that and lean into the glass being half full. Because if the glass was half empty, I'd be like, oh, let me save the water and not drink it, even though I'm thirsty. If I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking to you. Okay, next song. I'm so extra sometimes. Oh my gosh. All right, next song. And again, I will be taking requests. If anyone has a request, I'll take a request. I want to go back to my kind of oh, I want to do Tess and Chin Hideaway. I know let's see. You know what? Nothing. Let's just go for it and see what happens. Let's just see what happens. Let's go for it. Tess and Chin Hideaway. Karaoke. Let's go. I love this song so much. I love this song.
You know what you do to me. I can say I'll for you when you stop.
That's what the girl was saying in that. Hold up. I can't take you away from yourself, but I can bite the lips of your broken heart. Lyrics. I never knew that's what the song. I don't know what I thought the song said, but I never knew that's what it said. But anyway, karaoke time. Tess and Chin Hideaway. I never knew that's what the song said. I never knew the song said that. That's a nice lyric. And I want to sing it again. So that's why I pulled it back.
You know what you do to me. I can say that I'll for you when you stop. Can't take this, but I can't blind this of your
Do. Butchering the lyrics and the lyrics are right in front of you.
arms around you. Take it's all you. Every time you catch me, I still know.
No, I don't care if you don't like it. I wouldn't like you, baby, even if I run. Run. Blood. Goods, I got the tip. The proof. I want you. And you know I turn. Show me I'll take you there. I'll take you there. Oh my gosh, I just saw a suggestion for Pink Pony Club, and I desperately want to sing Pink Pony Club, but I'm not gonna do it. I don't think it's appropriate, but I want to do it so badly. I'm actually gonna do Wait a Minute by Willow Smith, because that's my karaoke song with my cousin. So I'll do it for the both of us. Wait a minute. And again, folks, this is the final hour of the holiday pledge. Let me just allow the ad to go through. This is our final hour of the holiday pledge.
What are some of your favorite fragrances? Because I want to show you some of mine that I've made memories with. And also just saying.
I don't want to know what your favorite fragrance is. Final hour of the holiday pledge. Like I did mention, we were able to meet 25% of our goal. That has been met. And we're just jamming it out for the final 45 minutes or so. I'm just doing some quick carrying my own key and just having fun and giving thanks for what we were able to do today. This was my first time doing something like this. This was my first time using the StreamYard platform as far as being like a host. I've always done it before, just being a guest to be brought in for the interview and, leaving it alone. But this was my first time actually being the host and, managing it and figuring out all the back end of things. So I am very, very thankful and grateful for everyone who kind of popped in at one point or the other for the stream, and just all who supported for the past 11 hours. Oh my gosh, folks, I have been on the internet for 11 hours nonstop. That's crazy. That's wild. But we are doing it for the youth, and anything for the youth STEM. Long live the youth, man. Honestly, long live the youth. The youth must survive. And I want to be their guider. Their guider? No. I want to be their guide, their protector, their guardian. There you go. I want to be their guardian. I want to be their protector. And so that's why we are here today. And so, just celebrating a successful stream-a-thon. And right now, I'll be singing Wait a Minute by Willow Smith. Because everyone says we look alike, even if I don't see it. All right, let's go. I think I left my conscience on your front doorstep. Whoa.
I think I left my consciousness in a sixth dimension. But I'm here right now, just sitting in a cloud. Oh, I'm here right now. Oh, I don't even care. Run my hands to your hair. Wanna run your things just through my but my dress too thick, and that's alright. Hold on, wait a minute. Feel my intention. Hold on, wait a minute. My consciousness in the sixth dimension. Left my soul in its vision. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. Something somewhere. Something's about to be. Some things they hurt and they tear apart me. Your diary at my house. And I read those pages. You really love me, baby. Some things don't work. Something's about to be. Some things they hurt and they tear apart me. Broke my word and you were about to see. And I cried at the curb when you first Olatika came in. Feel my intentions. Hold on when I'm in there. My consciousness in the sixth dimension. Left my soul in its vision. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. Some people like to live. Some just trying to get by. Some people like that hurt. Some just rather say goodbye. Bye. Hold on with a minute. Feel my heart intention. Hold on with a minute. I left my consciousness in the sixth dimension. Left my soul in its vision. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. Some things they hurt me. Some things they're part of me. Some things don't work. And they take a part of me. Alright, I think that song is done. Yes, folks, yes. Again, we are on our last hour and we are celebrating. Celebrate good time. Come on. I would sing that song, but that's the only part of the song I know. So we are celebrating our final hour of our 12-hour long fundraising stream-a-thon. And like you could see on the screen, 25% of our goal was met. Still not too late if you'd like to share with your family, share with your friends, anyone who would like to donate to the Southern Gem Foundation. We are creating gift baskets for disabled kids in St. Lucia this holiday season, in case anyone you know may be open and wanting to spread some holiday cheer. The Southern Gem Foundation is a registered nonprofit organization, which means donations can be tax exempt. And again, if you'd like to donate, this is where you do so. So please feel free to do so. I'm just looking for my next karaoke song. If I have any suggestions, I don't think I have. Nope, I don't have any suggestions for karaoke. Of course I don't. Because I'm just having fun. And I'm here for a good time, not a long time, right? Let's see another song. Just still looking for a karaoke song, folks.
I'm trying to look for a good Cecile karaoke song. You know Bad Girl Cecile? One of the most underrated reggae artists, in my opinion. Okay, there's this song she had out on her 2016 album that I'm gonna karaoke to. It's called Money Love. I'm not sure if anyone in here knows it, but it's one of my favorite songs by Cecile. Baby, I love you and I'm not telling a lie. I'll stick by your side till the river stop flowing, the honey stop pouring, the car and the cloth and the bling on the ice. I know that catch my eye. Don't care about the glory. You couldn't use that for hold me. Some of these girls, they loving you for what you are. You should be for just what you are. You should be getting what you deserve. Yeah. Some of these girls loving you not because you sing a word, but love you second because them love the money first. But the money alone, I quench them better. Say, I love you when it's real. When your life is lots of problems, I love you when you ain't got no money. Another sign makes me happy. Some of them wouldn't love you if you ain't got a sense, but them I love you now. How convenient. Me not in a money love, cause that's easy to spend. Money can't buy me love. Money, money, money can't buy me love. Money can't buy me love. I'm in a deal with salary. I'm in a deal with cash and carry. Exchange is no robbery, but the love will give me a my currency. Them say money talk, money walk, money can't love me. Bank roll up, you can roll up with me. You got wealthy, don't mean you're wealthy. That alone couldn't make you get my property. These girls, they loving you for, loving you for just what you want. You could be getting what you deserve. Some of these girls loving you know because you, they love you second but they don't think money. Cause the money alone I question they say. I love you when they say yes. When I want to lift up. I love you when you ain't got no money. Another last sign that me happy. Some of them would, if you ain't got a cent, but them I love you now. How convenient. Me not in a money love, cause that's easy to spend. Money can't buy me. Money can't buy me. The money can't buy my love. I'm in a deal with the Almighty, so no deal with you. I love you for your whole life. Have fun, the funds don't matter. What you is and what you make. Don't care about the latter. No, I mean I care about your gravy. Romance not finished. The capital not necessary. Just investing on me, finance, baby. I love you money trading. When you look for fruit. I love you when you ain't got no money. I know that last sign make me happy. Some of them wouldn't love you if you ain't. But them I love you now. They me not in a money love. Money can't buy me love. Oh, money can't buy me love. The money can't buy me love. 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 I love that song, as you could tell. Let's do a. I actually want to do a Vibes Cartel, even if Vibes Cartel. Even if I played a Vibes Cartel song earlier and that completely made them block me in 279 countries. But I would love to, actually, no, let me not play a cartel. Let me play a Coley Buds, because I want to go see Coley Buds in concert soon. Let's play some Love and Reggae by Coley Buds. And we are winding down to the last 30 minutes of our stream-a-thon. It's my 30-minute dance.
Find a scent for everyone on your list. Only at Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Da 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 da. I might like to. Da 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 da. Thank you everyone who donated to my stream this morning. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. It is appreciated. Listen, so if you're looking for me in a reggae party, me dey in a the corner. What you doing in the corner? Me have a drink in a me left and a me right and have a sniff of marijuana. And when the bass line drop in a the rhythm, I feel wind up on a data. Hey, me just a wine to the rhythm and later you know what coming after. Listen, I don't know about you, but I could only live my life one way. All I want, okay, that's not all I want to do every day, but I'm just singing it, right? I love my girl to some reggae. I call her on the phone, tell her I'm coming home, so get ready. Okay, that's not entirely what I'll have, or what I want my man to have. If we're making, you know, if we're making our love story, but this is an amazing song, and that's how we jump into it, all right? So no judge, judgment-free zone. Like a sauna. And the taxi driver want chat up me like him not know what one ya. When you reach me out of me girl can say what takes so long, yeah. I'm telling you, I don't know about you, but okay, that's not the only way I can live my life. That's not the only way. That's not all I want to do. Sorry, but thank you for your service through that song. But I just had an idea of another song I wanted to sing. Tanya Steven, These Streets. Tanya Steven, These Streets lyrics. And again, folks, like I'm saying, we are winding down our stream-a-thon. And so this is just me saying my goodbyes, saying my thank yous to everyone, and everyone who came out today, who logged on the live today. You know, it absolutely takes nothing for someone to hop on a live and see what I want. So I appreciate everyone who took some time throughout the day to hop in and hop out. Also, huge thank you to all my guests who made this stream-a-thon a success. Thank you to Jonathan St. Rose, aka Ninja Dan. Thank you for coming through and blessing us with the wisdom, with the work that you do, with everything that you do. Thank you to Ronnie Ramin, author, creative artist, and also kids advocate. Thank you for coming on here. Thank you to Brother Edu Moja and also Dr. Kathleen Walls from Sisters for Harmony and the Kadaga web series on just sharing with us, you know, the work that they're doing. And just thank you for inviting, you know, your network as well into the space and just giving us that momentum throughout the day as well. Huge shout out to Mrs. Shakina Melius for sharing your journey and your experience as a special education teacher and making it happen even with the small resources that you know, you've been afforded, and just still finding a way to reach your kids through what you do have. another huge shout out to all the contestants of the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence pageant. Thank you all for stopping by, sharing your platform, letting us find out a little about yourself, a little about what you do. And good luck to all the ladies in February. Good luck. And again, if anyone knows of any young woman with St. Lucian background or heritage that might be interested in learning more about the pageant or even competing, they are still accepting participants. They are still accepting contestants. So feel free to reach out to Miss St. Lucia USA Independence. And you can find them on social media. You can find them on Instagram and Facebook, Miss St. Lucia USA, Miss St. Lucia USA Independence. So please go ahead if you know anyone in mind. And I just want to say thank you to all the young women, like I said, specifically Miss Tamai Nelson, whose platform is elderly care, Miss Cruzanne Cools, whose platform is youth advocacy, Miss Makisha Anthony, whose platform is creating spaces for talent, and also Miss Nandi Walcott, whose platform is environmental stewardship through craftsmanship and creativity. So as you could tell, all the young women have their platforms that they are working at. And again, this is where I got my start, people. This is where I really was able to launch with Southern Gem Foundation. This is where, when I was going up, my platform was creative arts and youth development. So this is a great opportunity for young women to just launch, be the change, and grow into leaders. So shout out to all of them and good luck to each and every one of them in February. And then we also had Miss Taylor St. Rose, our current reigning queen for the Miss St. Lucia USA Independence 2025. She came through, she let us know about what she's doing, what she's been up to. And again, she does have her um, Seeds to Success mentoring, mentorship based panel and networking mixer coming up in January. That is January 12th. January 12th. If you're in the Brooklyn, New York area, really New York area, anywhere around that area, please, please, please stop by, check it out, and just let's help support her as she, transitions and really puts her platform out there and does the work that she's so passionate about. So again, that is the current Miss St. Lucia USA Independence, Miss Taylor St. Rose. Thank you for stopping by and sharing the work that you're doing. I would also like to say a huge thank you to Marshall Celestine. Marshall just was amazing, sharing all his life's work with us, his journey from where he grew up to what he's doing now, all his involvement, and his NGU, which I called Uncle. But his NGU clothing line and his brand and just really who he's about, someone who never gives up. And that was truly, truly an inspirational interview for me. All the interviews actually was inspirational just to hear from, like I said, persons whose hands or feet are already doing the work to just see where the need is and for us to hear from them where the need is and how that aligns with what we're already doing and what we're really collaborating with everyone in the community to do. So thank you to them. Um, Again, I'd like to say a huge, huge thank you to um, the persons who donated today. Shout out to Shelly, shout out to Petula, and shout out to Sheena for your donations. All of your donations allowed us to meet 25% of our goal. Our goal today was $1,200, and we were able to meet 25% of that. So thank you, thank you, thank you for that. And again, I choose to see this as, wow, we were able to do this. I don't see it as, oh, you were only able to do this. I see it as, wow, we were able to do this. And this is simply not the end. This is not the end. And I know that we have many weeks. Well, we have about 2 weeks left until the pledge season is officially over. Our pledge season ends on January 1st. So if persons between now and January 1st would still like to donate, there is still that opportunity to do so. And again, if you'd like to do so, you simply have to Zelle sgf.donate@gmail.com. And in case someone is wondering if there is, other platforms or if there is another way they could donate, because not everyone has Zelle. The reason that we do Zelle is that Zelle is one of the few platforms that allows us to receive the full amount of the donation. So if I were to go to our website, which a few persons have donated before on the website, when it's time to take the money off from the website and put it into our Southern Gem account, it automatically takes, I believe it's 10% um of that donation. So whether it's processing fees, whatever they call it, it takes away 10%. So we end up not really getting the full donation. Same goes for, in some instances, PayPal, which if we want to direct download the cash instantly, we also have to pay a fee for that. So we've found that Zelle is one of the few ways where we get our donations instantly, and it is also able to be the full donation, and we don't have to worry about taxes or anything like that. So that's why we give and we accept through Zelle. So again, thank you to everyone who donated today, everyone who popped in and popped out. Please be aware that at 7 p.m., which is 1 hour after this live ends, that I will be on with Peter D on the Buyo Talk Show on the Watch Radio platform. So please stick around for that. I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, folks, it's almost been 12 hours. That 12 hours feel like it flew by. But I am just so thankful and so grateful for the work that we were able to do. So, folks, we are officially winding down. We have about 18, if I'm mathing, we have about 18 minutes left on our stream. And I'm feeling it, folks. I'm feeling a little tired. My energy is starting to crash a little. But I just want to say thank you to everyone who joined in, who supported, who tuned in, and just thank you to everyone for everything. I did want to bring some attention to the quote, well, not a quote, but the scripture below from Galatians 6:9 that says, "Let us not grow weary in doing good. By the proper time, we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." And that's just, I think, that's just the perfect summary. That's the perfect stila. That's the perfect blessing, really, over the work that we are doing and over the work that you are doing in your life personally as well. You know, like Marshall shared earlier with his brand, NG, never give up. Never give up. You know, and so this is not the end, although we did not meet our goal of $1,200. This is not the end. We were able to do 25% of that, and that is a step for me, and I accept that, and I am humble and mature enough to know that that is a step in the right direction. So I'd like to thank everyone on here who shared and who made this possible. Thank you.